Last time, we opened at Clive's house with the Stooges excitedly getting ready for the wedding of Mother Goodash and Father Goodscar later that day. They also introduced scorned brother Jasper and neglected sister Nora to the family before Suletta walked in, discovering the existence of Mother Goodash. They were able to talk her into keeping the secret by telling her it was there to guilt trip Davine, and they had a nice rest of the morning. Down in Goodberry, Pequod was relaxing on top of her favorite rooftop as the day finally came where Izzy was removed from Julius's mind permanently. Those two, along with Icy, Hunk, and Davine, relaxed ahead of tea with the Primarch. Meanwhile, the kids were able to get by Sasha to go to the wedding by trying the novel approach of telling her the truth. At the wedding, they found the strangest and creepiest one they'd ever been to, dimly lit by a bunch of candles with chicken noodle soup and grilled cheese as the only food. They watched the event happen. After that was over, they had to run back to base to get ready for their mission in the hopes that they would make it back in time to watch Tea with the Primarch. The rest of the Rainfall family was introduced to Nora and Jasper during the filming of Transformers. The kids went to Port Nowhere. They got at least some notable intel while also laying EMP grenades and a gas bomb throughout the city. They got in and out without too much trouble or having their covers compromised. They have a plan set in place for their eventual attack on the port. They were able to get back within broadcast range just in time to watch Tea with the Primarch and see the less than heartwarming tale of Father Goodscar. This included a dramatic reenactment of the day that Silverback killed his squad and sent him off to that lonely asteroid for 40 years. And it concluded with him both hyping up his new books and being awarded with his medals by the Ranger General, while the Rainfalls cried behind him. The kids had a good time at the apartment celebrating their mission and laughing at the tale of Father, before Ricky was taken home by Ellie and the rest of the kids went to the beach house where a wonderful evening was had. The respective female significant others got on the roof in bikinis, with Memory Ann having Carter follow before he was relegated to being on the roof of the shed just for her. And I believe that is everything.
Yep, mission day, Port Nowhere. Oz hits a button on the console, puts the ship onto autopilot. His head basically violently hits the dashboard of the ship as he passes out.
Laz sort of jumps. She rubs his back to check if he's fully asleep.
Mostly. Head's bleeding.
Oh my god, honey! She'll lift his head up and grab some bandages out of her pack and start wrapping his head.
He is just groaning under his breath, not really able to string sentences together.
Okay, let me wrap this up, and then you're gonna get some sleep, okay? I'll land the ship for us.
He gives her a very weak thumbs up. He looks terrible.
Oh. Okay.
Bags under his eyes. Head still bleeding.
She finishes wrapping up his skull, gives him a kiss. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna ask Benny if he has anything that can help with this, okay?
He tries to speak, but he can't.
Oh god. She is gonna run down here to Benny.
Well, down here, the kids looking at the holo display. Memory Ann about to open up her wrist computer notebook to go over notes. She looks up. What's wrong?
Benny, Oz's head, it's bleeding, like a lot.
Oh, shit. What'd you do to him? He points at Laz.
All he did, he slammed his head down onto the console. I don't think he meant to slam it down. Can you just go help him, please?
He stands up and walks off to go help Oz.
Thank you, Benny, she calls out after him.
He doesn't actually respond. Zokir just shakes his head at Laz.
I'm guessing he didn't trip.
No, he's just that tired. She rubs her face, walking around, basically in the same spot. She looks at Sam. I'm supposed to know the right moment, right? But there just hasn't been any good moment.
That's what Mr. Wiseau said. She crosses her arms and nods her.
And there hasn't been any moment where he's down there and I can, logically go down there to confront him, so... I'm sorry.
just sedate his drinks. At night.
She looks over at Memory Ann. Do you think Benny would give me something to sedate his drinks with?
She'll just look around and shrug. Maybe.
Maybe. Or I can get them myself. I mean, my mother is the Primarch.
Yes, she'll nod her head. He doesn't sleep much, does he?
She shakes her head. You've seen the bags under his eyes.
He's looking kind of skinny. Puts his arm around Soul.
Laz nods. He also hasn't been eating a lot.
She shakes her head.
Yeah, he's not been doing too well. But I know you're gonna find the right moment. You're not gonna let him really get hurt.
Well, he will not be coming on the mission with us. That's okay. She'll nod her head and just go back to perusing her notes.
Laz nods. Please, I don't want him any chance of him getting hurt. Or more hurt than he already is already. And Carter nods. We'll make sure he stays on the ship. Don't worry, Laz. Thank you. Thank you. She'll start to wring her hands together. And she'll go over, like, right about here to check on Benny and Oz in the cockpit.
He's cleaning the wound on his head, and then putting a bandage over it. Slowly, carefully.
Honestly, him being on the ship's probably a good thing either way. We're gonna be bringing the slaves on pretty quickly, right, ma'am? Looks over at Memory Ann. Might be probably good to have someone to stay here with them at all times.
Not that he'll be any use to them, but yes.
Carter nods. If anyone should do it, it is one of the pilots, and, well, he nods over to Laz. One of them is coming with us down there, so not much we can do about it.
And one of them's out cold. He glares at Laz through his helmet and sits down next to Elizabeth.
Laz looks down at her feet and then will
Got a
sit back.
concussion from hitting his head.
How bad was the cut? Gonna need stitches?
No, should be okay. But he's definitely got a concussion now.
So should I stay on the ship then?
No. Then he shakes his head. We need you in there.
Laz nods. Okay, I'll come with you guys then.
Marianne, let's just hope we don't need to get out quickly.
Carter rubs the back of his neck. I'm sure we won't need to. We got the plan set in place, and everything's gonna go fine. We're gonna get this done. Gonna get it done quick. Gonna get it done easily. Gonna get it done smoothly.
Just shaking his head at Laz.
Laz looks at Benny, nodding to herself, and continues to look down at her lap now as she's taken a seat.
Alright, how do we want to run this? Marianne, same as last time, I'd say. Those of us who went in, we go in. And then we have infiltrators go over a wall. I don't know. I'm open to suggestion.
Carter nods. Yeah, no, I concur. Anyone who was through the gates last time goes down through the gates. So that would be me, Memory Ann, Okir, Ricky, and Laz. And then the rest of us will infiltrate however we infiltrated last time. And we'll go from there. We'll probably have to activate the EMPs first, then the explosions. That'll get everyone's attention. The steambot's saboed, right, Colt?
He nods his head. Yeah.
So then that's covered. That will happen. Their tech is down. Hole in the wall. Get all the slaves out. Then get all the information we need from the warlords. Clear out, gas bomb it.
Once things get hot, leave the slaves to me. I'll get them back here to the ship. I can take 2 of them on a shoulder at a time. We don't want whoever these warlord people are destroying data. I believe the Ranger General was very particular about that.
Yeah, Yeah, we're supposed to get all the data we can to help out with the Major, so that's our job, and if they start destroying it, well, then we've basically failed at the mission.
Round them up, the slaves, and I'll take them to the ship. Ricky, you go fight. And then I'll catch up with you guys.
Yes, sir. We get in, shock and awe, get the slaves out, get the info, leave. Seems simple
Right.
enough.
Alright, damn good. We know what we need to do, how it's gonna go. Okir, do you mind keeping an eye on Laz during that time as well? She's gonna be with you.
Sam, I still have the guard uniform. I'll keep an eye on her.
Thank you, Sam. Alright. He's looking down at the map of nowhere, nodding his head. Well, not much else we can do. Not much else we can plan. Until we get down there and see how the situation is firsthand.
Let's just avoid the building where we almost got shot.
That is a very good idea, sir.
I don't think that robot would be happy to see us again.
No, I think it would call the UIR guards again and just shoot us on the spot.
Speaking of that, do we want to come up with some idea for the 5 of us to get through the gate, or are we just gonna say we're looking for work?
Probably a good idea. Last time we had a, she air quotes, bounty. This time we have nothing.
Carter rubbing the back of his neck.
Let's think it through and other possibilities through Carter. Rubbing Carter's thigh gently.
Yes, ma'am. Rubbing the back of his neck. Soul, can you polymorph one of us to look like extremely hurt? Or like all of us to look extremely hurt?
Like you just got into a scrap.
Exactly, we got into a scrap, didn't go well, and we had to come back. Soul nods. I can do that for you guys, yeah, no problem.
Could claim we got caught by, I don't know, cops, EarthGov Rangers, something, and got away with our lives.
I wouldn't bring up EarthGov.
Carter nods. Just to... Well, if we say a bounty gone wrong, they would probably ask for a bounty.
Just say we got jumped. I'm sure there's plenty of little roving gangs around those, the frontier area that just get ignored because of how small they are. Something like that's feasible.
Carter nods. Not a half bad idea, Ricky.
Works for me. As I said, open to suggestions in this team. Everybody has a say.
Laz nods.
Infiltration missions are not my specialty.
Carter lets out a chuckle. Can you tell they aren't mine either?
I don't think they're anybody's with the exception of Samantha's. She just shrugged.
Sam nods. She's like scary good at it.
She nods her head again.
Yeah, you take to them a lot better than I do.
Carter chuckles, rubbing the back of his neck again. Looks at Memorian. It's gonna go okay, right?
It's going to be fine. We have a plan. The behemoth steampunk monstrosity is truly the only thing that worried me, and since it's sabotaged, we'll be fine.
And
I'm not afraid of these warlords.
Yeah, and honestly, now that I think about it, we probably would have been able to handle the big steam thing because we got ice. And doesn't steam need water to work?
Mm-hmm. She nods her head.
So, even if the Sabo doesn't work, we've got you, and you can probably take the thing if we back you up, no problem.
I don't underestimate the warlords, she'll air quote, but we have good teamwork, cohesion, unity, and new toys to play with. She gestures to her plasma rifle.
Elizabeth gestures to her mauler that she's holding.
That bunker was quite the find.
Oh, it was like a candy shop, wasn't it?
Back when Oswald was sleeping. She sighs lightly.
Laz groans and starts to rub her face.
You know sleep deprivation kills, right? He just looks around.
Yes, Benjamin, I am aware of that. Laz speaks up.
Okay. Elizabeth sees him making a fist at last.
Elizabeth will put a hand onto his fist and push her fingers into it so she's holding his hand.
He sighs and just tightens the grip on her finger.
She will put her head on his shoulder and whisper to him. She's gonna fix it. It's Laz. She fixes everything, honey.
It's just really stupid. The people in your family cause way too much drama.
I know, and they really do, don't they?
Yes, they do.
She sighs. Well, luckily, I think it's starting to get better.
Hopefully. Looking back, though, he can't see him over his shoulder where Oz is. Well, maybe get him some coffee or something, and, yeah.
Laz sighs. He's been drinking so many Red Bulls, I don't think any more caffeine would be good for him.
Ugh. He groans at the sound of Red Bull.
Yeah, I don't know how people can drink that shit. It tastes like jet fuel.
Caffeine pills as well.
Laz sighs. Taking the caffeine pills, using the Red Bulls as chasers.
He whistles under his mask lightly and looks at Soul, shakes his head.
He sees Soul breathe heavily, open her mouth and then close it and just shrug. Leans forward into him. I really don't think there's anything we can do for this one, honey.
Blow up that jet?
I think that would just make Oz even more determined to build it.
Oh, fair point.
And I don't think we can take a step up in giving him a shot to wake him up without dipping into shit like meth, so, that's off the table.
Oh god. Methamphetamine.
Carter starts to laugh. Yes, we are not giving our pilot methamphetamines.
Just didn't have a line to it. Looks at Carter.
He just clicks his tongue like that and looks at Benny. You're in rare form today, aren't you, Benny?
Till they pushed her over a cliff.
Thank God they did.
That was great, actually. Nodding his head, arm around Soul.
Soul nods. It was a very interesting sight to see. They were actually going to blow the car up that they were driving before Frederick just said, why don't you push them off?
I've seen the footage JJ showed me, yes. I love how he just casually walked up behind their Honda Civic.
And they somehow didn't notice Yuri Wiseau walking up behind him.
Yeah, no footage of that Eric guy's death, though. Cold. No.
Soul shakes her head. I don't think you guys would have liked to see it.
It felt good, but quite disturbing. Frederick was in rare form.
Yeah, we had put Eric's head in a vice and I was, turning it, and during this time, Frederick started to punch him in the gut as hard as he could.
After beating him for like an hour privately in a room with Krellin and Samuel holding him down.
With brass knuckles on, mind you. I don't even know where he got those.
And that ugly shirt.
Don't say that in front of Uncle Scar. I think that's his old one.
Oh, right. She nods her head.
Did you, hop up Frederick on drugs or something? Because that didn't sound like him.
Nope.
No, he was just really angry about the situation.
Almost like all the help he tried to provide everybody went down the drain, so he just got angry. Because no matter what anybody does, you rainfalls make way too much drama. And harm people irreparably by doing so. She starts snickering.
Soul slowly looks over at Benny. You sure you're not related to the Turax?
Nope. Just tired of the bullshit.
Fair enough, Benny. Fair enough.
All things considered, I am glad we're going our separate ways this weekend. All of us. Memory and oh my, he is in a piss mood.
Carter nods, rubbing the back of his neck. Elizabeth holds his hand even tighter. Yeah, we're going on a trip with Mom and Dad to this village in Africa. It is going to be a fun time, isn't it?
Sits back in his chair, just looks at Betty. Ooh, angry today.
We're gonna have some good food, talk to some villagers. We're gonna have a good time, right, Benjamin?
Mm-hmm. Nods his head.
I mean, yeah, you guys are gonna go to Africa. That sounds sick. I personally haven't been, but I've heard it's beautiful and lots of good food.
Where you going, Laz? He'll look over at her.
Laz looks over at her, or him, and just sighs heavily. Nowhere, really.
Nowhere?
She shakes her head. I'm basically just gonna be staying at the lane. She sighs. Well, going to the lane and then to Sasha and Towns' house in Nebraska with everyone else.
Maybe he'll get some sleep there.
Maybe he will. Yes, maybe he will. She looks down at her feet.
Well, we're going to Clive's for dinner.
Carter lets out a chuckle. With all the Stooges there and Uncle Scar, it's gonna be a good time.
Trying to put a dinner on to impress your mother. Memory and yes.
That is exactly what he would be doing, yes.
I wish him the best of luck.
Her mother is quite hard to impress when it comes to dinner.
Very particular about her food. I'm not like that at all. But she is.
And I mean, needs double the luck, because, I mean, let's be honest, he is massively outchicked when it comes to your mom.
Yes.
Carter lets out a chuckle. I would have to say so, yeah. Clive is a very nice man, just... Well, I think her mother is in a different league than him.
League. More like universe.
Yeah, Miss Uletta's in a different league than 99% of people alive.
Snooker.
It always comes back to Snooker.
What? Betty looks over at Carter.
Carter starts to laugh. It's a joke that me and Memoran have been saying. He's planning like this snooker party, and my mom is going to destroy him, obviously. And we just thought it would be funny if he had like this vendetta from that point on. Just, it always comes back to snooker.
Yeah, I heard your dad and Aunt Icy talking. Apparently, the bet is, if Clive loses, he has to show up in front of my mother in a bathrobe and boxers up in the office at Gateway.
And Carter starts to laugh. Yes, that is the bet, and oh my god, I need a recording of that. I hope one of my parents does.
Well, if she kills him, I'm available to move into his home on the lane.
Well, luckily for him, he's the ambassador. I think that might get him a stay of execution there.
That might. Still, I think it'll be a coin flip on the situation.
Most likely.
He lets out a chuckle and shakes his head. But yeah, no, my mom is gonna destroy him in snooker.
Okay.
Soul starts...
Call Clive right now. Ask if Petra can come to dinner. Carter.
Oh, okay, sure. He'll pull up his wrist computer and type on it to call up Clive.
Picks
Ooh.
up.
Sorry, let me get his token.
Oh.
Oh, there he is. Thank you. He'll answer the phone. Of course, Marianne. How can I help you too? Hi, Clive. We just wanted to know. We have dinner tonight, right? And we just wanted to know if Petra would be able to come along. Petra. I'm sorry, kiddos. I don't think so.
Why not?
It's too risky. She might, destroy some of my collectibles.
The bird and flying into your door that you so ignorantly left open.
Yes, exactly. And
Well, Petra is trained.
I know. I just can't risk it. Marianne. Everything has to look spick and span. Everything has to look good. I have to impress your mother. I'm sorry.
I'm sure she'll be impressed when you upset her only daughter.
He squints his eyes.
Don't yield, Clive. He nods his head.
I'm
Now
sorry.
stand firm in your convictions.
I'm sorry, Marianne. I won't be able to allow Petra into my house.
Fine. She'll hang up on it.
Soul covering her mouth, starting to laugh.
It always comes back to Petra.
Carter starts to laugh at that. He hates that pterosaur, and he honestly doesn't even give it a chance.
I think it's just all winged creatures. She'll shrug and look around.
I think so.
He lets Zanzibar in the house. That makes 0 sense considering that Drake's size.
Yeah, putting Zanzibar into the house is like putting a bull into a china shop.
Yeah. But Zanzibar, technically speaking, can fly. Does have wings, but stays on the ground most of the time. I don't think Clive knows he can fly, actually. Things might be different if he watched their survival videos seeing Zanzibar fly.
Elizabeth lets out a chuckle. Well, I mean, if you really think...
Call him back! Go ahead, Elizabeth, sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay. He'll start typing in the number. If you really think about it, he lives with the Stooges, and aren't they more accident-prone than anyone else?
Benny, hell yeah. Clive is actually blowing his nose as he answers the phone. Nervous about upsetting my mother.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Very, very nervous.
Right. You know Zanzibar can fly, right?
He can fly, can he?
Watch the survival show.
I'll have to check it out, but for now I'll take your word on it.
And good luck telling Aunt Icy her guardian can't come in the house. Maybe she'll eat you.
Huh. You know, Zanzibar might be okay, since he usually just walks around. Petra, from all that I've seen, enjoys a good flight.
She's stretching her wings. She's a baby.
Exactly, stretching her wings. Those wings that might knock down my collectibles.
But you live with the Stooges. He looks at Clive.
Oh, yeah, what about them?
Aren't they kind of like goofy?
Well, yeah, but they've never messed any of my collectibles up or anything like that, and to my knowledge, none of them can fly.
She hangs up in anger on Clive.
Carter puts a hand on Marianne's shoulder.
Just so insulting, Carter.
I know, it's very insulting. Maybe we can figure something out to convince him to let Petra into his house.
Glad I ain't going. He shrugged.
Yeah, so am I. Well, glad that you're not going, yeah. I think it's gonna be an interesting dinner.
Narnia.
Then, I can't really do his voice. The Narnia closet.
It always comes back to Narnia.
You know what? I'm surprised he has never said that before, since he goes into the Narnia closet so much for his videos.
The amount people make fun of him nowadays is incredible.
It really is. A trend started by the Stooges.
Look at this comment Krellin left. Look like you sleep less than Oz.
Oh, Jesus. Laz sighs heavily. He doesn't look that bad. Clive, I mean.
Shaking his head, looking around Ricky to see up at poor Oz, sleeping in the chair.
He's still zonked out at least.
Mm-hmm.
That's good. I mean, we can let him sleep. Honestly, even if he's
Isn't-
passed out, if he hears us call for help, I trust he'd snap to action.
Oh, he's really lucky. Any other person would definitely be discharged by now. Sits back down.
Laz starts to rub her temples. It's gonna be fixed soon. The moment is coming soon. I know it is.
She'll put her arm around Laz.
She sighs heavily and starts to pat Sam's hand, the one that's around her shoulder.
Well, hopefully your son takes after his father, and he's very dedicated when it comes to pleasing his girl.
I'll make sure that my son takes after his father.
Yeah, I mean, you could say, not sleeping is kind of foolish, but being that dedicated and caring that much is a damn good quality in my book.
It's quite foolish, but also adorable at the same time.
And Carter nods. Yeah, it is, well, it shows a lot of dedication and, well, it's very loving. And Laz nods. He does love me quite a bit. Wants to impress me quite a bit as well.
Laz hears the sound of the ship that needs to be landed because they're in orbit. Port nowhere.
She'll stand up quickly and I'll be back for the mission and we'll run over to land the ship.
Memory Ann will stand up, clap her hands. Let's rock and roll, B Squad.
Let's get it done. Get in, get out, so we can sleep some more.
Right. She'll nod her head as the kids head for the drop ramp. Flashing to the beach house, Suletta, Davian, and Hunker are asleep. Suletta comes up and will smile sadly at poor JJ. What's JJ doing as she sets down a cup of tea for her?
JJ had like a paper pad set up and was just rolling a pencil up and down the pad of paper, letting gravity let it roll back down, just staring at it sadly.
She was here last night. I suppose that means she had a mission. She sits down.
He nods. Do you want to know about it? Or I don't know if I'm allowed to tell you.
Oh, you can tell me.
Port Nowhere.
That is, what again?
It's a port of bounty hunters.
They're infiltrating it to get data or something. I vaguely remember some discussion with the Ranger General. She scratches her head.
Exactly. They had it was setting things up last week, but this week they're actually going in and they're most likely going to have a fight with the warlords. They're called the four people that run the place. Scum of the earth.
Oof, she'll grimace Mr. Snuffle's paw on JJ's arm.
He sighs and nods. Yeah. I really wish I was there with her right now. He looks down at the pencil that just landed out on the floor and he looks back up at her and gives her a very sad-looking smile.
Well, I think you should have joined the military when you were young instead of stay at the academy. It's not a hindsight thing, it's in your blood. You are your father's son.
He goes back down, picks up the pencil to join the military.
I think you should have, yes. Maybe not the rest of those children, but you, on the other hand, you would have been cut out for it. Made an excellent career out of it. Just as your father.
Probably. Everyone does say I take after him way more than Mom.
Thank God.
He lets out a laugh. He looks up at her. You mind if I ask you a weird question?
Ask away. That's what good aunts are for.
Do you have any qualities about Mom that you like?
Well, she's fun to talk to.
He raises an eyebrow and nods. Okay.
Yes, I enjoy spending time with her. There are quite a few qualities she has that I enjoy. However, the negative Galleon qualities outweigh them past tense. For 20 years, JJ.
No, I understand that. It's just.
Stupidity is not. It's not even stupidity. It's willful ignorance and emotional immaturity. And that is by choice.
I completely understand why you would have some qualities about her that you greatly dislike. Just. Sometimes it just seems like you sort of hate my mom, and he shrugs. That's just my opinion on it.
I hate what she did to your father.
That's understand. To be
I
fair,
hate the fact that if you're given a second chance at life and happiness and you choose to squander it because of emotional immaturity, when others have to suffer and can't have second chances, was a very immature woman. Just like her son was.
To be fair, I hate those things too. I don't know much about her past. You probably know more about it than I do. Just. I don't think anything could excuse what she did to Dad.
Well, she should be dead right now, if you'd like it blunt.
He leans back. Was she a ruffian or something? A bandit or something in her past life?
You mean 400 million years ago?
Well, yes, but I know she had like a curse put on her. Julius told me about that, and she did some not great things, but he gestures 400 million years ago. That's the whole Gallia thing, yes.
Yes, and then traveled through time, a select few by happenstance.
So that really is the biggest second chance one could have.
Considering the fact that I believe it was General Lorelei and some SIS operative named Agent R confirmed the fact that everybody on that planet died. Yes. Horrible deaths, mind you.
Due to the void, you guys called it.
Yes, the planet came under siege, I believe.
Right. He grimaces a bit, takes a sip of his tea. Thank you, by the way, for the tea.
You're welcome. No, I don't hate your mother. If she thinks that, then she shrugs. You know? Hopefully she learns from it. But at the biggest impasse of her and your father's life, I tried to talk sense into her, and she refused to listen, and then lashed out as a child, and started a fight in my home.
JJ starts to laugh.
A physical fight. That is not... Yes. She'll just take a sip of tea. Plays quite immature. Clicking through the station.
I apologize, I don't mean to laugh, it sounds, unbelievable almost.
Oh, believe it. I should have known better when I found out she was Julius's biological mother. I just assumed given her age she would be mature. Then she sat in the gym, and I should have known then, but, yeah.
He chuckles a bit. You know, if I ever sit in the gym like that, you have full permission to freeze me.
No. Mr. Snuffles will do away with you. She chuckles, shakes her head.
Oh, I'm sure he would. Do you know how many times he threatened to slit my throat?
Well, he doesn't seem to do it anymore. Meow.
No, he doesn't. You know, he's actually quite distraught that I'm going to be gone for 6 months.
Yes, I told him he could leave your side. I don't think you and Samantha need watched anymore, but he chose to stay.
That he did.
I wanted him to watch Soul and Colt, honestly, but he chose you.
He sort of purses his lips and starts to pet Mr. Snuffles. He's a good friend. I thank you for letting him stay with me.
I'll get another cat.
To watch the next generation of kids.
Yes, even with that curriculum.
Fair enough. You can never be too safe, I suppose. You're gonna call this one Mrs. Snuffles?
Yes,
Ah, beautiful name. Absolutely beautiful.
but we'll get it as a kitten, more mobile.
More mobile, you mean? He leans forward, so trying to make it so Snuffles can't hear. Not as rotund.
She nods her head.
Right, of course. He chuckles and looks down at the pad of paper again and just sort of loses the smile he just had.
Besides, doubling back to our conversation, if you break your mother down to her most bare form, she gets a daughter, a chance at a daughter, squanders it, chance to fix things with her son, kind of fixes it, sort of. She puts her hand out, shakes it. A chance at love, true love, almost squanders it, then almost squanders it again and again and again and again. I think you can see why people don't have a lot of faith in her. Any animal can defend themselves, JJ. All animals are naturally good at it. A badger can defend itself. It's ingrained in its DNA. It is ingrained in our DNA to defend ourselves. Yes, it takes effort and time to train with something elegant like a sword, or swords, and ODM gear, but that is not impressive. Perhaps it's just because I've been around too long, but piloting a mobile suit, it's not that impressive. Being an emotional, secure adult at the head of a family that requires a person like that, that is impressive. That takes true courage. And that is not, was not, she puts up her finger, your mother. Hopefully now we're starting down that road.
Hopefully so. Otherwise, I think she has given you permission to just ice her the next time she messes up like that.
Oh, I won't lift a finger. I'm done. I helped with the mind melding, as did Nicole. She's on her own.
He chuckles. I've asked Dad about this already. A lot of people have given me advice about it, and even Pequot has said that I should do it. You'll give it to me straight and tell me if I'm being a stupid person. Am I doing more harm than good? Going into the military force, Sam?
No. She shakes her head. No, not even close. But you think you're walking away from her?
He swallows hard when she says that. It just feels like I am. People have told me I'm not. My father has told me I'm not. I don't want to end up like my mother.
You won't. It's out of your control. I think Samantha understands that. In another life, in another place and time, you'd sign some papers on the Ranger General's desk and be a civilian contractor. But thanks to the actions of your mother, and the poor impression she left on Patricia, you'll have to earn your way. And if anybody understands earning their way, it's the Ranger General's daughter, if you will.
She certainly does understand that.
I second that, if it matters. He goes back to flipping through the channels. See?
He turns around. It does, Uncle Blaze, thank you.
That doesn't mean those 6 months will be easy. Thankfully, she'll have your mother, father, Laz, Oz, and the rest of us.
She'll have a nice support group.
Yes.
It's gonna be fucking torture on me there, I'll be honest.
You thought you were walking away just like your mother.
You know what? I don't want to end up like my mother, so I can never be too safe.
Smart boy. She pats JJ's hand.
Thank you. He'll let out a slight chuckle and take a sip of his tea.
You don't want her to have dreams of you walking into a forest disappearing for the next 20 years until she has a heart attack.
I would much rather that never happen between me and Sam, yes.
I knew something horrible was going to happen the day we landed in the middle of Yankee Stadium.
But yeah, that was, it wasn't really 1 to 100. It was more like a, I want to say like a 70 to 100 almost, but whew, that was a big step up, wasn't it?
That man is banned from every professional sporting league ever. And I think your mother prefers it that way.
He opens his mouth, closes it. I think so too. I really do.
Oh yes, and that Mortimer fellow. Remember Clive pointing the bat at him, shaking it to let it laugh?
JJ starts to laugh even harder.
Providing, intercepting steroids.
You know, I don't think I've ever seen anything less intimidating than Clive pointing a bat at someone, shaking it.
We were all so confused as to what was going on that day. At first we thought, oh, he just wants to protect, good, he's a good fit for the family. Then we find out that murdered his wife and all this stuff. Terrible stuff, but yes.
Oh, absolutely. He's completely in the right for being angry at Mortimer. It was not intimidating at all, and if that's what he was going for, then Jesus.
Oh, he was trying, yes. God bless the man he saved your father, though.
He did. I can never repay him, I think. Any of us, really. The entire Rainfall family can't repay him, I think.
No, they cannot.
JJ looks around, leans forward again. So you and Clive, right?
Perhaps, yes, we'll see.
No, I don't want to presume much, but there's a dinner going on, yes, tonight?
Yes, I believe, Ricky. He speaks up. Right, Ricky and his significant other, the girl that runs the flower shop, are coming. So Clive has a high bar to reach tonight. We'll see how close he gets. Because not only is it me, my daughter, my son-in-law, but it is also their friend, and combat brethren, if you will, and his significant other. So Clive best impress.
You know what? From the way he just looks at you, I think he is going to try his damnedest to impress you, aren't he?
He better. She sips her tea.
JJ lets out a laugh. He leans back in his chair. And if he doesn't, what's going to happen?
Oh, I don't know. I'll say something somewhat snarky and then he'll blow his nose.
Nervous reaction, right?
Yes. Blaze, Clive strikes me as a well-put-together man. If you look at that collection, the organization, the Narnia closet itself, I would venture a guess he already has everything prepared.
I would assume so, yes, actually. I mean, you never saw it, unless you watched his videos beforehand, but his house, where he lived, even though it was in a bad part of town, it was still clean, put together, very nice, presentable house. So for a single man living by himself, that's honestly quite impressive.
She'll sip her tea. He better make something good to eat.
Oh, I'm sure he's digging through the recipe book right now. Or Uncle Scott's gonna be helping him.
Yes, I think, I've been over there. I've seen the spit is now in the backyard ever since he donated his house to Memory Ann and Carter.
Yeah, Kaza told me something about it. He said something along the lines of, you can have the house, but I'm taking the spit.
And all the fur balls in the sink.
JJ laughs. I wonder how long it took for them to unclog all that plumbing because of the fur balls.
She starts snickering as, waking up, Davine's awake, Hunk starts to groan to wake up. Oh.
Davine, already sitting up, starts to rub Hunk's bicep area. Good morning.
Oh, what time is it?
She'll look at the clock.
8 a.m.
God, 8 a.m.
Whew. He'll sit up. Sugar.
She climbs on top of him and starts to kiss him.
Your hair is growing out very nice.
Oh, thank you. Yes, it's almost to the point where I can put it in the ponytail.
Good, then we'll have another thing to yank on.
She winks at him. I cannot wait for that.
Here's the agenda to do today. Are you ready?
Of course.
We gotta convince Nicole, Julius, and Patricia that they're coming with us to our trip to Africa today with Elizabeth and Benjamin. Because they're just gonna stay at home all weekend and get high. I can see it in Nicole's eye.
Oh yes, they aren't subtle about it at all.
No. I see her with the little rolly paper in her pocket playing with it. All week I saw her doing it.
I believe she was even looking at the marijuana itself.
Yep. So we're gonna get them to come with us and not get high all weekend.
Oh yes, of course.
Perfect! Time to dress you.
Please do, honey, please do.
Just put on some sweatpants. You look good in them. And a sweatshirt.
She
A
nods.
hoodie. My hoodie. Here, take this.
She'll take his hoodie and put on some sweatpants. How do I look?
Good. Very good. I like casual, Mom.
I do too. I like casual Hunk. And she'll smack his ass.
What do I wear?
How about a nice t-shirt and some basketball shorts?
Deal. He'll go through some of the clothing they have here. Pull out a polo shirt and look at it. You know, every time I look at these, I get uncomfortable now thinking about Frederick and that really ugly, oddly sequenced shirt with blood all over it.
Oh yes, the one that he wore to kill Eric.
Yeah, it's like he's fat and super, big dude, but it's like, oh, I don't know if I want to wear something like this. It might be stepping on Fred's territory.
I know. Did that shirt not look familiar?
I think it's Scars. He nods his head as he gets dressed.
Davine starts to laugh. So not only would you be stepping on Fred's territory, then also Scars.
Oh, good old Uncle Scar.
Oh my, you should do more impersonations, honey. You're very good at them.
Spending a lot of time around Colt and Towns will do that to you as he carries her out here. Good morning.
JJ looks over. Oh, good morning, Dad.
No. He looks around. Suletta shakes her head at Davine because they know Samantha had to leave for a mission.
Davine nods and will gesture to Hunk to bring her over to JJ, and as he does, she'll start to rub JJ's shoulder for him. It's okay, darling. She's going to be okay. He nods. Well, I know she's going to be okay, but all those kids, and she gets to keep an eye on them.
Hunk, carrying Davine over, will sit her down next to Suletta. Suletta pours her a cup of tea and grimaces at poor Davine.
Thank you, Letty. She'll pat her on the hand, take a sip of tea, and set it down. Well, darling, yes. She does have to keep an eye on all those kids. And that can be worrying at times, but this time around, everything's going to be okay. Nobody's going to get extremely hurt. Nothing bad is going to happen. You needn't worry about it, okay? They have this mission on lock. Yes, Hunk?
Yeah. He'll sit down next to Davine, as Suletta will pour him a cup of tea and he'll take it. Yeah, they'll be fine. Samantha had it under control last week, apparently.
Yes, she did. She was covered in blood. When I got back to the apartment, I had, zipped in there with my ODM gear and put her into a dip and started to kiss her, and only then did I realize she was covered in blood.
Uncle shrug. The more missions they go on, I think the less she has to worry about. Maybe I was a little too hard when I said a couple months back there that they're all useless rookies. I do think what I said is true, though. Doesn't matter who trains you. Davy and Rainfall training you how to use swords. Nicole Rainfall training you how to use magic. It doesn't matter until you really start getting in the thick of it. But they've been in the thick of it a couple times now, so...
He shrugs. Yeah, they have. So, the Moog, it wasn't nearly the mission this compares to, right?
No, holding David's hand tightly. No, they want to be big leaguers. They want to be, whoever these guys are killed Bash. Almost killed them. At least threatened them. Killed a bunch of civilians. Definitely bad people. They've got a score to settle. I'm not sure if that's the best way to go about it, but yeah. There's a reason Ash is doing what he's doing, I think. And they're doing what they're doing.
Davy nods. Sherian is doing the hard part of the job. They're doing what equates to the easy part of the job. Still, of course, important, just easier. And I think that's what they need. This is almost a test for them to see if they'll be doing important things like this in the future, if they can truly handle it. And honey, I'm sure they will. There's no doubt in my mind that all of them are going to come back A-OK and completely fine, okay?
And it's truly not biased, though it will sound biased, as long as Memrian is not being stupid, playing Outlaw Country and wishing she was Hazel. They have a good leader.
JJ nods. She is a very good leader, yeah. He starts to play with his teacup a bit. I got Memrian. Sam is there. I think I'm always just gonna feel like this until I'm there with them.
No, you will. And then it changes into a different type of feeling. In some ways, an even worse type of feeling. When you're on the battlefield with them. And you look around and you see... Let me think for a second here. You see one of your future son-in-laws with all these like shield things up around him, getting shot by all these weapons that are way better than anything you have. The woman of your dreams flying around getting shot as she does so. Blowing people up too, which was definitely hot. The ground behind you exploding into fire. Ash, Towns, the future Ranger General, who's quite important at the time, hiding behind the shield and shooting, and your son fighting, I don't remember what that guy was exactly, some guy with a big, like, turret gun, fighting him alone, and your daughter basically made, rendered useless, to the point of mass vomiting, I guess, is how I would put it. Yeah, it's gonna get worse, actually. He nods at JJ. But you will feel better being there than sitting here.
There's more that I can do for them on the battlefield, so I'd probably take that feeling any day of the week.
Yep, you'll do crazy, stupid things too, but they'll always, if you trust your gut, it'll always be the right thing. That's the only advice I can honestly give you. When we were in I just remember the last engagement because it's the most, recent in my mind, but we had a plan to deal with some, what were they, dear? They had like fire launchers or something ridiculous.
They were these like flamethrowers almost, and they would like scorch the earth. It was quite terrifying, and they started to box us in.
Yeah, they had a they had a perfect kill box, and we knew we were walking into it. Anyway, I was supposed to flank around, get one of them, and your mother was supposed to flank around, get the other. I saw your mom get shot by this guy's plasma weapon, and I just said, yeah, fuck the plan. We'll deal with the other guy with his little flamethrower later, and went over to your mother with a displacement grenade and healed her. So, threw the plan off its rocker a little bit, but we're still here today. And your mom blew this guy up. It was, like, really hot. Coletta nods her head and snickers.
Davy holds onto Hung's hand tightly, and JJ lets out a bit of a chuckle. Love will make you do crazy things, right?
Oh yeah, it will. But always follow your gut. That was the biggest anti-mission, because, biggest anti-mission, if you will. Biggest pot. Because if you think about it, we had Banksy, son-in-law. Nicole was there, daughter. Julius there, son. One of their better friends, Sasha. Wife, husband, points back to Davy and then himself. Things were rocky with Ash at the time, but nobody wanted to see the guy die. And, Julius. I mean... And they geared their stuff just to kill, basically, Julius and Nicole. So yeah, talk about stress. Patricia's sitting back on the ship, which they would have just went there and killed her after they, if they had done us in.
I gotta be honest, Dad, I really hope those kids are never put into that kind of situation, with me there or not.
For your sake, I hope not. He nods and sips his tea.
For probably all of our sakes, I hope not.
Just have Memory End play Outlaw Country. Blow their brains out. Stupid idiot girl.
JJ lets out a chuckle. We'll probably make their eardrums bleed just by the sight of Outlaw Country.
Can you believe your son thinks I hate you? He looks at Davy!
Davy looks over at Suletta. Looks over at JJ. She doesn't, though. This is just how Suletta and me have always been, darling.
It's the older sister kind of thing, son.
He puts his hands up. I'm sorry, I never had much experience having, an older sibling. I'm the oldest, after all.
But do you know, and JJ knows the answer, do you know if Oz has gotten any sleep at all? Suletta grimaces again!
JJ grimaces. No, he hasn't.
He sighs, shakes his head.
He rubs his face. Yeah, no, I just don't know. Laz hasn't had, from what she says at least, me and Sam talked to her about it, she hasn't had a good shot at confronting him while he's down there. She says that's the best time to do it.
And you see? Points down at JJ, then over to Suletta. She thought you and Elizabeth would screw things up. And here you are. You haven't done anything wrong, either of you. Suletta, there's a reason I took down the doomsday clock. I was wrong.
He finishes off his tea.
I knew Memory End would be stupid, sorry, but yes, go ahead. Points at JJ.
To be honest, I fully understand why you would have put that up.
Well, you and Elizabeth are proving to be the only stable of this generation of Rainfall children in terms of relationships. And the older generation as well, given finally Julius has fixed it with Patricia.
Davine does a faux wiping off the sweat of her forehead. Thank God.
Yeah, see? You should have had those familiars of yours on fucking Soul and Carter. Mr. Snuffles could have just slit Hazel's throat before she came out of the building, and the frog could have just, been the frog. Still let her laugh.
Davine starts to laugh. Yes, I don't think Norbert would have a lot he would be able to do in that situation.
No, other than perhaps give Frederick somehow sight through Norbert's eyes as well. So then, when Frederick sees drama about to unfold, he can just show up in his gangster attire and beat somebody to death with a pipe.
What basically equates to a Hawaiian shirt, but a polo.
A really ugly one, too, you know?
It
Doesn't it look like somebody vomited on it, dear?
Exactly. It has like this weird pale yellow color to it, and the texture just looks weird, and the pattern looks disgusting. It's just not a good shirt.
It's quite disturbing, actually. Yes.
Gigi starts to laugh.
I've seen it, you know, over at Clive's. Samuel keeps it in a compartment in his chassis, I guess the word would be.
He does.
Yes, she shrugs and keeps it pressed and cleaned in like plastic, as if you got it from a dry cleaner's.
Oh, but just in case he needs to bust it out, then.
Oh, they're always looking out for her.
JJ starts to laugh. Davine smiles at Zuleta and leans over to her. I need to talk to you about something, Zuleta.
Mm-hmm.
I have an idea for a present for Mark, and was wondering if you would be willing to help me with it.
Oh. Sure. Would you make me some eggs, hunk? Sure! You want some, dear?
Oh, yes, please, darling. You know how I like them.
He'll go into the kitchen, kiss Davine on the head.
She looks at Zuleta and will type a picture to pull up the Mustang that she wants to make for him, and will show it to her.
Oh my god. That's a Shelby GT. It's the Steve McQueen one he really liked.
She nods. I want to remake it for him.
Well, we just have it simply fabricated and it can be done in a matter of minutes.
She shakes her head. I want to remake it for him, Zuleta.
Oh, sweetheart. He looks at Davy. You realize that was like 740 some odd years ago or something like that?
I know, but I have to.
I think it's a wonderful idea. Just it will cost. If Oswald can find the original parts for this eclectic spy prototype jet, I guarantee you there are collectors out there that still have these. Probably right here on Earth.
I'm sure there is. She is like scrolling through pictures of.
And you want to build it from the ground up. You don't want to just purchase one.
Exactly. We think Julius with the Escalade.
Blaze nodding his head. Good taste.
Oh yes, he has wonderful taste.
I'll assemble a crack team to get the job done. I know just the individuals.
She smiles at Zuleta. Oh, thank you, Letty. She'll lean forward and give her a kiss on the cheek.
She'll give Davine a slight hug. Towns is busy, more busy nowadays, but Clive is an electronics engineer, so he can do the electronics as Towns did for the Escalade all those years ago.
Of course. I mean, he like I don't know.
She puts her finger up. Oh god, I need Zap. That's the problem, and Zap is currently kind of engrossed with the World Championships. Blaze, gross.
Davine sucks some air through her teeth.
I mean, Scar is useful, very useful. She's talking so Hunt can't hear. Very useful, but no mechanic he is. Zap is the mechanic. I need Mr. Tarak. Yes.
JJ nods. So is this something you want to wait until after the championships to do?
Well, we can start sourcing the parts now. Scar is excellent at that type of busy work.
Davy nods. Yes, start having him source the parts, and then after the championships we can start assembling those parts together. I don't think he would be able to focus, let's say, on the creation of the car, otherwise.
No, currently he's occupied with when you set him on fire. And Dargos.
I never did that.
We know. He's just... No more championships of SWOTOR after this. This is the final one. I understand it's for his sake, Patricia making him happy, but this is it.
Oh, I 100% agree. It's... Having this happen every 20 years is far too stressful.
Imagine if we did it every year, as they do most major sporting events.
Just around this time of year, Zap becomes... Well, I don't want to be rude, but somewhat useless.
Baby girl eviscerated me.
Baby girl used her ODM gear on me.
This is an excellent idea. We'll begin. I'm going to Clive's for... as Hunk comes out with the eggs. Dinner, he'll set the plate down for Davine and Suletta, and one for JJ. He might be depressed, but eat.
JJ nods and he'll start eating the eggs.
I'm going to Clive's house for dinner tonight, so... Yes. Oh boy. Oh, that guy. Oh, poor guy.
How... I know he must impress, Suletta, but how high are your hopes for this?
Well, let's see here. She'll put her hand out. One finger up, I'm coming. My daughter, my only daughter, is coming. Carter, my son-in-law, their friend and compatriot in battle, and his significant other. The bar is high. Anybody can just put food on a table. He could just go to McDonald's or something. That's what I told your son, anyway. She shrugged.
JJ nods. He has to impress. That's the thick and thin of it. He will start eating the eggs.
I'm sure he will.
Oh, yes, I'm sure he will. I think there's nothing that man wants to do more than impress you, Suletta.
When we get back Monday morning, you'll let us know how it turned out. Oh, yes, I will. Don't worry.
Would it be too much to ask you to record the evening?
Maybe I can discreetly, yes. I don't want to make anyone uncomfortable.
Oh,
I wonder
no.
if the Stooges will dine with us. I don't quite understand the dynamic in that house. Scar and Clive make sense, but the Stooges wandering around is just kind of like... And then there's Father and Nora and... What's his name? Jaden? Jasper! That's his name.
Yes, Jasper, the Chucky doll sound alike.
When I walked in there the other morning, Jasper and Nora were in their height chairs at the table with Father. Hunk snickers. Oh, laugh.
Were they eating club sandwiches and beef stew, Blaze?
And overly salted chicken noodle soup, yes.
David starts to laugh.
Their favorite meals.
Oh, yes, they... Well, I'll speak for Julius and Nicole. They quite enjoy those meals as well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Julius loves him a good beef stew. Nicole her club sandwiches. They really weren't subtle about it, were they?
No. When it came to Father and his memoirs of a bad relationship, they were at least somewhat subtle with it. You know, as subtle as they could probably be. They weren't subtle at all with Jasper and Nora.
I just don't understand why they've waited like 20 years to like go at it, you know? They like to play the long game, I'd imagine. Hands behind his back, nodding his head.
JJ shrugs. Some kind of, well, it isn't the best term, but some kind of long con, maybe?
Who knows? Taking a slight sip out of her tea.
JJ chuckles, pierces some of the eggs, and takes a bite.
As Hunk will attempt to feed Davine some of the eggs. Flashing to the city. Now, it's daytime here in the city. This planet, daytime. Sun's out, should be like 500 some odd ridiculous degrees, because it's a desert planet that orbits multiple suns. So, a lot like the Moog, if you will. And it's like the hairs on the back of your neck, goosebumps cold if you have exposed skin.
Something doesn't feel right.
He's just staring at the bird who's staring at the side of Polymorph Memory Hand's head.
Crutter's staring at the birds.
Is this like a fucking crow or something? Memory Hand ravens, I think. Yes, it's a raven.
Are ravens supposed to be natural on this world?
He just looks at the group.
I don't know, but I don't think I ever heard of them doing that before, as he's looking up at the rest.
You see these guys last time? Were there birds around here last? I don't think so, right?
Crutter shakes his head. No. No birds that I could see.
I didn't see a single bird, let alone a bunch of ravens.
Memory Ann will snap her finger in front of this one and it just stays completely still. She moves out of the way slightly. It's not staring at her, it's just staring forward. Right.
Laz looking at it. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but ravens don't usually appear in desert environments.
Pull up your... before we go in, your wrist computer, Ricardo. Are ravens native to this planet?
He'll look up, see if ravens are either native to it or had been introduced.
No.
Not only are they not native, but this says they ain't even been introduced.
She just looks back at Carter. A very concerned body gesture from Okier. Maybe we just get back on the ship.
Carter...
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Carter's eyebrows start to come together, and he looks around. Where are the guards?
We could knock on the door and find out. I don't see them on the wall. Do you see anybody on the walls? Samantha's group, Sol, Elizabeth, Benjamin. And from there, Sam's just looking up at the flock of birds.
Sol looks around, not noticing any of the snipers. Sol here. No snipers, no guards from the looks of it. Not on the walls, at least. They're in the city.
Look at that. He gestures up to Sol. There's a perfect spot where there's no birds. Benny, I don't like this.
Sol tilts her head and looks at Sam. What are the odds this is a trap?
She picks up some sand and throws it up at this bird. It hits it and it doesn't move. Hi.
What kind of feeling is Sol getting off these birds?
Well, if she tries to focus her thoughts and presence into them, she tastes... Well, she smelled dead bodies. She smells and tastes like dead bodies. Flesh. No feeling. Just kind of like when the saint is around. She gets the saint taste.
Colt and Sam see her jaw lock in place as she's staring up at the crow.
You good? Colt comes over behind her, hand on her shoulders.
Death. That's all I get off of these. You know how I can taste like cigarettes? When the saint is around, I taste and smell death.
Perhaps we should, on our radio to Ricky and there's group down here, maybe we should abort?
I don't know. I got a bad feeling, but I don't think we're gonna get another chance, right? They gotta find those grenades if we wait too long.
Takes one of the birds in his giant hands, sets it down over here. It just caws and flies back to its spot.
Ain't ravens supposed to be a sign of bad luck or bad omens?
She's getting very concerned.
Carter puts a hand onto Marianne's shoulder. If we don't get those slaves out now, we don't get them out at all.
And we don't get any data, and we have a mission to complete. Knock on the gate, get in so the other squad can infiltrate. We'll deal with the birds after.
Yes, ma'am.
Laz nods. She'll turn and knock on the gate.
The mechanical gate starts sliding open. One of two guards from last week.
She's breathing heavily. Can we come in?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. She nods. Okay. She looks at Memorian.
Let's go. She nods her head up.
Yes, ma'am. Carter, Laz, my characters will make their way into the city.
Ricky will as well.
What are you guys doing? Looking for a drink or something like that?
We certainly need one after what we just went through.
What's that?
We just got in a bad tussle. Some stupid gang on the frontier jumped us.
You want to take a tussle with those things? He gestures up to the birds, one of the sniper guards just staring up at them, his hand on the back of his head.
Carter looks over. They've been around long?
Showed up this morning. Well, no, 5 a.m. when I got up for my shift. Here. They were here.
I was hoping they was here with you. If they're not, then that's not a good feeling, is it?
No. Seagulls, I think. Those are not seagulls. Under his breath.
Well, whatever they are, it doesn't feel good to have that many of them looking down at us.
Creepy. He looks up at them. Migratory, mating. I think that's what, somebody said.
Carter nods. That's most likely what it is. The bar's still open this time of day?
Nods his head. Always open 24/7. Have fun. Go out through the town. Going through the stock. Nobody's bought the live stuff. You came here what? Last week, couple weeks ago. Sell a bounty. Nobody is buying. So it's a good day.
Right. They're like about town, the slaves?
Everybody's having their fun with them. Some eat them. Some maybe worse. Gesturing back this way, they see this guy beginning the process of RAPE.
He looks over that way, then at me.
Fuck. Under a breath.
Right. Thank you, sir.
If you're in the market for organs, they're about to strip that one. Gestures towards the building. They can see her unconscious on the table.
Sounds good, sir. Here you go. He'll toss him a credit. We think we're gonna get a couple drinks first, though.
Oh, he'll catch it. Thank you kindly, and close the gate behind Ricky.
Thank you for letting me in. And
Go and get yourself something to eat like last week. I think the doppelgangers are lining up one of them if you're hungry.
See how I'm feeling after a drink, huh? Might not have much room left after earlier. But thank you for the offer.
Carter will give him a smile, look at the rest of the group, and nod to them all. And he'll start making his way through the city, checking everything out that he can.
This is bad. Under her breath, Memorian.
This is terrible. He looks around. We can't go through the wall, can we?
Not if they're... That's wool. He's gripping his gravity hammer.
Stand down for now. We don't want to make a scene.
Yes, sir.
He's keeping an eye out over here. Does Laz notice this happening?
Yes.
Oh, shit. He's doing it again. The guy with the knife, he's throwing it at the slave.
Not good.
She shakes her head. The doppelganger and... Well, there was supposed to be 1, 2, 3, 4. There's supposed to be one more. We need to find it.
Get up on the wall.
Was that to the secondary group?
Mm-hmm. Get up on the wall, Ricardo. Go find the fifth and final. It should be female.
Yes, ma'am. He's gonna start walking around looking for her.
Soul nods, looks over to Sam. You hear that, ma'am?
Sam, she's got a rope, and she'll climb up on the wall, but staying very low. Holding the rope in place for others to climb up.
Soul looks up. Okay. She'll make her way over and start climbing it up. I don't think Misty stepping up there would be a good idea right about now.
Colt right behind her. Everybody staying very low. Elizabeth and Benny behind them. Benny's snapping his fingers at the bird. We should leave.
Elizabeth shakes her head. Remember, Anne said we're staying, completing the mission. We have to complete the mission. She's looking around. Does she notice the slave in this house?
Which one?
The slave around the UAR.
No.
She'll get onto the radio. No sight of the fifth slave from our point of view, ma'am.
Wonderful. Under her breath, go, Ricardo.
Yes, ma'am. He'll go.
Try to buy that man time, Carter.
Carter nods and he'll start making his way over there.
Laz, try to buy the knife. I don't know. The knife thrower time. Okir and I will buy time for that one. There's nothing we can do for the woman being raped.
Yes, ma'am. She'll make her way over to the knife thrower.
Ricky going around. Colt's scanning with some type of... They're low on... They might be on the wall, but they're all lying low. Colt's scanning with some type of scope. Ricky, there's a bunch of people in that building. I can't tell if it's the UIR guys, but I can see infrared signature. They're beating somebody. It's gotta be the final slate.
Understood. Is there windows on the building?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's like a domed building, too. Part of it, the front part of it, and then it's the 3-story building behind it.
Then he'll walk up and peek in the window.
Yeah. He sees them taking turns beating her. Most likely have had their fun with her.
They got the girl, the other slave. They're taking turns wailing on her.
Great. Under his breath.
And it's the UIR guys, so...
The only guys that pose a threat in this portion of the city. Wonderful.
Yeah. Think we're gonna have a big fight getting them all out, ma'am.
Memory Ann can't respond because she's in conversation. She will respond in a second. Carter sees, they're going to town. Tenderizing the meat! Whips the guy.
Carter walks up, rubbing his hands together. Mind if I have a few lashes, gentlemen?
Looks Carter up and down. Human wants to eat human. Licks his lips.
What, you got a problem with that?
Hands him the whip happily.
He'll take the whip up and take his step forward. I don't gotta pay for this, right? This is, all you can eat, basically.
All you can eat. This one rubbing Carter's lower back because he's very small.
Very nice, very nice.
Which part of him you want?
Oh, you gotta get where the meat is the most. The ass, man, obviously. That's where all the fat is.
Liver's the best.
Really, really. I've never been really an internal organ man myself. I like the outer stuff. Easier to get to, faster to cook, faster to eat. You know what I'm saying?
Makes the best pate.
Really, I've never tried liver pate.
Mm-hmm. Elves are the best. Pretty people taste better.
I've only ever managed to get no offense to anyone around here, but some alley scum. That's all I've ever managed to get myself. So I've never managed to eat anyone of the attractiveness of, let's just say anyone attractive.
We have. Hand on his stomach. Rubbing Carter's lower back faster.
Really? Really? You want to tell me about that?
Whip him.
Sure. I'll whip him. He'll turn to the guy and give him a whip.
Wait. Stops him. Take his eyeball out.
With the whip, or you want me to do it with the knife?
He'll pull out a knife. Appetizer.
He'll take the knife.
Don't you dare, Carter.
Spin it around in his hand. 20 credits says I can do it with the whip.
Knife.
He looks at the knife. That is just so unsportsmanlike. Come on, 50.
Knife.
He'll put his hands up.
Run interference, Ricardo.
I will do my best. I'm not great with the eyes, though.
Claim you want to buy her, Ricardo, before Carter has to take out her eye.
He'll start walking up. Hey, how much for that one, out of curiosity?
Looks at Carter, who's holding the knife.
Well, if someone wants to buy him, I can't really say anything about that, can I?
What we supposed to eat?
Well, I could easily buy you dinner at the bar, if you're up for it.
Sloppy seconds from the UIR.
Or, I'm gonna be heading out looking for more jobs after this. I could maybe try to bring you back some prime meat on my way there.
Looks up at Carter.
He shrugs. Some prime meat. He points to Ricky. Get us someone real attractive looking at. You said elf was the most attractive?
Pretty women taste the best.
Yeah, get us a pretty elf, yeah?
Well, that I could do. Say I buy the person right here, use them where I need them, and I get you a pretty elf. That sound like a fair trade?
What do you want him for?
You're not gonna be good for much, but menial labor on the ship before he passes before too long.
Looking at the guy. What's Laz doing?
Laz walks up to this guy. Hey there.
Sweet cheeks.
Yeah, you remember?
Pitching the knife in his hand.
Playing another game, are we?
We're not the only ones. Is this lady screaming for help?
Oh, yes, I can hear. Trust me, I wanted to get a piece of that, but, let others have their fun. Yeah, she smiles at him.
Tries to hand her the knife.
Oh, she'll take the knife. Now, from before, I don't throw unless something's on the line.
He'll look at her. Don't need credits, really.
She looks at him, raises her eyebrow. Now, honey, this kind of bet? Well, let's just say I'd need a lot of credits to get that kind of thing going.
Give me that knife back.
She'll hold the knife. Unless, of course... She nods towards the slave. I can keep him?
You want to keep him? We were going to chop him up, feed him to the... whatever those are.
She looks up. I just call them birds, honestly.
He'll walk up to the guy, start inspecting him with his hands on his face. Skinny, useless. 2 steps from death.
She shrugs, shakes her head. Now, even people 2 steps from death have their uses. She'll look down at the poor slave's crotch. She'll look up at Sandra. This alley walker, she bother everyone a lot?
Nodding his head. He strikes Sandra with the butt of his rifle. Falls back this way.
She looks at the 2 of them. Now, gentlemen, before we get down to business, would you mind at least taking her away?
Yeah, I guess we could do that. Just throw her in the bar, I guess.
She nods. I would thank you kindly for it.
You want to buy him? Take him to the office over there.
Yes, sir. She'll start to take the guy down off of the bullseye. That's what it's called.
They take Sandra to the bar.
And she'll start taking the dude over to the office where they said it would be at.
Looking behind him. Okay. One here. I think we've got that one bought. Memory Ann's using her money.
That's nuts. I'm gonna have to use my money for him.
And he... Shoulders shoot up when he hears that lady scream for help again. Oh.
Laz looks up at him and squints her eyes. Stay calm, Okir. We're gonna need you on this.
Yeah. Yeah. Fine, you keep him. He's ugly anyway.
Well, I thank you kindly. I'll get my use out of him. May I? He's gonna put hand towards where he is.
Help him carry him back, kid. Rubbing Carter on the back with the other guy. We'll find some rats we can cook up for you.
Alright. Well,
You ever have rat burger? You like rat burger?
I have, actually. I do quite enjoy rat burger. He'll hand the dude back the knife. Don't want to steal your knife.
Thank you.
He'll pick the guy up and get over here, dude.
Lets out a grunt as they run off to go look for rats. He can't walk.
Carter will pick up one shoulder. Get the other side, will you?
Yes, sir. He'll get the other shoulder. Might not get as much use out of him as I thought, but cheap is cheap.
Yeah, it's your money. Or your deal, at least.
Alright. He'll start helping walk him down towards the office.
Look at those birds on the robot, Sam says, looking up at the birds, just hundreds of them perched on the giant robot.
Soul squints her eyes at them. It's like they're sort of gathered everywhere, but that's a huge gathering of them, right?
Colt starts saying something, but she can't hear whatever he's saying. She can see him gesturing. Benny nodding his head, probably saying something too.
She starts looking around worriedly. Elizabeth notices this and starts to lean forward towards Soul. Soul continues to look around at the two of them talking.
Colt looks over at her, snaps his finger in front of her face.
I can't... Are you saying something to me?
He's definitely gesturing. He grabs her shoulders lightly, points to his ears, well, where they would be.
I can't. I don't know. It's like someone cast silence. She starts to feel around for like a silence spell cast on her.
She can't feel it. All she can hear is this lady screaming for help and this lady doing the same. Very loud.
They're screaming so loud. She covers her ears. Ah, they're very loud.
Then he starts reaching around his med kit, but doesn't really know what to do.
Elizabeth grabs onto her arm and starts to do exactly what Colt's doing, just hand on her shoulder and starts snapping in front of her.
Colt will take his helmet off, point to his eyes for her to make eye contact.
She makes eye contact with him, and he can see that she starts to cry. They're hurting them. They're hurting them so much.
Then the scream stops.
She goes like completely frozen for a second, blinks a couple times, and starts looking around. I can't hear them anymore.
All she can hear is a caw coming from this direction.
Her head slowly turns that way.
And this bird, wings are up, just cawing at her.
She tilts her head. Is that bird cawing?
Still shaking her lightly, trying, but she's transfixed on the bird.
She tilts her head one way and then the other. I'm listening.
Feels like somebody takes an ice pick and shoves it right into each temple.
She lets out a blood-curdling scream as she grabs onto her head and, like, bends down. She's on her knees right now, but she bends down in, like, a bowing position.
Everything goes black for poor Soul. As she finds herself, she feels immense heat, and then her vision starts to return towards her.
She's still grabbing onto her head. The heat surrounding her. She starts to look around and she notices the pile of skulls in front of her, and she takes like a scared step back.
A huge amorphous eye opening up, peering through the flames, staring at her.
She starts to shake a bit, staring up at it. Does she get the same feeling of like death and decay from it?
Mm-hmm.
Did I do something wrong? Who are you?
The bird lets out a slight caw, sitting atop the mound of skulls, as she sees all the UIR guys there, just standing there, frozen in whatever position they were in the building. She could kind of see into, but not really.
She squints at all of the UIR guys and up at the Raven, and she starts to take like a slow couple steps forward up to one of them, and she like snaps in front of him.
She hears the sound of wet footsteps behind her. Little foot.
She closes her eyes, turns around, and then opens them.
Holding her hand is her child self covered in blood.
She completely scared look on her face, eyes wide, mouth agape. Her nose even like upturned at it to try to get the view away, but her eyes are glued to this image of her covered in blood.
She smiles up at her.
Hi there. Why are you covered in blood?
She gestures with her cute little bloody hand towards them all, and she just hears. She doesn't open her mouth. In her head, kill them all, kill them all, kill them all. It echoes slightly in her head.
That's what we're going to do, but we have to save them first, though. She looks at all the UIR guys.
The bird caws and flies away.
She squints at the bird and then at the UIR guys. And she'll start tilting her head in front of this one.
The eye closes, and the mound of skeleton skulls starts to topple. She just keeps hearing it in her head, kill them all, kill them all, kill them all.
She continuously opens and closes her mouth, closing her eyes. I am going to. We just need to figure out how.
She hears the sound of what sounds like a steed, a horse, let out its sound.
Her eyes open up and look up towards the skulls.
Standing where the raven was as the mound of skulls sets on fire and alights is this individual.
She takes a step back, staying in the same spot, just in a more defensive position.
Go ahead. Her little self disappears.
What are you?
This individual's sword alights, raises the sword and it alights on fire, and he points it down at Soul.
She tilts her head again at him.
Very elegant crown on this thing's head, looks elven, but no face.
You're telling me to kill them, correct?
The flame of the sword grows greater as all of a sudden, whatever gesture they were in life, they shoulder their weapons to their chest and stare at Soul.
She starts looking around at all of them, taking a couple steps around. Looks up at the guy, and she looks at the UIR guy and tells them, kill every terrible person that I think is terrible in Port Nowhere.
shouldering their weapons and hunching over into a combat stance, the weapons on their shoulder, some of them having to load their weapons as Soul finally coming back to reality. She can hear again, and all she hears in her fucking ear is, Jesus Christ, Samantha, what is going on up there? Everybody in the town is now back in looking up at the wall. They're lying low, so they can't quite see who's up there, but everybody's all spread out now.
Carter looking around on his comm. What the fuck is going on with my sister, Colt?
I have no idea.
Okay. Well, at least she stopped screaming.
This robot, concerned to look out the window as everybody else is staring. This guy stopped his business with the lady.
I need to get ready to fight.
Yeah, we're fucked.
Fucked like you can't believe it.
And then, interestingly enough, on the wall, Carter can now feel something here, so can Memory Ann, and so can... I even imagine Laz and Soul sees where the Raven was. The ghostly image.
They all see Carter's hair stand up on the back of his neck, and he slowly turns towards this figure. Am I going crazy, or did you guys see that?
See what? You look like you're seeing a ghost, dude.
We are. She shrugs. This guy, he gets up to actually go outside and investigate.
That isn't right. That's a ghost. Do you think that's what has all the ravens around?
She's almost cowering, Memory Ann.
Laz has started to walk into the building with the slave that she has, and she bumps into Memory Ann on accident.
She jumps.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
The fuck is going on in this town? Coming up.
Carter looking around. I'm getting some bad juju about all this.
Shit. He looks around. Ricky.
Yeah.
Give me... He picks this lady up, this guy up, shoulder that guy on my back. He hunches over.
Alright. You're gonna have to hold on as best you can, bro, because he's gonna get you out.
Lets out a whimper. He grabs onto Okir's armor. I'm getting them out of here. Before whatever happens. The other two... Find a way. The guard's off the gate. He gestures. This is the chance to get at least some of them out.
Yes, sir.
Don't hang around here. As he starts running out.
Shit. Guess we gotta get ready.
Well, Soul is now in control of the UIR guys. She can see through their eyes.
She starts to look around her in her body. She starts to look around everywhere, and I like to imagine her eyes are glowing silver while this is happening, periodically changing hues in a way. And she'll command all the UIR guys to leave the building, and some of them to go up here and take care of these 5, while the rest of them start making their way down and wiping out everyone else.
Use of description as one at a time. They come upon the doppelgangers and these individuals.
She tilts her head at them, and through their mouths, she speaks all of them in unison. Despicable cannibals. Unjust. And she will make 2 of the UIR guards shoot the doppelgangers in the knees and then straight through the collarbone and the neck, so they bleed out instead of just dying immediately.
Falling over.
And these 2, the 2 above, they turn to the 2 on the left and the 1 on the right, and they open fire on them.
Memory, and now what's going on? She comes out here.
Should I limit break, ma'am?
I think so.
Carter nods. Yep, limit break. he'll walk out and start looking around and seeing what's happening.
The giant mechanized robot actually, before Colt can even detonate it to sabotage it, the weight of the birds crush it, well, knock it off its balance, and it crushes these guys up here. And the birds stay on it.
The four of them on the wall with her, they start to see souls start to shake as these four UIR guards up here look at them. And through their mouths again, they say in unison, "Slavery, the owning of another, quite possibly the most unjust thing I can think of. I believe Livna will quite enjoy this one." As one of the UIR guards will take their gun and start shooting in the same exact spot over and over again until about a baseball-sized hole is through one of the three up there, and the rest of the UIR guards will take a hold of these two, hold them in place while the other one shoots both of them through the head.
Memory and Ricardo, Carter, get the woman that was being raped. Kill whoever's in your way.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
And there are quite a few people in the way.
Carter is going to pull his sword out and walk in.
Ignite his keyblades and follow right after.
They're all in the building, taking cover because they hear the gunshots. You don't have to roll initiative, just roll attacks. There's enough for all of you. Even Laz could get one.
Oh, she will. Carter is going to walk in and start swinging.
Same for
Flavor up a couple each.
The one from Carter, he just walks in, the woman right in front of him. He'll take a sidestep to her and slit at her stomach, her innards starting to fall out, as he'll backspin around the sniper that was on the wall and decapitate.
Ooh, nay!
Ricky will swing in with the first strike, put a shot right through this guy's chest, turn, slash across this guy's chest, and then with the third shot, nearly cut this guy's arm off.
Ooh, grabbing his arm, screaming, what does Ricky do?
He will spend a key for flurry of blows, and basically just punch the guy in the head hard enough that his neck snaps.
This guy, the knife guy, is going for Laz, coming around with the knife!
Laz, as he starts to come up to her, puts her gun up, the purple smoke energy coming off of it, and she just, goes ham.
That felt good. That felt really good. Carter, Ricky, help Okir out, yes?
I got her. Hand her to me.
Alright,
Nice work, looking around the room.
thank you. Alright, hon, Soak here, we're getting you out of here. Just stay with him and he'll get you out, alright?
How many are left? One. Find the last one. What is going on? He looks over his shoulder. The sound of more gunshots will begin as, moving down here, the UIR dudes, and beginning their reconnoiter down this way. There's still this lady who's running for her life.
I have no fucking clue. The guards up here, one of them walks up to the robot.
You almost got my brother killed.
And stock strike to the head, continued stock strikes until the soul gem is crushed inside its head.
Dies. Sparking, reaching out for life, die.
They all turn their attention to that guy in particular, right there. You bastard! As they all start to spray and pray into this general area, this house, shooting into the walls and everything.
Killing all of them.
And then this group over here, this person running away, all she says is,
Do away with her useless life.
one shot, one kill, straight into the back of the head, coming out the eye. This guy, I like to imagine that the bullets are so well placed, a line across the neck that he gets decapitated from being shot.
Nice.
And the last two sniper guards. Yeah, do the UIR guards have grenades on them?
Oh, yes. Yes, they do. Emrian's standing here in shock, expecting to be shot next.
The UIR guards all look at her and say,
Get out of the way, Memory Ann.
She'll step back here.
grenade right between these two, killing them both.
Damn.
Laz, breathing heavily, watching all of that, she runs up to Sandra.
Julie's rainfall is a part of them. You need to go blow them up right now.
Looks over her shoulder. Jumps into the group. Hello, boys! I'm back!
Before she blows up, Soul releases her connection to them so they feel every bit of pain.
Exploding! As Soul standing on the wall straight up fine now, nothing they can do for her. They've come down and grabbed the last hostage coming this direction as Okir chugging back in. What the fuck? Brienne's just staring up at Soul and the rider.
Carter runs out of the building and starts to look at the two of them as well, as Soul stands straight up with a very proud look on her face.
So much for the plan.
I don't think the plan matters much when everyone's fucking dead.
Yeah, what the fuck just happened?
Colt handing the slave off to Okir. I got her. Ricky, stay with them. Go fight. I can get this little one back to the ship on my own.
Yes, sir. You'll meet
Where's the robot? Okay. He looks to see it crushed.
Carter shrugs. I think Soul had something to do with that.
Clearly. She gestures up here and it's just pointing the sword at Soul. Now everybody can see it. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, that's a ghost.
Laz walks up to it, staring at it.
I think it told her to do that. It wanted her to, and all these ravens are either it or a part of it in a way.
Colt, as long as it's on our side, I don't care. Lightly punching Okir in the shoulder and same, yeah. He runs off with the slave.
Yeah, I ain't gonna be the one to tell that thing no.
And Carter shakes his head. Neither am I. Should we get to the warlords now?
She's staring up at the rider. Colt coming up to Soul. Honey!
Soul continuing to stare at it. She snaps out of something. The trance when Colt says her name, and she looks down, and Misty steps down to him.
Sorry about that.
That was incredible. Aunt grabs her shoulder.
It felt incredible.
Move up cautiously. Memory Aunt moving up.
Carter nods. Laz.
Should I go back to the ship, ma'am?
Yes. Assistant, they'll need medical attention, and we need Benjamin here.
Yes, ma'am.
She'll make her way out to the ship.
Sorry you didn't get your mark, Elizabeth.
That's okay. I don't mind at all. I don't mind that all that just happened at all.
Friend of yours? Benny pointing up at him. The horse rears back and neighs, letting out fire from its nose.
Soul squints her eyes at it.
I think so. It is a friend of mine. What kind of friend, I'm not sure. But certainly a friend.
She'll continue to stare at it as Carter, seemingly almost drawn to staring at it, also just continues to stare at it.
In her head, she just hears the word more over and over and over, faintly, like the little bloody version of herself.
She starts to breathe heavier. More. We killed the warlords. More of them.
The horse rearing back one final time as the figure disappears into a cloud of black smoke, and the birds start flying away. Memorian, get me out of this ridiculous polymorph and get Ricardo out of his and get that stupid costume off. Sam starts taking off her gear.
Soul will snap and they're out at the polymorphs.
Let's go.
Yes, ma'am.
And they will. No guards left here. And they come into the Coliseum, the arena, if you will. And all the ravens are still here. And they see three of... They know there's supposed to be four of them. And they're having a discussion. This one This one panically gesturing around. This one arms crossed just staring up at the birds staring down at them. And this one loading what looks like a very heavy laser weapon.
Carter looking at the three of them. There's a fourth one. Be on guard.
Yes, sir.
He'll take a step forward. Do we want to surprise him, get a couple shots off first, or go about this in a different way?
Soul just keeps hearing more in her head.
Soul just starts walking up to them.
Huh? Guy turning around. This guy, two large energized axes in his hands. This guy's helmet lights up, the visor. Had to be EarthGov.
Her Centurion defenders pop into her hands. You're fucking dead.
Roll initiative! Had to be Nick Gov. Government of Lancaster. I hate it. I really do.
So close to Laguna Beach.
The beach of Evil. Banksy stayed there once. I hate Nick and Dasha. Now, for this encounter, their fourth and final compatriot always goes last.
Okay.
And he's in stealth, currently. Very interestingly enough, whatever's going on with Soul puts her right at the top of the initiative order with an out-of-this-world initiative roll. She's sitting at a 200.
Well, she is ready to fucking kill. She looks at the one who had his arms crossed looking up at the birds, and she will open fire on him. So that will be 2 priming shots. That one missed, but oh well. And sadly, that's all she can do at the moment.
Igniting his energy axes, running straight at Carter. all he can do is close the distance this turn.
Okay, gotcha.
Samantha being Samantha, as per usual. We'll move this direction and ignite her mana amp gauntlet. Old Hork. Gonna fire. He's standing in position. He's not gonna move. He's gonna fire his Gatling laser at Elizabeth. Hitting. For 7 points of damage. We're gonna do Ricky, because I can do the other 3 as we go.
Understood. He'll, seeing the dude in front of Carter, run up and try and hit him. That'll be his 3 attacks. One.
Why don't you just take that too from Benjamin, moving this way to shield the love of his life.
I'll take another attack. That's 2 hit. 2 charges, maxing me out. And that will be Ricky's turn this time.
Got it. Let's go with Elizabeth, because Colt is going to do Colt things.
Gotcha. Elizabeth is going to... Yeah. Make her way 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Make her way around like that. And she is going to... Fuck. She's going to try and harpoon herself. Not herself. Harpoon Hork towards her. So, I believe it's a strength saving throw of 16. I just didn't put it on the ability on accident.
Oh shit. Alright! Front and center.
So, he takes the 8 piercing damage. 10 for her. And then she is going to Stalk Strike. And since she has the Mauler equipped right now, she gets an extra 2d4 damage to it.
Oh
So,
shit! Flavor it up.
She shoots out the
Putting his arm up.
She shoots out the harpoon. Instead of it going through like the stomach of the chest, it goes through his shoulder, yanks him with that, and she spins around, stabs the Mauler into like his back, basically. It doesn't pierce his skin, obviously, but he certainly takes some fucking kinetic damage.
Carter's up.
Carter takes a look at this guy, and he says, I'm taking him right here. And he will go into a rage, bonus action, go into a rage for half damage.
Remember, magic damage is amplified.
Yes, sir, yes, sir. And he will make his 2 attacks. 1 hit. And with that 1 attack that hits, this gets triggered, which is technically magic damage, so it gets amplified.
Okay. Emrian's moving this direction, firing her plasma. She's dogging Horik with Elizabeth. Dogpiling, I mean to say. Putting damage on him. Okay. Boom, boom. Alright, anything else for Carter? So I have to add 20.
No, sir, nothing for Carter.
Ah, now. The eyes of his mask glowing, letting off a roar, and his footsteps are loud, and he's leaving gigantic depressions in the ground as he walks. Walking up to the group. Boom, boom, boom. And he's going right here. Large, energized mace. Read the description carefully. Where's the last guy, I wonder? Where's old Vingar? Coming out of stealth, behind poor Memory Ann, Carter hears her gasp as he wraps his arms around her neck, disabling her. Back to the top of the initiative order, and
Soul sees that happen and will immediately turn her guns towards Vingar. She's gonna try for a priming shot, which succeeds, and she will spend a couple sorcery points to make her next spell a bonus action to cast instead of an action, and she's going to cast haste onto Colt.
good decision.
So she gets another stack of primed. 10 of that. And fuck. That's all she can do at the moment.
Okay.
Other than move forward a bit.
Hitting Carter for 15 points of damage.
Yes, sir.
Carter now has one stack. Carter notices the armor he wears. One hit from these gravity axes is leaving Sear. He's breaking through the armor rather easily, being military grade tech.
Gotcha. Quick question. All the two like tank target damages, do they get halved by Carter's rage?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Yes, they do. Now, fortunately, I think he has. Yeah, he has a 15. She's gonna shoot Vengar, trying to stun him. It's going to fail. But she's still got her mana amp, got lit up. Horik, right in front of Elizabeth. Boom. Smashes Elizabeth with his cannon.
Shit.
Ah! She goes flying back. Samantha watching her in horror. Poor Elizabeth. Slamming into the wall, just the raven looking down at her. She looks up and sees just the raven looking down at her.
She sighs heavily when she sees the raven.
1 second. Yeah. Another one right into Ricky.
Good on. Good.
So take your turn, Ricky. Memory Ann can't do anything because she's still. I'm gonna put that on her. Take your turn. Colt is hasted. He'll make good use of it.
Understood. Well, he's going to see the big dude who just walked in front of him. He's going to open with spending all 3 Mushin energy to make these 3d6 rolls. On an even, so I do not get any attacks from it. So he'll take his 3 attacks of the Keyblades. Ooh.
Which one are you attacking? Sunder
Sunder.
or...
Sunder.
Okay, good. Okay, flavor up the 28.
He's going to expend the energy, miss with the strike that would have come from that, and then turn right back around and put a nice slash right across the visor of his helmet before putting 2 into his chest.
Nice.
And then he will actually spend a key, move here, and call him out. Come on, big boy. Let's see what you can do. And he will spend a key for patient defense, so until his next turn, all attacks made against him are made with disadvantage.
Got it. Colt, using that haste to a very good advantage, the sound of a rifle being chambered and fired very quickly, knocking this guy off of Memory Ann. So she's free. Anything else for Ricky before we get into poor Elizabeth and Carter?
Nah, Ricky's spent for this turn.
Elizabeth.
Alright, Elizabeth is going to make her way up and 10, 15, 20, 30. You know what? She's gonna go to right about here, and she is going to make 3 attacks with her Mauler. But first, before that, she's going to bonus action use Fighting Spirit, which grants her advantage on all her attacks and 5 temporary hit points. So 3 attacks against Hork, I should say.
Okay. Nice. He looks like an ex-EarthGov trooper of some type. The armor he wears and stuff like that. Trader or something like that. The weapon he has, definitely.
Elizabeth shoots him, hits him those 3 times, and sees that he's a traitor from EarthGov and just will sneer under her mask. A little emoticon of her, like, sneering at him pops up.
Grabbing his chest, looking up at Elizabeth. What's Carter do?
Carter is going to have to stay put, because that's how it works. But he is going to start attacking into Sunder. Tuchak. My apologies. Tuchak. So 2 attacks with the Sword of Men, electrical fury damage, and bonus action. Where is it? Static aura onto Tuchak. So
Double that.
yeah, 20 damage to him, and then he's going to take 20 damage each time it's Carter's start of turn.
Carter smells the smell of burnt hair on this guy getting electrocuted. Some type of alien species that's covered in a lot of hair.
Carter's nose like crinkles at it. Oh, gross.
Letting out a visceral roar into Carter's face. All attacks made on Ricky are at disadvantage, right?
Yes, sir.
Anything else for Carter?
No, sir, nothing for Carter.
Only take the 6. Only the 6 is gonna hit.
Alright, that means I regain 2 ki because of Limit Break, and I'm good.
Ah. The final slippery devil of their group. He's gonna come here. Whip up a shotgun. Scatter Soul right in the chest with it.
Soul is going to absorb shield that.
He looks shocked. Memory Ann's finally coming back to, grabbing her throat. Angry look on her face. And we will go to the top of the order, and it's Soulster.
Soul, who just got shot, she is going to use 2 sorcery points to use a Seeking Spell, which basically just gives her advantage on a spell attack, which Thundershot is a spell attack. She'll point the gun right at this dude's face and fire it off.
Grabbing his face, groaning. Memory Ann, fuck you! Looking over at.
Soul has stopped saying anything. Her eyes are glowing, her hair has started to rise, and she just has the most pissed off look on her face that anyone has ever seen from her.
Tuchak. Letting out that visceral roar. Hello? Okay. You're only gonna take 2 of his 5. But that's 3 stacks Carter has, so... Carter's got 3 stacks building.
Yes, sir.
Samantha. Shooting this guy, following suit with Elizabeth, and she's trying to draw his attention. She whistles sharply, and fuckface calls him, and he turns his cannon towards Samantha, not at Elizabeth. Protecting Elizabeth.
Oh, that's a good sister-in-law.
She'll pay for it. She'll get hit twice by his Gatling laser. Taking the hit, that's the end of Samantha and Horrick's turn. Benny's gonna move away from Carter, trying to stay in the mix. We'll go with Ricky, because I can cover the other 3 as Ricky goes.
Well, seeing the guy still in front of him, he's going to take 2 more shots. Neither of which are going to hit, but... You know what, I'll take the risk. He will take a 3rd shot using his bonus action.
This 25 is to Carter, by the way. 25 points of healing from...
Oh, gotcha. Thank you.
That misses as well. He's gonna back away again. Over his breath for a big motherfucker. You're not hitting me very much, are you?
He spins the mace up in a fury. Quickly.
That'll be Ricky's turn.
No problem. Memrianne, finally in the fight, raising her plasma rifle. Pick one and drop him! And she will fire her plasma rifle, hitting Horrick in the big extended piece of shoulder armor he has out. He deflects the plasma, but it definitely hurts him to deflect it. Elizabeth sees him stagger this direction, as Colt will follow order.
Elizabeth will call out over comms, "I'm going for Horrick!"
Colt following suit, shooting him in the back, now staggering them this direction. Elizabeth is up.
Elizabeth is going to take her last 2 shots with the Mauler. Also using her fighting spirit again. I should have said that first.
Flavoring with that crit.
One of them, it completely goes wide. She is still reeling back from, or you know what, him staggering forward from Colt. It makes her miss his shot, but her second one, him staggering, caused him to like lift up his chin a bit, exposing just a bit of flesh and skin, and the pellets and shrapnel and everything go straight into him.
Nice.
And since it takes a half action to attack, she gets 1 more, and that 1 more is going to be a stock strike, since she's out of ammo. After that, she is going to action surge, and 2 more stock strikes.
Nice. Ah! He's definitely getting beat up, but they're not dropping. They haven't faced an enemy quite like this, because they never got to fight the Xenomorph truly outright. A short, brief encounter. They're not falling over like the guys in the moat.
No, they are not. That would be all for Elizabeth. So Carter is going to... the tick goes off, so 20 damage to him, and then 2 attacks with the sword. Electrical fury damage. And I believe it's... No, it's discharge. Yes. Carter is going to 5, 10, go over here, so he's keeping him within like range, and going to electrical discharge.
Nice. Staying close to Samantha. Smart.
So just gonna make sure. This will also hit Sunder.
Yep.
So they both need to make a DC 15 dexterity saving throw.
Pick the low one. So they make it.
Yes, they do. That means they aren't snared, but because Tuchuk has the dot on him, he'll also take an additional 8 points of damage, modified by the aura.
Copy that. What's this guy doing? Up here. He stealths out. Ricky, Memory and Soul and Ricky, who are in this general vicinity looking, definitely saw him stealth out as Sanda. Now, you don't have to use this description. I'll give you a chance. Make a dex of 21 or higher and you don't get rooted. It's not a guaranteed root. We'll see if you can make it. Okay, so the kneecapper, you take the damage, but you won't be root.
Yes, sir.
So he fails in his attempt to root Ricky, keeping him in this aura, which is nice for now. Going back to the top of the order, Soul's up. This guy just stealthed out in front of him.
Soul sees that guy stealth out. She calls out, "The fourth one stealthed out again."
Memory Ann looking around, Colt's visor glowing, as is Benjamin's. They're infrared, heat-seeking. Colt, I'll find him.
Got it. She is going to turn to Horik, and since she's running a bit low on spell power, she is going to Arcane Surge, which will deal her that is weird. It's not on her sheet. 2d6 points of damage though. So
Nice.
11 points of damage, and all of her, she'll build 30 points instead of just 20 of all that damage pointed at Horik.
Alright, anything else?
Not from Soul, no, sir.
Well, let me get my dice. Let's see. Let's see how many stacks Carter's gonna get. Two more stacks. Carter's sitting pretty at 5 stacks. His armor ran. From old Baba Chuck. Samantha, holstering her laser rifle. Whipping out, trained by Ash, whipping out her plasma pistol, stolen booty. Not stolen. Captured booty from the bunk. Elizabeth sees this guy grab his face and almost fall over. He'll stagger back. Read what it does. He grabs his face, lets out a scream, almost drops his weapon. But he's still standing.
Got it.
Horik. that is aimed at Benjamin, because he's standing in front of Samantha, and Horik deems Samantha the most dangerous that he's seen so far that are engaging him. And Benny. Oh! Nay!
Yeah, Soul's gonna help him out there.
Alright, nice. That should make Elizabeth happy, as Benny was about to get riddled by laser. Very nice. Well, I think we know what we're going to do here, but before Ricky goes, Memory Ann puts her hand out, and underneath this guy's feet, he doesn't see it. Ricky sees it. The ground starts to get frozen. So read what it does. It's a simple, but in this fight, actually kind of really useful spell.
Oh shit.
Yeah, if you can get him to move, which, trust me, you can. And that's all Memory Ann's doing. We're gonna go to Ricky, because all Benny's doing is sending a heal Carter's direction. And I'll handle Colt. He's gonna do something different, though.
Alright, open up with 2 strikes.
There, this is to Carter. That heal, 20 points.
Okay, that first one's gonna hit. He's going to back up to here. Look at the guy, and again, seriously, man, you're like the 5th actual fight I've been in, and you're doing this shit? What are you? And he will spend another key for patient defense and wait for him.
Puts his hand up, clenches it. You can hear the metal armor that he wears adorn all over his body start to bend as he clenches his hand. Lets out a scoff and slips. His legs and feet go up in the air. Huge. He's super heavy. Huge depression in the ground as the sand of the arena kicks up, and he slips and falls on his ass for 1 point of damage, but his next turn is skipped because he's got to stand up.
That'll be Ricky's turn. He'll just chuckle and mumble dipshit at the guy.
Colt, series of shots, again onto Horik. Horik's active AC is now down to 17 as opposed to 19, and it was originally 21. Elizabeth's up.
Okay. Elizabeth is going to go up to him, not use Fighting Spirit this time around, but she will make one attack using the Stock Strike, which automatically hits because of
Samantha.
Sam. And because she has more heat than the 20, she'll deal an extra 3 fire damage, and then she is going to use Heat Hemorrhage, automatically lowering her heat by 10, so she can do it again. There it is.
Nice. Alright. Carter at 5 stacks. What's Carter doing?
Carter is going to say over the comms so Ricky can hear, "I need this guy off me in a couple seconds."
You got it, I'll fuck him up. My buddy's on the ground if you want a shot at him.
Gotcha. Get over here quickly then. And he will make his attacks. Alright. But the 20 damage does tick on 2 Chuck.
Gotcha. Elizabeth. Read the description of Ankle Pro Bomb. Revealing himself behind Elizabeth.
Oh, okay.
22 damage if she fails.
Yes, sir. It's done. Oof.
Next! Oh, they see Elizabeth basically we're not gonna say she's on her back, but an explosion go off and she falls face down into the ground, and she can get back up freely. It's no big deal, but yeah. He revealed himself right behind her. So he's in the open now.
She coughs and just like pops back up and ow!
Spending his turn to stand up, clenching his fist, throwing his fist then out to the side at Ricky, staring at Ricky because he's still fixated on Ricky. Back to the top of the order and Sol Winji.
I think she just needs to. Yeah, sadly. Soul is going to. Yeah, this ought to be easier. Soul's going to Arcane Surge again, and she needs more spell power, so she will. Instead of Hork, this time she's going to shoot at Fingar.
Okay, good choice. I'll do Samantha as I prepare to roll something in my little die catch for once. So, unfortunately for Carter, he's gonna lose Samantha's bonus damage on his next turn because she grabs Elizabeth. There's no fighting Samantha. She's a higher level character and much stronger physically than Elizabeth ever will be. Elizabeth gets tossed back this direction, putting herself in between the two combatants.
Yes, sir.
That'll be it for Samantha's turn. Doing that now for Babcha. You better get this guy off you.
Uh-huh.
Carter's sitting pretty at 8 stacks.
I have 7.
7. Good luck.
Carter will yell out, Ricardo, now!
Away.
Yeah, hearing that, Horik is gonna hit Ricky for 15 points of damage. They've fought a long time. Tuchuk, hearing the weapon winding up, ducks because he's halfway getting up, ducks down as he's getting up, clenching the fist at Ricky, and Ricky gets hit for 15 points of damage by Horik.
Okay.
Sparing Samantha this turn, I suppose. Benjamin Rainfall. Goes into Carter.
Yes, sir.
Carter's got a pocket healer this fight. Benny healing Carter will go to Ricky because Mimrian's gonna switch around, do some things, so is Colt.
He will run up behind Tuchuk, and mind if I tag in and he'll make 2 attacks. Oof. Use the bonus action for a 3rd.
Okay. Nice. We just needed 1 hit to draw his ire, so to speak.
And he will slash the guy in the back. I think I'd be a better partner.
He'll turn around and roar at Ricky, as he did Carter, which means an enrage is coming.
Understood. Do I still have key? Yes, I can. I'll spend 1 more for patient defense, and that'll be my turn.
Mimrian's moving. She's moving in with Samantha, but she's ice blasting Tuchuk as she goes by. Read what it does. It's something for me to keep track of, but just so you know what you can do. For future reference. You know what I mean?
Alright.
And Colt, on the other hand, is coming here. And as he goes through, we will be skipping Vingar's next turn because he stuns him. The flashbang, but he's definitely getting closer to Soul. And we will go back to the top of the order to Soul, Wenji, Cancer, Valorious, Rainfall.
Alright, Cancer is going to make his way right here, so that's 3 squares of movement, 15, and make 2 attacks. He's gonna reckless these. And then Tuchuk will take 10 points of damage from his dot.
Okay.
So those attacks, one attack hit, so that's 19 damage to Sunder, and he will move back a space and just gesture at him. Come on, big man. I thought you were strong.
Looks back at Ricky. He'll move towards Carter, though. Alright, misses.
Alright.
Now, Vengar is stunned. His turn is skipped. We go to the top of the order to Sol Winji. Proper.
Alright, let's see here. Sol is going to... Yeah. She's going to make one normal shot and one priming shot into Vengar.
Nice.
And then... One second, I have to make sure which one it is. That was the reflect, that was the explosion. Okay. She is going to put the Ring of Bacillus reflect onto Ricky.
Nice. Okay.
So next time he gets hit, 22 damage back at them.
Alright. Anything else for Miss Winji?
Nothing for Miss Winji, no.
I hate her.
As do I.
As mentioned before, the roar.
They are made at disadvantage because of patient defense.
He's still gonna hit 3.
Oh boy. Ricky's unconscious.
Don't worry. There's benefits to going down and out when Benny's around. Alright. Just so you're... Because Benny goes before you. I'll get to what Benny does. Hang on one second. Well... So Elizabeth's back here. Memory Ann and them are caught between Vengar and Horik. We'll see if Sam can make it. Sam does make it. So Elizabeth sees Sam take the hit from Horik's rifle, but not go fly back. I thought Sam was about to join Elizabeth back. I thought she was gonna join her. I really thought she was going to join her.
Party in
All
the
right.
corner.
There's about to be a party. You have no idea. Judging by the fact Nick isn't cheering, I suppose it hasn't linked yet.
Has not linked.
Anything?
Now
Oh,
I
there
see
we go.
it.
Okay.
Alright, let me get him to half health.
Then go ahead and take your turn as I will play out the other two.
He's gonna look at the guy in front of him and smile. How about round 2?
Looks really shocked, the fact that he's standing up. I like to imagine he turned to look at Memory Ann. Or, Colton Soul. So he turns around when he hears Ricky announce that.
Well, those 2 attacks hit. He gains an energy. And, one moment. he is going to use his last attack, spend both of his motion energy onto Blade Rush. Alright, so here's the d6s. One of those hits here.
Nice.
That will be his entire turn, but it's a pretty decent one.
Heart Trigger Patch is very nice. Same play happening on him again, trying to keep down their one of their heavy hitters, if you will. Carter sees the ice underneath forming. From memory, and Colt, much like earlier, orders are to focus down Hork. Now at a resounding 15 AC. Elizabeth, then Cancer.
Alright.
Because this asshole's slipping. Before you get into Elizabeth, gonna slip. He goes after you, though. But I'm gonna say it goes off now, so if you want to bang him at advantage because he's on the ground, then run away to get him to chase you, go for it.
Alright, sounds good. Elizabeth is going to... Her orders are to go for Hork. She'll switch out the Mauler for her normal shotgun. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Just to get a good shot on him. And she will make her 2 attacks with her shotgun.
Nice. Nice. Thank God for series of shots.
Mm-hmm. And bonus action, second wind.
Second, Bob. Cancer's turn next, and you know what's going on with that.
I'll do that in a second. Carter is going to, at advantage, swing on him. So, Tuchuk is going to take the 10 from the dot, and then Carter's going to Lightning Surge for another 10 damage to him.
Nice.
And then with the 7 electrical charge he now has, he will electrical discharge again. So DC 15 dex save.
On it. Well, we're gonna clear this from asshole. Is Carter gonna move at all, or?
Yes. Carter's after the electrical discharge, he is going to move down this way.
Spends his turn standing up, shaking his head, looking at Carter, but once again, they've all taken significant amounts of damage. They're not showing much signs of battle fatigue. These are definitely the toughest opponents these kids have ever faced. As Samantha's gonna take 11 points of damage into her back from the energy flechette from Bub Gar. And we will return to the top of the order.
Soul is going to... That's the wrong character sheet. Do the same thing she did before, firing a priming shot into Hork, this time into a normal shot.
Okay.
That is going to be all for Soul and Jay.
Tuchuk, since he's wants Ricky to move, he's going to attempt to throw Ricky against the wall. Doesn't do a lot of damage, but wants to get him in a better position. We'll see if he fails. Grabs Ricky's shoulders, tries to force him, fails.
just gonna chuckle and settle back into his stance.
Ricky will get his shot. At 1 sec. And it kind of sucks. Right into, not Soul, excuse me, Elizabeth's neck. From Samantha.
She yells out, "Thank you!"
Yeah, caught in between, grabbing her back because the armor's laden with superheated flechette, gives her a quick thumbs up. Nick Rick. For the first time ever, Captain Horik here is actually going to try and fucking move. He's gonna move right here. And attempt to bash Miss Winjay.
Well, looks like Soul's gonna go fly. Holy shit.
Nice! Alright, good. 8 points of damage, but she doesn't go anywhere as Ricky's health is what, Carter's health is what. This will make Benny decide who gets what.
Carter's at 54.
22.
Ricky gets the 19 healing from Benny.
Understood.
Alright, Ricky, Memrian, and Colt. Everybody knows what Colt's doing, so yeah. Go ahead with Ricky, I'll take Memrian.
Understood. He's gonna look up at him and start swinging. Whew. That is
Nice.
2 good hits. I'm gonna hit my rolls for this. It's 1. He'll spend his last key for patient defense and just wave him on.
Colt is gonna take Soul, much like Samantha, and push her back this direction. And we will be skipping Horik's next turn because he's stunning his ass for coming anywhere near his girl. Memrian put that damage onto Horik, her plasma rifle. Elizabeth, Cancer.
Cancer is going to look at him and egg him on by saying, "Come on, I thought this was a fight!" And we'll throw 2. Oops, not supposed to be at advantage. Here, let me reroll those. 2 focus shocks at Sunder.
Okay.
And he will spin his sword. Yeah, no, that's all he can do. He has to make a melee attack for static aura, so go ahead.
Elizabeth.
Yes, Elizabeth. Elizabeth is going to... 5, 10, make her way around that way, and fire... You know what? She's going to fire 1 shot into Horik using her shotgun. Chits. And then she's going to spin around, look at Fingar, and she is going to flash grenade him.
Nice.
So that is a DC 17 con check or be blinded.
16. Not the 19.
Alright, he is blinded until the end of their next turn.
They both have the sad face now. Very nice.
That is all Elizabeth can do.
I'll give you the same chance I gave Ricky.
What was the DC again? 21?
Yep. Nick! Well, now the plot thickens. Because either you get cleansed from Benny, take a massive hit. You either get cleansed from Benny as we go to the top of the initiative order because he's stunned. So, remember, he misses his turn. Horik's stun will remain until he gets to his turn and we skip him. What's going to happen here is either he's not dead. Benny cleanses you so you don't take a massive hit, or he heals Soul, or Ricky, or you. It's gonna be a rough turn, I think. So Wenji's up.
Soul Wingy has 2 prime stacks. She's going to shoot 1 normal shot into Horik for 10 more spell power. I'm gonna try the thunder shot. There we go. So that hits, yeah.
Anything else for Miss Wenji?
No, not that I can think.
Well, as the plot thickens, running through, Ricky hears the loud footsteps. Nobody's ever seen him do it before, because you've really never been in combat with him, but he slams his gigantic hand onto his armor, and all the runes adorned on his armor start glowing. What this means is for 2 turns you take no damage, even if they hit you.
Is that just for Ricky or for
That's for everybody. That's for
Okay.
It's a badass spell. And he also clocks this guy right over the head, knocking him back this way with his gravity hammer. Mind if I drop in?
No problem. I'm gonna go help Carter.
I'll take this guy. He lifts the hammers. This guy's grabbing his head. But he gets right back up from the hit. Now. I'll roll some. Yep, that is in her character, given who raised her. Goes flying this way! There goes Carter! All the way over here.
Carter is just very surprised. He looks at Sam and over the mic says, "Sam, are you sure?"
She braces herself for a hit, not saying anything as, let's see here. Horik's turn is skip, because he was flashbang. So he's Skipperoonie. "26 points of healing to Soul as Benny announces, I'm starting to run out of juice.
Just keep going, Benny. We're gonna be okay.
Memory Ann. Hitting Horik right in the side of the mask. He grabs his head, but they're all still standing. Even though Kier's slightly shocked at this guy's resilience. Ricky is up as Colt. Stunning Vengar.
He's gonna look around, and he will spend 15 points of movement to get up to him and take 2 shots. Alright, let me get my rules for this. Nice. He'll then see what's about to happen. Grunt and use the rest of his movement to get up to him, using his last attack for Blade Rush. That hits, so he gets 1 free strike on this guy. Which misses, but that will be Ricky's turn.
Elizabeth, then Cancer.
Elizabeth is going to shoot her shotgun at Vingar. That's in range. Yeah, it's unlimited. Oh,
Nay!
and
She's the crit machine tonight.
And then she's going to spin around to Horik and flash grenade. DC 17 con check.
Nay.
He said no.
Alright. Bonus action, heat hemorrhage, then on to Carter. Carter is going to look at Sam, realize there's no talking her out of it. Go up to Vingar and make his attacks. Why not recklessly? And then he'll apply his static aura to Vingar.
Nice. She puts her arms up, takes the hit, is staggered back, but it definitely hurts her. The hit she got. She gets knocked back against the wall. The massive hit, and he's closing the gap again. He's stunned, so we're skipping him and returning to the top of the order. As Carter sees Benny typing on his wrist computer, and Carter can see it flashes back red, he's out of heal.
Carter does just that. He inhales through his teeth.
He shoulders his P90 for the coming turn.
Soul is going to look at Colt, and she's going to say, I can do this. Just give me a second.
He looks at her, what do you mean?
She is going to, sorry, I had to change it back to the mouse setting. Boop. Run over to Sam, grab her by the arm, and she's going to cast Misty Step. So Sunder has to run up to them.
Nice. Take him up here.
Yeah, exactly.
That's good, that's good. Huh? Turns around, starts looking. Oh, nice. Looking back at Soul, Sam's stunned. Still dazed from the hit.
Soul starts to rub Sam's back as she'll point her Centurion Defender and just fire one normal shot at him.
Okay. Bobachuck books it towards Ricky. Can't do anything, but that'll be the conclusion of his turn as he's coming for Rick. He's coming for blood.
Understood.
The last healing dart going into Ricky. Samantha, that's all I've got. Bub Rick is up. Unloading into Solwinjay's back for 12 points of damage.
Yes,
Now, we will take Ricky's turn, because all Benny can now do, because the fight has persisted, is he'll put 20 points of damage into Sunder, trying to slow his advance down. Okir's not in the initiative order. He'll go when Ricky goes, because he showed up basically when Ricky went.
Understood. Well, Ricky's seeing the guy in front of him. He's going to try and rotate so that other people have a clearer shot at him, and he will take 3 Right, I'm out of key. Yeah. He'll take 3 Keyblade attacks against T'Chuk. Well, that'll be Ricky's turn.
Emrian's gonna summon a hailstorm. And as the hail hits, it doesn't even look like an inconvenience hitting Sunder, Horik, T'Chuk, or Vengar, and he has exposed flesh and stuff. Perhaps she should have focused on her studies more instead of being a brat. Colt out of flashbangs. Soul sees him reach for his flashbangs and look up at her. He's out of.
Soul looks at him. Just shoot him, honey, just shoot him.
Resounding 13 AC on Bubrick, Elizabeth, and then Cancer.
Let me see how much health she has. Yeah. Elizabeth is going to go right there, and yeah, she's going to fire into Horik. Bonus action Fighting Spirit, because why not? Alright, both of them heat. Her heat gets reduced. That's it for Elizabeth. Carter is going to spin around this way. Vengar is going to take 8 lightning damage at the start of his turn. And Carter is going to make 2 attacks. There we go. Then, as a bonus action, Carter is going to... No, he's going to stay put. Go ahead.
Ding. Moving up to Ricky, but that concludes his turn. Okir shoved the gravity hammer in this guy's face. Ricky sees the tusks on his face have broken off. Blood streaming out of his mouth, but oh man, this guy's a tough, fuzzy customer.
Understood.
8 points of damage to Cancer from Vingar. Returning to the top of the order. As the as the lights might start to dim here. Everybody's getting closed in. Solwenji is up.
Soul is going to 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Go right here. Right there, so she's still in the aura. And she is going to cast a... Fuck it, why not? A 3rd level Thunder Wave. So
Nice.
that'll be a DC 16 or be pushed back by... 1 second, let me read the spell real quick. Be pushed back 10 feet, so she's aiming it in the way to only hit Sunder.
Constitution.
Yes, Constitution.
Damn.
Damn.
He turns and stares at her.
She swallows hard, and will, using her last 2nd level spell slot, she's gonna Misty Step back over here.
He's hitting Okir, not Ricky. So Okir's armor is fresh, he can take the stack. Of course Ricky actually didn't get 1, but yeah. It's only 5, not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There you go. Oh, he's not dead. Samantha. Firing into Horik, priming him up for a nice hit. And a big round of damage. Horik. That's going to Okir. Benjamin. On to Vengar. Colt. Memory anniversary. She'll continue to almost desperately channel the hailstorm that does. Again, they're shrugging it off, but she can keep doing it until she gets hit. Ricky's.
Seeing that Okir's got him for now, he's going to take a few swings at Sunder. Oh, that was the wrong one, sorry. Last one hits. And he's going to back up over here. And that's all Ricky can do.
Elizabeth. Is she about to raise her shotgun, I assume?
No. Elizabeth is going to move back 2 spaces, harpoon to Horik, and stalk strike him.
Nice.
And since she has more than 20 heat, an additional 5 fire damage.
What will Cancer do?
Cancer is trying to keep Vengar off of Memory Ann right now, so he is going to make his 2 attacks. Vengar takes 8 lightning damage at the start of the turn. 2 attacks towards Vengar. And then... Okay. He is going to 5, 10, 15... 20. Use 5 electrical charge to electrical overload onto Sunder, which it's a Constitution saving throw of 15. Yep.
No.
He will then quickly move back over to Vengar.
Sunder spins up his weapon, points it at Ricky. What does Ricky do?
He's gonna just put his arms up and welcome it, motion to him to come on.
Thud! Boom! The big depressions he leaves in the earth as he walks. And Ricky sees him stop for a second as that same horse rearing sound goes off.
Soul will immediately look up and start looking around, trying to sense it.
All the birds start cawing at the same time. Starts looking around. This guy backs up a step away from Carter. Starts looking around at the birds that have been just basically watching them, cawing at them.
Carter lowers his sword and starts looking around.
Lifting his gravity hammer up, looking at the bird.
Got any idea what's going on, Soul?
Sitting atop their throne where they watch is that same figure, and everybody can see.
Soul turns towards the figure.
The horseman calls for its meal.
Pushing Elizabeth away from him. You brought backup, bitch!
Maybe we did. What do you give a fuck?
Typical Earthgov.
Typical intelligent Earthgov.
He'll try to fire a series of lasers up at it, and lasers can't actually do this, but it happens. They stop midair and freeze at it. The energy pulsating in front of the being.
Soul blinks a couple times.
I would appreciate some help in trying to give you more, my liege.
This guy staring up almost in terror at the figure. This guy comes over and knocks Elizabeth back again. What's Elizabeth?
Elizabeth gets knocked back, will switch to her mauler and try and stalk strike him.
Nice. And we'll let her do it as Vengar wipes some blood off of his lip. Couldn't win a fair fight even when you had us outmatched. Spits on Carter.
Carter wipes the spit off. We had you dead to rights, and you know it.
Loads a blue-tinted bullet, 2 bullets into his energy flechette, RC, and fires them up at the creature, because they assume it's magic. And then the bullets stop where the lasers are still floating. He looks shocked.
Carter starts to smile. Anyone else want to try and shoot it?
Marianne backs up, grabbing Carter. Benny backing up, pushing Ricky into the group.
Carter leans back into Marianne. What the fuck is about to happen?
I have no idea. Just stay together.
Yes, ma'am.
This person's your friend, right, Sol?
Soul looking up at the figure.
I think so. It helped me take control of the UIR troops.
Fire another round of RC bullets up to it. Yeah, that would kill me.
That would kill me. It would kill... Even if we weren't spellcasters, it would kill any of us.
Yeah, that'd kill me. I think the only one it wouldn't one-shot is Oak here. Maybe Sam.
Sam looks scared. For the first time ever, if Elizabeth looks back at her. As the sword ignites again, but no pain this time for poor Sol Winji. As a voice emits from, it sounds like around the arena, not coming from this creature. A booming, reverberating voice. And all it says, and it shakes the ground. Do you not know death when you see it, little insects? Raising his sword higher. This is my hour. And the sword starts to suck the air in around it. And as everything goes black for a second, fading into a realm, a very creepy place. Direction is off, everybody's split up. Samantha immediately coming over and grabbing Elizabeth, pulling her this direction. All those amorphous eyeballs open up, looking down at everybody. These guys starting to enter a panic.
Carter's eyes immediately go wide. He stands up straighter. He grabs onto Marianne's hand and pulls her in close to him.
Colt coming over, grabbing Sol. Up or down? Benny's terrified.
Put me up. Put me up.
She nods to him and nods up the stairs closer.
He will take her closer as Okir backing this way. This guy backing up the stairs, staring at Colt and Sol. You did this, bitch. Looking at Sol.
Sol slowly looks towards him.
And if I did, do you want to try to hurt me?
He looks at Sol as he lifts his axes. And a roar goes off, and a creature on what Nothing looks like a mix between a wyvern and a bird, really, or lands atop this portion of the cathedral.
Carter grabs onto Marianne and pulls her in even closer.
She starts screaming and pointing at.
He moves away from Sunder, closer to Okir, and just is staring up at it, slack-jawed, eyes wide.
Okir, lifting the hammer. Go ahead, Rick.
Got any plans, Okir?
Kill that motherfucker! Looking at this guy lifting his hammer.
That I can do, although I don't know how we're gonna get out of here.
Yeah. Horik lifting his rifle at Elizabeth. Coming out of the amorphous eyes, they come out, and everybody sees this creature snap Horik into its mouth as he lets out a scream of terror, cutting him in half, pulling him in. His large legs and gun are left behind in a bloody mess. Benny walking over this direction as Tuchuk raises his energized axes towards Soul, higher, preparing to strike, and appearing out of, it seems like a mist that surrounds whatever that weird necropolis is, lets out a shriek. He turns, starts chopping it up violently, disappears, and reemerges and consumes him whole, leaving behind his axes. The strange creature's neck elongates, coming down and dragging Vingar up in his mouth, leaving him in his mouth, dangling him there, just digging his teeth into him. This entity lets out a chuckle as he screams for his life.
Soul will look up at the entity.
Thank you for saving us.
Just wafting slowly back and forth as Vingar is still screaming, reaching out. He's actually asking Soul for help. Well, somebody down here is asking for help. Kill him. In Soul's head.
She turns her head towards Sunder.
Read his mind. Let's see what he had in store for you. And she can see into his thoughts. His last thought was bashing Ricky's head in. Then Carter's head in. Then Ricky's. Then bashing Colt's head in with his foot. And hitting Soul in the stomach over and over and over and over. He'd kill your unborn child. He'd kill the love of your life. He'd take everything from you.
Colt starts to see her breathe heavier and heavier, hand on her stomach, teeth grit. It isn't a gradual thing like how it usually is. Her hair just stands straight up, and her eyes glow the brightest silver they have in a very long time. She looks up at him. Take a few steps back.
He'll step back. Appease your deity. Kill him!
She'll take 2 steps up to Sunder, put her hand out, and lift him up into the air.
He lifts into the air, dropping his weapon.
And slowly, her hand is, all her fingers and her thumb is put together, and slowly, tantalizingly, viciously, slowly, does she start to part her fingers. At the same time, all of his limbs, joints, and bones begin to separate from each other.
Ugh, putting Ricky behind.
Yeah, thanks.
Slowly, she starts to lift up along with him. You are unjust, her voice echoing across so everyone can hear it. You deserve nothing more than the deepest pits of the deepest of the 9 hells. And she will basically in a ragdoll motion, send him down into the stairs, lift him back up, throw him into the wall, bring him back so he's eye to eye with her, reach under his, take his mask off, grab his face, and start to sear with lunar energy his face completely off. Start
letting out screams of pain and terror.
almost like that scene in Raiders of the Lost Ark when he touches the Ark of the Covenant and his face starts to melt off. That's exactly what starts to happen with this guy.
Everybody I play looking on in terror, except this person bobbing their head up and down, watching, studying.
And right before the last bit of life leaves this scum of the universe's eyes, she leans forward. You never had a chance. She lifts two of her fingers up, and like a Sub-Zero fatality from Mortal Kombat, takes his head off, along with his spinal cord.
A satisfied low laugh from this creature above, as Vingar's screams are stopped as this thing swallows him whole.
She lowers down to the stairs, turns to the entity, walks up, and gives it a bow.
Colt, looking around, comes up to her as the same sound plays. Everything goes black. Woo! And they're back where they started the fight. Only this thing's now here watching them. The creature letting out a slight snarl and then another roar as it flies off. What the fuck? Marianne falls to her knees.
Carter does the same. We were not supposed to be there. That was death. Anyone who goes there dies. Why are we alive?
Sam, checking over Elizabeth one final time, pats her on the head, storms into the building. Colt cradling Soul as there's one raven left. And before anybody can say anything, it plops on Soul's shoulder. Huh? Coming up to everybody!
She smiles, kisses the raven on the cheek area, even though a bird doesn't really have a cheek. Kisses it on the cheek and starts to pet it.
It melts like ink into her. Benny, that's new?
She looks over. A gift, I think.
Were we just in hell?
Sam coming out with a hard drive. Pick her up. Benny, done. Picks Elizabeth up. Okay, yeah. Picks Ricky up.
Hey, whatever.
We did it!
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
Pick me up, Carter!
Carter stands up and picks Marianne up. He looks at her. That was not icy, right?
Take me out of this accursed place, Carter!
Toot sweet, hun. Toot sweet.
Move out, squad! Good work. I assume that's the hard drive, Sam. Tucks it away.
Carter looks around. Let's get the fuck out of here.
And they will. Quickly returning to the ship. Laz up. Oz is asleep. Laz coming to greet them. Elizabeth and Benny are checking on they're not quite up here yet. Okir, everybody relax. Laz doesn't know. Laz knows what happened. She watched through the cameras. I assume she would want to. She even somehow saw into the other realm through the cameras. Almost as if somebody allowed it.
Laz runs up to them and immediately grabs Sam's face, starts looking it over, goes over to Soul, and Cold starts doing the same to them. Is everyone okay? What the hell was that?
I think I'm gonna have nightmares for the rest of my life, which is now gonna be forever. Okay, that guy's on our side. It's fine. He shrugged.
I don't care whose side he was on. We just went to hell.
Yeah, wrapping his arms around Soul.
Carter looks at Marianne. You felt that too, right? We were not supposed to be there.
That was she snaps her finger, hugging Carter tightly. That was a necropolis. I've seen depictions of them in text my mother used to show me when I was young.
Oh my god, I think I'm gonna throw up.
Oh, well, it was pretty creepy in there, yeah, but everything's okay. Rubbing Ricky on the head. We got the drive we want.
Yeah, we won, but...
We got friends in high places.
Or low places.
Sometimes low can be high, though. There was like no left and right in there. I felt like I was just floating.
Yeah, that place ain't meant for us.
Laz looks around. I saw a plague drake. Do you think Aunt Icy, like, summoned it up for us?
Plague Drake. She looks back at Soul. You're right. Whatever the guy with the cannon's name was, he got eaten by it.
Yeah, I saw him get bit in half, and, well, there was a plague drake, so Aunt Icy must have helped, unless they just store those in, well, as far as I know, hell.
He takes his helmet off and just grabs Soul's face. I am so proud of you.
Thank you, honey. We need to talk.
He forces a kiss onto her and will move her out this way, assuming she wants to speak privately. He'll come in here as Elizabeth and Benny come up. Benny's face is still white. I don't know how Elizabeth is reacting.
Elizabeth is hugging onto Benny very tightly.
The slaves are fine. I mean, roughed up for sure, but no casualties. He gives a weak thumbs up.
No deaths. No, none of that. They're all good, I guess.
Drop them off on the place at Mars, and they'll look after them from there. I had to sedate one of them, but they're good.
Good, yeah. Alright, so we got the drive, killed the assholes, and got out. Hooray, we did it.
Mission accomplished. Her wrist is broken from the hit from Sunder.
Carter looks over at Sam and will walk over with Marianne and her and look at her wrist. He looks up at her. Thank you for saving me.
She smiles at Carter and nods her head. You're welcome. As Benny, we gotta go back to the top. And, the top of the command chain, whatever the word is, and Aunt Icy can heal that for you.
And Carter nods. Yeah, she'll heal it for you. Don't worry, Sam.
Yeah, we gotta report back anyways.
Yes, Samantha has the drive. Sam pats with her one good hand, her satchel. Notwithstanding excellent performance.
Carter nods. Those were some tough cookies, but you know what? We did pretty damn good, in my opinion.
I agree. We fucked them up. Look here. I should have got there sooner, but I'm not fast on my feet, chugging through that fucking city.
No problem, man. And honestly, I think we probably could have pulled it out, even without the help.
Fuck those guys.
That's for goddamn sure. Fuck them to hell.
They were made breakfast, lunch, and dinner, Laz.
And one for dessert.
Laz nods. I saw it all. I was able to see into it. I don't know
how. It was a realm transition.
She looks over at Marianne. It allowed me to see it?
Oh, that's disturbing.
Carter pinches the bridge of his nose. Maybe we ask Aunt Icy about it, because obviously she sensed us or something in there. Or he opens his mouth and then closes it. Well, maybe not that, but maybe. He
what?
Looks at me. Do you think that was Icy?
I would assume she would be in the demon, whatever, Nevermore. I would assume she would just use that. Sam shrugs. Magic users are a mystery.
And who knows what... If she ate stuff like that plague drake, who knows what the fuck she's eaten.
Oh my god, if that's her, that is fucking awesome. Then he shrugs with Elizabeth.
Elizabeth nods. That would be really cool. I would have the best sister ever.
The headless, weird, elegant crown guy.
It'd knock the nightmare-inducing aspect of it down a few pegs, wouldn't it?
Benny nodding his head as Colt Still kissing Soul, pulls away. What do you want to talk about?
She opens
The
her mouth.
fact that you're a goddess?
No, it's a lot more serious than that.
Okay.
She holds both of his hands.
We're gonna sit down, okay?
He sits.
So it showed me some things. I was able to see that last guy's thoughts, the one that I killed, his thoughts.
The Jedi guy, yeah. That's a species.
Yeah. I saw Carter and Ricky and your skulls being bashed in. And then I saw him hitting my stomach a lot.
He's dead, so he can't hurt you. And I would have never let him get that close.
He was hitting my stomach because I am pregnant, Colt.
I like to imagine he had his helmet under one of his arms. He drops it.
She holds both of his hands.
That thing told me. Whatever it was, the lord of that realm, I guess you can call it. That told me. It said he would even kill your unborn child.
He pulls his hands away from her, puts them out to his sides. This is just like when I was a kid. I had the Raggedy Ann soul doll, and I had a little one that I pretended was like a kid. Only now everybody finds it creepy thanks to Jasper and Nora. But oh my god, he looks at her, big smile on his face.
She inhales and then exhales heavily.
Thank you.
She gives him a big kiss and then leans back.
He hugs her tight.
I gotta be honest, I was a little worried that you were gonna be angry for me for going in there while pregnant, even though I didn't know. That thing just told me. I didn't even realize I had a chance of being pregnant.
Rebecca is what I named the doll, believe it or not, looking down at her.
She,
Yes, I named them.
she looks at him and smiles.
That's okay. I can ask on Icy what, gender it is. She'll know. At some point in the coming weeks, at least.
I've always wanted to be a dad. He looks at her. He's stunned by the news.
She starts to tear up and puts both of her hands on his cheeks.
Wait till your parents find out. My parents?
Her eyes go wide.
Should we tell them?
They'll take you off active duty. Which is the right decision, but it's our kid. We hold the right when we want to tell people. It's our decision, it's our child.
She looks down at her lap and up at him.
You have to carry it. It's your child to carry. The decision is yours, not mine. Besides, after what you just did today, I don't think there's a lot of things out there that are that intimidating to you anymore.
Soul laughs.
I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to do all
You
that.
and your headless horseman friend.
She starts to laugh even harder.
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do all that with the UIR guys consistently for a while at least, but I mean, I just know how to do this now.
And she'll summon a few ravens onto her forearm.
Like a murder of crows or something, but murder of a raven.
Exactly.
She'll make them disappear.
I can command them. Like, command them to attack people and kill them.
She shrugs.
So I don't know, that's pretty cool, I guess.
You know, Jedi can sense life signatures. It's a part of their species. That's what that guy was. So I think the horseman dragon dude wasn't lying.
She nods.
And this was an inevitability. It's bound to happen. We bang a lot. We're just like your mom and dad.
Oh my god, we bang so much.
Fun! He picks her up!
She lets out a laugh.
I don't think I'm gonna tell them just yet. Maybe maybe in a few weeks I'll tell them and get sent off of active duty, but for right now I want to keep in this fight.
It's our kid. Our decision, your decision.
She smiles and gives him another kiss.
I like the name Rebecca.
It was the name of the Raggedy Ann doll. Bring her back in here. Memory Ann, please don't. We found something creepier than Jasper, apparently.
Carter starts to laugh, and Soul looks at her.
The realm that we're talking about?
Yes.
Oh, yes, that is... To be honest, I wasn't really focused on all that.
It was a necropolis, but a necropolis. I've seen the depictions of them.
Alright, so what's a necropolis then?
Kingdom of the Dead. City of the Dead. A place where souls are tormented.
Oh, so we were in hell.
Yeah, he shrugged, but we made it out.
Laz sighs heavily, grabs onto Soul and Colt again, and starts kissing the top of Soul's head.
I am just so glad you guys are okay.
It was a good fight. I'm glad. How's Oz? He looks at her. Oz is still out. Never woke up once.
He's still sleeping.
Sorry. He nods his head.
Hey man, let him. He's the only one who's gonna be getting easy sleep going forward, for at least for a bit.
Benny, we'll get a hover stretcher to wheel him into the office with the command.
Carter nods. They're certainly not gonna like to see that, but I think that's the best thing to do. He needs sleep.
Sam holds up a wrist computer. Text JJ, tell him we're gonna be back soon. I want him up in the office to see my broken wrist.
Yeah, no problem. He'll start to text JJ for her.
As they're doing that, JJ's actually already up here at the office. I see coming back in. There's rooms here. She's coming in, cleaning her hands off, sitting down. Oh, looking at poor Butterball, huh? Towns, yeah.
Yeah, poor Butterball. He looks at Icy. So what did you have to go do?
Use the restroom.
Ah, right. He'll turn back.
Coming over, sitting down on Julius's lap. Hour and a half shit.
He looks at Pequod. You don't think she was getting high without us, do you?
She better not be. She doesn't smell like it. But that doesn't mean anything with her trick.
Yeah, she could just whisk the smell away.
Icy, sit in that seat, JJ. It'll look good on you.
He'll sit in the seat.
He gets the text from Sam.
He looks at his wrist computer. Oh, they're coming back.
Oh! She stops looking at the picture of Butterball. Excellent!
Yeah. Says they have something important to report to us.
I'm proud of those kids.
Julius nods. Very damn proud of those kids. He looks at Pequod and smiles. This is their first... Well, you know, the Moog was a deployment, of course, but this is their, first real mission. So, I'm pretty
They
damn proud.
succeeded!
Yeah, they did. They really did.
Are you getting teared up because you're thinking about all the money going into your bank account thanks to Frederick, or the fact the kids are actually doing good? Pequod, the kids, thank you!
JJ starts to laugh. Julia shrugs. It's a fair question, but I knew you were getting teary-eyed over the kids.
I am. She strokes Julius's cheek and just... You know Frederick Crellin and Samuel are special. I'd like to adopt them, personally. Looks at Julie.
Julia shrugs. Sure.
They're grown men! Wait, never mind. She just puts the picture of Butterball away.
Wait, can we legally adopt an android like Fledwick?
Honey. She pulls at Julius's lip. We can do whatever we want.
Oh, right. Sometimes I forget. Or the fucking rain falls. He starts to laugh.
I've worked very hard to make sure we can do whatever we want. Sitting down, fully on his lap now.
He'll give her a kiss, and I am very appreciative of just that, honey.
General Rainfall, tapping her finger on the desk, looking at JJ. Maybe one day, looking him up and down in the sea.
JJ looks at Icy. Oh, I mean, maybe one day I am joining the military now.
By the way, Sam has a broken wrist.
What?
Yep. Taps her temple. She broke it saving Carter.
Are you kidding me?
Ding! As the kids come down the elevator, Sam has the drive with a broken wrist. Oz on a stretcher being pushed by Okier.
JJ will immediately stand up and make his way over to the door.
They come. The guards always let them in. Sam, limp wrist held up, grimacing in pain, hands the drive to Colt.
JJ picks her up and will immediately go over to Icy. Do you mind, General?
Brave girl. Healing her wrist. Thank you.
JJ looks at Sam. I do hope Carter was appreciative.
Yes, he was. She nods. Gestures back to Carter's. Sasha, report, B Squad. Crosses her arms, leans back, smiles as they can come front and center. P-Quad will gesture, and Colt will hand her the drive. She'll hand it to Julius.
Julius will take it. Carter looks at him all. The long and short of it, ma'am, is the mission was successful without a hitch. The plan seemed to go haywire in the beginning. But how do I explain this? A murder of ravens, I believe that's what they're called, were all around the town on top of the walls, and they all had a very strange sense to them. He looks over at Sol. I could taste death and decay on all of them.
P-Quad, what? Looking the group over.
Sol nods. So we made our way in. All of the slaves were being used in certain ways, let's say. We all got them away from their various masters and everything. And once we did that, all in the office to buy these slaves, the UIR started shooting everyone in Port Nowhere.
And controlled by Soul, I'd say. Sorry, Carter. Looking over at Soul.
Oh, here. Okay. And Soul nods. While they were getting the slaves away from everyone, I had a bit of a vision. She looks at Icy. I had a vision of a mountain of skulls. A young, bloody me telling me to kill them all. And this headless person rising from the pile of skulls. Elven in nature, I want to say. Very elven clothing and the sword and everything. And it told me to use them and kill them all, and I was able to take control of the UIR troops there and clear the town out. She looks at Icy. After that, we went into the warlord's room. And after quite a long fight, she clears her throat. We went to a necropolis, if you know what that is.
Quite familiar with them. Nods her head. P-Quad, what? Looking around confused.
Julius squints his eyes, and Carter raises his hand. A necropolis, a city of the dead, where the dead reside and are tortured for all eternity. They think of it as the Christianity version of hell, except no pits of fire and lava and blood.
And you all saw this? She gestured Ricky, Memory Ann just nodding her head. Elizabeth, the non-magic user.
Yeah, I saw it, ma'am. I'm never gonna forget it.
Same. Patting Oz on the head.
Elizabeth nods, and Laz looks at the Big Four.
Even I saw it, and I was watching on the a screen. It was like I was allowed to see it.
There was like giant floating eyeballs and monsters and wherever we were taken, man.
And this guy was riding like a bird mixed with a wyvern? Looks at Elizabeth.
Elizabeth nods. It was, words can't really describe it, but he also had like this, almost like crown on the top of his head, and, well, it looked like he was talking to Soul, but none of us could hear anything. And Soul nods. He was talking to me, and after he dispatched 3 of the warlords, particularly with the use of a plague drake, might I add, I dispatched the 4th by, special form of decapitation.
Plague Drake. She looks at Icy, who just hasn't moved.
Julius looks over at Icy.
Plague drake.
She shrugs.
He purses his lips and nods, looks at all the kids, and Soul looks at Icy.
Was that you on TV? Please tell me.
She morphs into him. Sasha, oh god, looking over. Pequod almost falls off Julius's lap.
Julius catches her and leans back himself.
Holy shit, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's the guy. Just no fucking weird hairy. Is it a mutated raven? Nods her head.
Just gonna drop to one knee. Oh, thank God it was you. Oh, thank God.
Carter, both hands on his hips, nods. Okay. And am I right in assuming that if you weren't them, that we would all be dead because we were not supposed to be there?
Very snapping out of it, astute Carter, nodding her head.
Okay, gotcha.
It's the realm of the Raven Lord, so yeah, realm of sleep in Elvish.
So, I was correct in assuming that was an elven king, I suppose, because of the crown?
The king. She nods her head.
The king of the elves, wow.
A long time ago. They're Kamul, only not a brave warrior, a cowardly man, who sought power to try and save his kingdom. Power he had no business tapping into, putting her finger up.
God.
So, an evil man instead of honorable, like Camus.
Nods her head.
He played with fire and got burnt then?
He got burnt and burnt the vast majority of high elven kind, that being General Lorelei and company. So those types of elves, if you will, people descendant like Lorelei. Not like Grandma.
Well, that'd explain why they're still kinda rare, right, ma'am?
Mm-hmm. Nods her head. Those that weren't killed by Kamul's forces and the Void forces, the few that survived through Starchild intervention, she shakes her hand in the air. Yeah. Those who didn't, they ended up in that realm with him.
Soul nods. She looks at Icy.
So you were the one to make me tap into those abilities and push me to execute that man, as I rightfully should have.
She nods her head, breathes through her mouth. Can we dismiss the rest of them and just leave the magic users here? If you want to know any more about what that guy is in the realm, I'm always willing to tell you and talk, but frankly, a lot of his history's lost to time. Even his name, there's no name. If you want the short and sweet explanation, when Lorelei and I first discovered the Nevermore Avatar state, he was the first person she had me consume. We went to the realm. Definitely bolstered Nevermore's strength back then, that's for sure. Eddie, that's fucking amazing.
That's really cool. Kind of ironic that it's called the Realm of Sleep, considering I think we're all gonna be losing sleep because of it.
But you shouldn't. You will never be there again.
I appreciate that, ma'am. Thank you.
Besides, those guys will make a fine addition. She nods her head.
Yeah, they certainly will. They were a a squad of cockroaches, if you will, just wouldn't die.
Pequod clapping for the squad. Elizabeth, Benny, Mom and Dad want you home. You're going on a trip this weekend. Good work, guys. Good work, Beast Squad. She winks at the squad.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. We can just go through the teleporter?
You're dismissed for the weekend. You looks Elizabeth and Benny over. No wounds, save for the wrist. Just banged up on everybody. And poor Oz. Okay, shaking his head down and off.
Yes, ma'am. No grievous wounds.
Sasha, okay, well, those of you who are going with me for the weekend, go back up to the apartment. You're dismissed. Sam holds her limp wrist up, kiss it.
JJ kisses it, and Carter will look towards Sam again. Really? Thank you, Sam.
She looks at Carter and smiles. My pleasure. Now he's gonna buy me things.
Carter lets out a laugh, and JJ nods. I'm gonna buy her whatever she wants.
Take me over to Elizabeth.
He'll carry her over to Elizabeth.
She rubs Elizabeth on the head and winks at her.
Elizabeth smiles at her and puts her head on her shoulder.
You're all really cool. Really.
I try.
And you succeed. You saved all of our asses. You should be proud of yourself.
I am. Holding the wrist up to JJ's mouth.
He kisses it again.
We'll see you Monday.
See you Monday.
See you guys.
Yeah. Memory and Cart, you guys have like a date at Clive's or something? We want to know how that goes, please.
Oh, no problem, ma'am. Ricky and Ellie are gonna be coming with us, right? She's up for it?
Yeah, she's up for it. Speaking of that, should I see if I can get her, or should I just wait outside for the magic users?
No, you're dismissed for the weekend. Go. I don't know. Let me look at my computer. Towns, SIS covert shuttle. Just Hangar 14, you guys can take it down and get her. Autopilot, just tell it where you want to go, basically. Memory Ann, smiling at Icy and nodding her head. We'll meet you there, Ricardo.
Will do.
What am I supposed to do with this guy? Sasha just looks at Oz.
Laz looks at Oz.
Well, he's gonna be coming with us so he can come up to the apartment with us, right, ma'am?
Yeah, she nods her head. Yeah.
She nods towards Sasha, looks at Okir.
Would you mind helping me out with that?
No, yeah, come on, let's go, honey. Or do you want to stay, Icy? She can stay. I'll take him up, dear.
Okay, thank you, Okir.
Leaving, kissing her wrist the whole way out. She's miserable now. Dismissed, Ricardo.
Thank you, ma'am, and looks at Icy. Thank you again for your help, ma'am.
She nods at Rick. I'll see you around the lane, don't worry.
Will do. I'll meet you guys there, and he'll run out.
Have fun at Clive's as he runs out. Oz, this guy really needs to get some fucking sleep. Pequod grimaces at poor Oz.
Laz nods.
Yes, he does.
She'll start to rub his forehead a bit and make a very sad looking face down at him.
I personally think, putting her hand up, that Soul doesn't have an intelligence problem like some people propagate. Pequod shrugs, doesn't say anything. I think she needed to be toughened up, not smartened up. I don't think she needs to take courses on why not to let other men touch you, or anything that you could make a fair point Grandma, or Mom, Davine, and Elizabeth Mom, I should say, should have to take. Definitely Mom, as much as I would never vote against her. Pequod's eyebrow raises, looking at Julia.
Julia shrugs.
Nodding her head. She needed to toughen up. So I interfered and interjected into the incursion into Port Nowhere today. And I think it's for the best. Because toughening up, the second his hand touched you, what do you think you would have done?
Kicked his ass.
Exactly. You don't need to smarten up. Trust me, at your age, if we compare one another, I might be a time deity now, and way more powerful than I was at your age. But you're way smarter and way more well put together than I was. You have the man of your dreams. You somehow turned Luna's gaze to you. Trust me, you just needed to toughen up. Sasha shrugs. I would much rather you interject, yeah.
Julius nods. I'm never gonna complain about you helping out the kids, I see.
Besides, one of them needs to be, she'll air quote, powerful, if you will, as Lorelei would put it. An ascended state of spellcasting. Carter's missed his opportunity. Memory Ann squandered hers, and I don't mean that to put you two down. The only one that has the opportunity left was her. And she had to take it, and she chose to take it today. Pequod smiles at her.
Julius smiles at her. Carter puts a hand onto Soul's shoulder and like shakes her a bit.
It's going to be the big guns of our squad.
Gonna be way more fucking powerful than your big brother. Come on, that's awesome.
That's fine, I'll stick to my ice spells, and she kisses Soul lightly on the cheek, tripping up the big buffoon.
That was a pretty sick ass move, honey. I'm not gonna lie.
I saw him chasing you and Ricardo around and just figured might as well slow him down.
Carter starts to laugh. He looks back to Soul. And I'll just, stick to my usual thing. Hit things with the sword. Electrocute them at times. Soul smiles at the two of them. Looks at Colt. Smiles even wider. He could see, tears start to form in her eyes. And all she can really muster up is to look at Icy and mouth, "Thank you."
She smiles. I just did what Lorelei did for me to you. And wasn't it fun brain controlling those UIR? They were UIR dudes from the Lightning Count, Julius. She mind controlled them and had them slaughter everybody in the town. It was nice. Oh, by the way, Sandra was there. Pequod, the alley walker?
You just decide to drop that on us now?
Well, she shrugs. I didn't know till today.
You got that one. He starts to laugh. Did the UIR guys kill Sandra?
And Laz shakes her head.
No, I made Sandra go up to the UIR guards and blow herself up with a bomb that I made, or that I made her take, and blew them all up, including herself.
Pequod loudly clapping.
Laz sort of smiles to herself from her mother giving her encouragement.
Icy, she told them Julius Rainfall was in the group, and she ran up to them and said something like, "Hello, boys, I'm back," and then detonated.
Julius covers his mouth and starts to laugh. Soul looks at Colt.
Can you take me up to my auntie?
Oh, we'll pick her up. I called her Goddess. I think Goddess is a fitting name. And Icy, I'd say so, yes.
She laughs and we'll just give Icy the tightest hug in the world.
She hugs her back. Says, Okir, they did really good. I got to the fight late. By the time I got there, it was a tough fight, a throwdown. Benny was running out of juice, but going toe-to-toe with those assholes. And they were tough assholes. Sasha nods and smiles.
Carter nods. It's nothing B Squad can't handle, man.
Oh, yeah. I'd say so, Lieutenant. She'll flick Carter. Lieutenant bars.
Carter's eyes widen as he catches the bars, looks at them, and looks up at her.
There's a vacancy now, with Memory Ann bumping up to Captain. Memory Ann, big smile on her face. Oh my, Carter. Kisses him on the cheek.
He'll take the kiss and salute all of them. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Pequod smiling, lightly clapping at Carter, nodding her head. Sasha, we wanted to promote you after the Moog for your actions, the APC. but we wanted to wait. And then the xenomorph thing happened, and we bumped Memory Ann up, and yeah, today's your day. Nice. Looking over.
He just starts to laugh, putting a hand on his chest. He looks extremely happy. I thank you. This means a lot to me, ma'am.
Means you're second in command of the squad. So Memory Ann not around, that means you're in charge. If you're ever separated from Memory Ann, you call all the shots.
Yes, ma'am. Understood, ma'am.
Coming up and hugging Carter.
Oh, that makes Carter start to tear up. He gives his mom a big hug and puts his face into like the curve of her shoulder and neck.
Sasha, I'm just shocked. If you had that weird, like, crown of hell, mouth of mask form all these years, you've never utilized that against your mother as a practical joke? She immediately lets go of Carter and looks shocked.
Julius leans back in his chair.
He vaguely does kind of look like Kamul, only not that cool, more demonic.
Okay, guys, think of it this way. Mom and Dad coming down to eat breakfast. That form cooking eggs for them looks to them and say, "Hey, made you guys eggs, hope you want some."
Pequod, please. Let's do it this weekend. Oh no, they're leaving this weekend!
This Monday. We do it this Monday, yeah?
That thing is just waiting for them. Memory Ann still hugging Carter, laughing.
Carter starts to laugh. And Julius, yes, that thing is just waiting for them. Either cooking them breakfast or like sitting on their porch reading the newspaper or something.
Lying in Elizabeth's bed.
Oh my god, yes.
Or, well, I guess now that she knows, it wouldn't be too scary. Lying in Mom and Dad's bed.
Oh my god. They come back for, lunch break or something, going into their room and boom, Kumul-like figure right there in front of them.
Whatever you do, just record it. Pequod, oh, we will, trust me. Rubbing Carter's head.
Don't worry, Sasha, we will record it.
How's he holding up? Arm around Laz, looking at Oz. Oh, he's got a fucking huge-ass bandage on his head. Is he in the mission?
Laz shakes her head and leans down. He hit his head on the console when he fainted.
He jolts awake, grabbing Pequod's arm, who looks shocked, and then he... where am I? You're safe at Gateway? Patting his hand.
Laz will hold onto Oz's hand, smiles at him. We're on Gateway, honey. The mission went well.
Oh, that's wonderful. Let's just go. He looks around, sees Carter with Lieutenant Bars. These two hugging. Must have went very well.
Yeah, we can explain everything later. Realm of Sleep.
Oh, no, yeah, catch me up later. I have to get back to the lane to work on something. Very important stuff.
Laz holds onto his hand. We have to go to Sasha and Towns' house today, honey.
No, you go without me this weekend. You'll be fine. Bring Ricky.
She tilts her head. No, I want to bring you.
Sits down on Julius's lap, face palming. It's okay. I need to get down there and something for Jace. You'll see.
Her jaw locks and looks at him. I would really want you there, please, honey.
But Ricky, darling, you have to understand.
But you, honey. My love of my life.
Ricky, I'm sorry. He sits up, Okir. Permission to be dismissed. Sasha gestures and he leaves.
Laz sighs and starts to rub his shoulders. You are the only one I would ever want to go with me anywhere.
Alright, fine. Let's get a cup of coffee. Let's go.
Okay, let's go get a cup of coffee.
Sasha will dismiss Carter Memory Ann. Go get Ricky's girlfriend and have fun at Clive's.
Yes, ma'am. He'll give us a thank you again, ma'am, sir.
She nods her head, Talon's lightly clapping again. Memory Ann smacks Carter's ass. Come on, Lieutenant.
Yes, Captain. He'll start moving along with her.
Oz will stagger out, trying to get to the coffee as quick as possible.
Laz will run after him.
Icy lets go of the hug. Dismissed.
She
And on her stomach.
smiling at Icy, gives her a wink and then gives her another kiss on the forehead and nods up to Colt.
Girl. In her head. Colt's head, too. Colt's eyes go wide.
Soul looks at Colt and mouths to him so the rest of them can't see Rebecca.
He nods his head, picks Soul up. We'll see you at home, Mom. He runs her out.
Julius
Those kids. Shaking her head, smiling.
Oh my god. Julius starts to laugh. You sent them to the realm of sleep and you didn't tell them?
Oh, you should have seen the look on their faces. She starts chuckling.
Dude, that's so awesome.
Pretty sure Okir pissed his suit.
Okay, I gotta know. What was Carter's reaction to it?
Given the circumstances, rather stalwart.
That is very surprising, honestly.
He's not that much of a bitch anymore. He gets laid on the reg from Memory Ann. That helps things. Pequot laugh.
Carter or Julius puts his hands up. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. I just want to know how my son did with his, I suppose you can say, ex-bitchish nature.
Talon's looking at the drive. This is old ass tech. First thing Monday morning, I'll start tearing into it.
Yes, please. He looks at it. God, that looks ancient.
It is. Putting it in his satchel. Sasha, so you guys are going to get high this weekend? Is that what you're doing? Pequod, yes.
Oh, you know it.
Well, dismissed, I'd say. We have a few things to wrap up, and then we're out of here to go spend the weekend with the other kids. So, Icy, thank fucking... You want a joint? Sasha, no. Alright, fine. Thank God. Let's go! Starts running towards the teleporter.
Julius laughs. Yo, if you ever just want to relax, let us know. He'll stand up and pick Pequod up.
When it's all said and done and there's no xenomorphs on the radar, sure.
I'm holding you to that.
Fine. She looks up at Julius and smiles. Pequod, I don't understand why she's running. Mom and Dad are probably still home. We can't do it till they fucking leave.
Oh my god, yeah. And they're probably gonna try to convince us to go to Africa with them.
No, we're not going. This is our relaxing weekend.
Of course we're not going, but they're still gonna try to convince us.
Well, you'll tell them.
Alright,
She'll say yes.
Yeah, I know, cause I love my mom and dad too, just... God damn, I want some time just us three getting high.
Pequod shakes her head, watching Icy run through the teleporter gun.
He nods down to Sasha. We'll see you guys on... well, whenever we see you, okay?
Monday, first thing.
Yes, yes ma'am, be there, be square. He'll start carrying the two of them off to the teleporter.
At Clive's house, I imagine Clive is panicking because it's now around 1 in the afternoon and he can't decide as to what he wants to cook. Scar, Clive, sooner or later, brother man, we gotta make a decision here. The clock is ticking. You know what I'm saying? And that spit out there is beautiful, but the reason it makes such good meat is because you gotta start roasting that bitch. I should have been doing this 3 hours ago. We should have had the meat picked out 2 days ago. You gotta collect yourself, man. Samuel beeping at Clive, gesturing concerned. Krellin rubbing his shoulder.
Yo, it is okay, Quav. Just make a decision, man. It's too hard.
Why so concerned, Clive? Only have to impress Suletta. Daughter, you upset by not letting Petra come. Carter, favored son-in-law. Ricky, Carter, Memory Ann, friend and compatriot, and Ricky girlfriend. Trying to help, but he's not.
Oh, God.
You should have just let Petra come to the goddamn house. That's strike fucking 1. You know Suletta loves animals. You let Zanzibar parade around here. Zanzibar, cool.
Clive puts down the screwdriver that he was using to work on the translator. I know I did, but you know what? That Petra was gonna destroy everything.
Petra not do anything. Looking down at Clive.
Oh, she was going to. He stands up and starts pacing around the room.
Petra, beast of Suleta daughter, very well trained, run in her blood, animal companion.
I'm sure. Animal companion this, animal companion that, and then everything gets destroyed.
He throws his paws up in the air, looks at Frederick. Fred, help me out here, brother man. This man wants to date Suleta. You're gonna have to let animals in this house. That woman loves I think that woman has loved animals more than other people for like 300 plus years.
It's a necessity, Clive, to have animals in this house and have Suleta in the house. You really need to just let them in, you know?
Samuel beeping, saying to Frederick to tell Clive. And Memory Ann's the same way. You should have let Petra in. She loves animals just like her mother.
And like Samuel said, Memory Ann is the same way. You should have just let Petra in.
Carter and her are probably going to have a litter of pets out there at my old place. That's part of the reason why I gave it to him. He got the water. He can get her any animal she ever wants. It's the perfect biome for most creatures. Krellin, yeah. Picking up an apple, taking a slight bite. Why not leave it? Why not serve apples? Holding it up to Clive. Suleta hates apples.
Exactly, and if I just come up to her with a plate full of apples, even if she didn't hate them, I would still probably get slapped or something, or snarky comment made.
Clive, brother man. He taps to his wrist computer again, pulls up the time. The clock is ticking. Again, we have to serve... Well, Krellin eats. Krellin nods his head. They're gonna eat for posterity's sake, right, Frederick?
Oh yeah, it would be rude not to.
Samuel nodding his head. So we gotta serve 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here, counting all of us. And then the 6 of them. That's 11 people. That piece of meat, if I don't get it on soon, it ain't gonna be ready. And odds are it might not be ready, period.
Oh god, what are we gonna do?
Fine. Puts his hand up. Clive, let help you. Coming over, rubbing his shoulders. Frederick, very good in times of extraordinary crisis.
Frederick nods, walks up and starts rubbing his other shoulder. We can help you out, Clive. Don't worry, we have connections.
Mr. Wiseau, big help.
Huge help. And we have Pequod's card. We can get anything that you need.
Can give us your card, please?
He looks at the Stooges. Are you guys gonna go get something good for dinner?
Of course, nods his head.
Why would we ever get something bad for dinner? Something that'll feed the whole family.
We on you side in this. We live here.
Duh.
Take care of mother and father for us.
Taking care of mother and father. We want to see Suleta happy as well, and we think you would make her happy.
Just 'cause make fun of you all the time doesn't mean want to see you fail tonight. Like do at snooker all the time.
Clive sighs heavily. Okay, if you guys promise to get something good to eat for dinner, maybe some sort of animals, I know that might be a bit expensive or something, but something good to eat, please. As he'll go into his wallet and pull out his credit card and hand it over to Fredwick.
Krellin clap.
Thank you. We will cherish this for all time. Wait, hold on, no, you have to give that back to me at the end of the night. We'll think about it. Fredwick looks at Krellin, and he just suddenly shakes his head like we are not giving this credit card back.
Krellin nodding his head knowingly to Frederick. Guys, I'm serious. You know Suleta is fucking picky, Frederick.
I know.
She's even more picky about takeout than she is about, like, cooked-in stuff. Home cooking, that's the word.
I know Suleta too, Scar. I've known her for 20 years.
Alright, guys, If you run into any hiccups, you gotta let me know. Call me. I'll get some kind of random piece of meat up. I think I got a leg of lamb somewhere, but nothing too fresh. Krellin hands out to Frederick Samuel. We be back very soon. Try relax, Clyde.
Yeah, just try to relax. We got this covered. He smiles at Clive and will take Krellin's hand.
The stooges start leaving.
Okay, thank you guys, thank you. I appreciate it, I really do. He waves them off.
They go outside. Samuel closes the door behind them. What the fuck we going to get, Frederick? Looks at Frederick!
Oh, Colonel Ashes.
Oh, hands on his cheek. Feed family, 11 people.
One bucket can feed that entire family?
And get discount cause good friends of Ash. Samuel clapping loudly.
Exactly. We can get the biggest discount.
Big KFC on Ring 2.
Then we need to get up to Ring 2. Stat, Quelwyn.
But go shopping first with Clive Card.
Oh yes, we can get so many things with Clive's card.
They lock hands and start skipping off. Scar, are you sure you know what you're fucking doing, dude? You put those guys in charge of the most important date of your life.
He just watched them, walk off. Fuck, I did, didn't I?
Yes, you did. I mean, I hope they... Oh, God.
And Clive walks over and leans on the counter. Well, there's nothing we can do about it now, can we? He has my fucking card.
Scar, shaking his head, notices Clive is still nervous. On a scale 1 to 10, how nervous are you?
I mean, I think I'd break the scale with a solid 80 million.
Understandable.
I mean, this is shoe letter we're talking about, mate. Shoe letter. He sighs heavily.
Just don't ask her to play snooker, Clive, please.
Oh, no. Tonight is not a snooker kind of night. I just want to spend time with her and have a nice meal with her.
Good. Okay, here's the game plan. You feed Mother and Father, and Jasper and Nora. I got a club sandwich for Nora here from Gateway earlier. You feed them. I'm gonna go get that piece of meat just in case they fuck up. I don't trust this. I'm sorry.
No, it's completely fair, mate. It's completely fair. I appreciate it. I really do.
Try to keep your pants on, okay?
I'll try. I'll go and feed the family in there.
And remember, Jasper likes a little pepper atop his stew, okay? Just 3 shakes. Only 3. He walks out as Clive realizes Scar has gone full native. Watching him walk out.
Oh, that poor man. As he'll actually just grab the pepper and do the 3 shakes.
Flashing up quickly to Tommy's restaurant, Oz is drinking a cup of coffee here. Memory Ann caught everybody up who didn't go down, so Elizabeth and Benny aren't here yet. And just wanted a quick round of smoothie celebration. Tommy handing out smoothies. Oh, wow, look at this, Carter fucking Lieutenant. Wow!
Yeah, they promoted me, Tom.
That's good, Carter. Congratulations, just like your father.
Well, maybe I'm not just there yet, but thank you. I would like to think I'm like him.
Who knows, one day maybe he'd be big shot in charge of headhunters when his father get promoted. I think so, Carter. Handing more smoothie.
Carter chuckles. Only if that's okay with the wife, Tom. Only if that's okay with the wife.
That would be quite sexy if you ask me. What flavor does your girlfriend like, Ricardo? Get her one while we're waiting for her shop to close.
Okay. He knows her favorite flavor, right?
Strawberry.
Alright, strawberry smoothie, Tommy.
What the fuck? Okay, putting it on now. What the fuck happened here? He's just holding her wrist up to JJ.
My beautiful wife here, Tommy.
saved my nephew from a death-defying blow, and she got hurt for it, and he is thankful, mind you, which very good he is, but I'm just trying to make it feel better, you understand?
Oh, very good. Handing her a banana smoothie. Well, I'll hand it to you. You have to feed her, I think.
Oh yes, I have to feed her.
Good. Another cup of coffee. Oz gestures for it. Making this. Tommy goes back to making the coffee and the smoothie.
Laz is holding on to Oz's hand.
Do you
Well,
wanna,
go ahead.
do you want a sip of my smoothie, Oz?
No. Just rest his hand on his head. Trying to keep his head forced up. Tommy shaking his head slowly. Memorian, well, here's waiting for the final smoothies to get passed out to a successful mission.
To a successful mission, ma'am, and to a bonehead getting his bars, and he's gonna elbow Carter lightly.
Carter lets out a chuckle. Thank you, Ricky. Thank you so much. Who knows? Maybe the bigger bonehead will get a promotion one of these days. Looking at him.
Well, at least you know which one's the bigger dumbass.
Poor Benjamin. Did you hear him scream out when he ran out of heals?
I did. And then he shouldered his P90. I gotta be honest, I felt a little scared when that happened.
Yeah, I heard a distinct sound of a P90. Has a very, rubbing the back of Soul's head, distinct muzzle signature. And I was like, wait a minute, is that his gun he's like never shot?
Soul shrugs a bit.
I'll be honest, I was sort of out of it almost for a lot of that fight. I remember all of it, but I was very tunneled on the objective. Hearing more in your head will sort of do that to you.
Good lesson to be learned for sure.
Soul looks over at Tommy.
What's that, Tom?
Time to ascend to your next level of spellcasting. Very important. Handing Oz his coffee. Thank you. Congratulations, honey. Looking down at Soul.
Soul smiles at Oz. Thank you, Ozzy. And yeah, I honestly can't wait. It felt good to... Well, I don't know if this will sound great, but it felt good to be powerful.
She shrugs and smiles.
It felt good to be in control.
I say I wasn't born with magic abilities, but I can sense the difference in you. Immense mana signature.
Is it... She tilts her head. Is it like a lot? She looks over at Memorian and Carter. Can you two sense it too?
Yes, nodding her head, sipping the smoothie.
Carter lets out a laugh and nods. Yeah, sis. Yeah, I can sense it.
Right. Wow. She looks at her hands. I didn't realize that much would happen from doing all that.
She actually just gives herself like a little hug.
That's pretty cool.
Can you believe he won't let Petra go to his house? I mean, really. Looking around, Tommy, walks away.
That's some bullshit, I gotta be honest.
Honestly, normally I'd say I'd get it, but you and your mom are so good with animals, I don't think Petra could do anything.
I mean, Frederick lives there. For God fucking sakes, Colt starts laughing.
Carter takes a sip of his drink, sets it down, looks at Marianne, then gives her like a smirk.
She looks at Carter.
Fredwick lives there, right?
Oh, yes.
What if...
Bumbling buffoon he can be at times.
A very bumbling buffoon. So bumbling that he could... Puts quotation marks up. Accidentally destroy some of his collectibles. So Clive can realize that anything could happen to anyone with anything.
Oh, I like the way you think, Lieutenant. Pinching his chin.
Thank you, Captain. He smiles. We just have to convince the Stooges to do that for us.
Oh, I think they'll be on our side. I was the star in many of their shows.
I think so, Memorian the Explorer.
Honestly, you probably could just bring Petra with one day. Your mom goes, what's he gonna do, tell you no in front of her?
That is true. He will not say no then when the chips are down.
No, I don't think he will, actually.
You kind of got him dead to rights there. I mean, he is trying to impress your mom.
So nods. It's not a bad idea. And if you guys do the Fledwick one, I think it would be a lot more funnier, I gotta be honest.
Agreed. Record. Have him sit on them or something. Memory Ann nodding her head, sipping her drink.
Oh no, yeah,
Yeah.
do the other one. It's funnier.
Yeah, take like a game or something and just have Fledwick sit on it. Can you imagine? Just, oopsie! Fledwick saying that.
She starts almost maniacally laughing.
Carter starts to laugh along with her.
One of a kind, like 50 million credit game or some shit, and you just see it disintegrate under Fledwick's ass.
There's no real harm or foul in it. Aunt Icy can just mend it later.
Wait, yeah, on Icy can just mend his stuff.
Wow. Coming in. Look who find here, Fudwick. Come to see good friend Tommy to ask advice.
And we found all these kids here.
Cool. Hey, what are you guys doing up on Gateway? Asking Tommy for advice? Tommy, what do you need, guys? Something to eat for you today?
Oh, no, we have already got our dinner plans all settled. Thank you, though, Tommy.
Need help. Looks over at Tommy. KFC feed family. Tommy, oh. You could just get something here. No. Have to feed family. Squints at Tommy. Sam starts snickering.
Carter's eyes are going wide when he's hearing KFC.
Let me get you something here, guys.
No. We get a big discount at KFC. Ash owns it after all, and we're friends with Ash.
Huh? She looks over at Ricky.
I don't know, they said it the other day too.
Ash owns KFC since when? Ash does not care about fast food under his breath, but the kids can hear him. Sam is laughing, letting JJ kiss her wrist.
I don't even think I've ever seen my dad eat KFC.
Are you sure I can't just give you something here? Suletta loves our nachos. Big fan of our nachos. Chicken parmesan sandwich. They order it on the Academy many days.
But we need to feed the family. And the KFC promises that a bucket can feed the family.
How many chicken pieces come in bucket? Tommy, well, I don't know. I haven't eaten there since a long time ago. I order from there and then reheat my leftovers to feed to Piquad and Julius and young Nicole and back when it was their hangout spot. Remember it? Well, that's a long time ago.
A very long time, 20 years plus time ago.
So KFC, good decision. Tommy, yes, sure. Getting Oz another cup of coffee. See, Fudwick, always have the best ideas.
I know. Let's go look at Colonel Ash now.
Hold on a second, Frederick.
What's up?
Carter needs your help with something.
Carter spins around in his chair, and Fudwick will walk up to him. What can I do for you, Carter? I need you to destroy some of Clive's collectibles by preferably sitting on them, so he will then let Petra into his house, like he should be right now.
Ooh, good day for that too. Dusting the ones bird destroyed previously.
Frederick scratches his chin. You think we could do that? Grab some of the collectibles, put them on the couch, sit on them, say I didn't notice, Quelwyn?
Ellen claps slightly, then leave mean comments about it.
Then leave mean comments like you look like the kind of person to put their collectibles in a place where they could be sad on.
Racist against extinct animals. Remember?
Frederick starts to laugh. This is a great idea.
Years ago, Clive tried to put Petra in prison.
You know what, Samuel? Write that one down.
Nodding his head, looking over at Colt for saying that. Patting Soul on the head.
Soul looks up at Krellin and smiles.
Yeah, some stuff happened today.
Looking at her!
She just chuckles a bit.
Tommy says I'm on the next step to my spellcasting abilities, my maturity as a spellcaster, I guess you can say.
Puts his hand on her stomach.
She smiles widely and thinks in her head because she knows he can hear her.
Yeah, I'm also pregnant, but we're trying not to tell anyone, Krellin, okay?
He nods his head. Very proud of you. Next level of ascension. Around same age as Nicole. Nods his head.
She laughs a bit.
Thank you. That's sort of what she was getting at too, the whole maturity thing, and I think me and her are sort of similar in a lot of ways, but I don't think I'll ever be as powerful as her.
Krellin, watch this. Pulls out, asks for Clive's credit card from Frederick.
Frederick will hand him the credit card.
He comes behind the counter, puts it in the machine, leave $10,000 tip.
Oh my god, yes, Tommy needs that money.
Working so hard back here. Yuri starts laughing, Tommy. I'm saying all of this mess. Handing us another cup of coffee. There you go. Smiles, walks over here. See you for dinner. We sit on Clive Games.
Thank you, Krellin. You have no idea how much we appreciate this.
Have fun at Sasha's house. And they leave. Yes, so my mother is going to be miserable. She despises KFC. Tommy, they don't fucking listen.
Carter covers his mouth and starts to laugh.
I fucking hate it too, honestly. It's too greasy.
This is gonna fucking suck, man.
I mean, I'll eat just about anything, and if I have a choice, I ain't gonna eat KFC.
Yeah. Order yourself and Ellie something from here. Carter, let's order what we would like from here.
Yes, of course. Do you just want to get some nachos from here? They are pretty good.
Get two. That's all we're gonna have for dinner, most likely, unless Uncle Scar pulls this dinner out of his ass. I can't believe he'd put those 3 in charge.
I cannot believe this. He must be desperate.
2 chicken parm sandwiches, Tommy. Thank you, man.
Done and dusted, on the house. $10,000 fucking tip to the richest man in the... Well, one of the... Forget it. I will have them delivered down to the house. Get out of here. Go pick up your girlfriend, the 3 of you.
Yes, sir. And those 2 nachos, Tom.
You know what? And a club sandwich. Aunt Nicole's favorite sounds good. And soft drinks. And a root beer float. I mean, Jesus Christ. Writing on his wrist.
Honestly, we could probably just bring enough to feed everyone.
We could, but let's let Clive stew in his own mess for, well, as they said, being racist against Petra.
Carter starts to laugh.
Poor dude, hell hath no fury like a memory and scorned.
Well, we're going to eat good tonight. Maybe my mother and Clive won't, but oh well, let's go.
Yes, ma'am.
See you guys.
I'll have it delivered. He waves as they leave, everybody else waving them off. Oh, just sighs.
Last sighs as well, rubbing Oz's back.
I need to get down to the lane. It's time I leave.
She looks at Oz.
You can manage the weekend without me.
No, I can't. I like sleeping next to you and waking up next to you. It's the best parts of my day.
I will go start the food. We keep it warm. Send it down. He goes into the back. Oh. Sam, clearing her throat, looking at poor Oz. I think my mother would just have a better time, the more the merrier at the house. It's very rare for Mom to let... My mother is very private. Colt, yes. It's an honor, right, JJ? Or not an opportunity that shouldn't be missed.
JJ nods. It is an opportunity that should not be missed, mate. Even I'm quite honored by being invited to her house. This This is one of the firsts for me.
Well, I mean no disrespect. Just I've got things to do.
Well, I understand that, mate, but
It's hard to compete with Ricky. In fact, here, he'll take the scarf off. Hold on to it for me until we earn that. And he hands it to Sam, who just takes it eyes wide.
JJ's mouth is wide open. Last looking at him.
Sam, put it back on him.
She will try and he'll move away.
Oz, honey.
We'll leave it off until we cement our place. I don't mind a little competition.
But it's not a competition.
Tie it onto him. Be a sort of like your mother.
Laz puts her hand out.
She'll pitch the scarf.
She grabs it and ties it onto his neck. Not to hurt him or anything, just puts it on him.
He just rests his head on the bar.
You're coming with us.
I don't think I have much of a choice at this rate.
She rubs his back and looks down at the counter.
No, because I really, really want you there with me.
Soon, nodding his head at last.
She looks up at him. I don't want to say anything for Tommy, but it is a very sad sight to see. Just so much hope fills into Laz's eyes that she had not had before.
He, with his finger, makes like a little gesture, and then with all of his fingers, like an explosion. So, the tension created, he comes over, lifts his head up, puts it back down. This coffee having no effect on this poor guy. The tension created by the events that transpire. Did Ricky come between everybody?
Soul looks over at Tommy.
Except for Carter and Memory.
And us. Lifting her wrist to JJ.
And those two, yeah.
As
Kiss
JJ
it.
kisses it.
Oh, I see. You like the wrist, JJ. I understand.
I have to make the wrist feel better, Tommy, as he continues to kiss it.
Good, very good. Well, why don't you enjoy some of your smoothies and let him rest, and then get on out of here, and I will handle the food for those children at this disaster dinner that will unfold.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
She smiles at Tommy.
He'll go into the back, as Colt will just hug Soul tighter and put the drink to her mouth, because it's kind of awkward.
She'll take the drink. He has his arm around her, but she shifts his hands to her stomach.
Ooh, he's gonna put them on her stomach and start slowly rubbing.
She smiles at him and will rest her head back onto his shoulder and kiss up at his jaw.
As she does that, flashing to the academy, Hunk is shooting basketball. Icy and them are here. And Elizabeth and Benny, boom, 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 coming back from Mom and Dad's house, getting changed for the trip. Just weekend bags of clothing. Benny coming in. Hunk, so, good mission, huh? Looking at Elizabeth and Benny, rubbing Elizabeth on the head.
Elizabeth gives her dad a big hug.
We heard you kicked some ass and took some names with that fancy gun you found that old Uncle Lazy Scar left behind in the armory.
She smiles up at Hunk.
It is so cool. You know how usually, since I'm pretty small, I have to like spin up a lot using my harpoon to hit someone that really hurts with my stock?
Yeah.
With this thing, I don't have to do that. The blade lock energizes itself.
You know, I can't. We were talking about these days a lot, or we were talking about the Void battles all those years ago. This morning, I can't remember if Ash ever dual wielded those things, but have you ever considered getting another one? I think Mom and Dad could help you. We might know a guy or a girl or two. Gestures back to these three. Pequod Maulers are still popular, to my understanding, right, Julius?
Julius nods. It is one of the more popular acquisitions requested through the headhunters, yeah. And Elizabeth looks at him. I can have 2 of them.
Benny, might not be a bad idea.
No, it might not be. She smiles up at Hunk. I would totally have them. I might need to upgrade my heat cylinders a bit so they can hold more heat to, really use them to their full advantage, but I would totally love that.
Well, I think Mom and Dad can help you with that. We'll kiss Elizabeth on the head. We are very proud of both of you.
Thank you, Dad. It was a bit scary, but it was fun watching all those evil people get their just desserts.
Those dudes were tough. They were like a cut above anything we've kind of ran up against. Hunk, as long as you work as a team, you'll always overcome and adapt, Benjamin. Pequod, true dat. Getting a piece of gum and putting it up to Julius as well.
Julius will take the gum and Elizabeth nods. But I'd say we worked pretty well as a team, yeah, Benny?
Benny nods. Yeah, we did. We really did. I even got to shoot my gun.
Julius clears his throat. Was it fun shooting the gun?
Nah, all things considered, I would have rather just been pumping heels, but I ran out. I see. Yeah.
Yeah, that's understandable, bud. I get it. Still, it felt pretty good to put a couple bullets in those sons of bitches, didn't it?
It sure did, sir. Pequod looks at Icy, and Icy, I think we'll have a tactical review of your combat footage. See your guys' teamwork and how you handle things, and go over it Monday morning. I don't want to be running out of heals in fights. If they're going that long, things could get bad, and I will not always be there. Hunk, yeah, that's how you learn, like a sports team. You go back and you watch your game from the week prior, and you improve. Like sports teams, yeah. You're banned from. He nods his head, Benny laughs.
Davine chuckles a bit, holds on to him, and gives him a kiss on the cheek.
Can we get Lorelai used to make us do that, remember?
Oh, yeah, she used to make us watch all kinds of combat footage just to make us improve.
By the way, can we get the ban on the sports teams lifted? I'm not gonna join sport. It's over and behind us. It's just ridiculous that I'm still banned. I'm banned from going to most sporting events. I see. Just smacks her lip.
Davine puts a hand onto Hunk's cheek and looks behind herself to Pequod.
Fine, Julius. You can rescind the ban on going to the events, but you're not banned from joining the team. What? It's like you don't trust me.
Julius clears his throat. It's not.
I should be able to take my kids, you, the three of you, all the kids. I want to go see a baseball game, son. A football game. We can go to the Super Bowl. NBA playoffs, son.
Well, yeah, of course. You could totally do that. We're rescinding that ban. It's not that we don't trust you, Dad. He tries to subtly look over at Davine and then back at him.
Alright, fine. I'm even banned from fucking NASCAR.
Yeah. We really couldn't have any risks, Dad.
Well, alright. So, you guys, I see Benjamin has a weekend bag, and so does Elizabeth. Your mother's is packed, mine is packed. Blaze has what he needs. Three of you need to pack up, get one for Hale, Banksy, and let's go.
Oh, Dad, I'm sorry. We can't go this weekend.
I want all my kids to come, son. He crosses his arms and locks eyes back and forth, all three of them. Icy just files her nails, holding Hale, telekinesis with the file.
I know, Dad, I know, but we just can't do it this weekend. We're busy people.
Rubbing Davine's back.
Please. She knows their weak points. She looks down at Icy and gives her a certain look. Please, darling.
I really want to come, but those kids succeeded on their mission. Elizabeth and Benny and company found a hard drive. Hopefully it has something on it that leads us to these guys' ashes after. Some information that can assist Ash, and we have to start going through it ASAP. Sasha and Talons they never take time off. They are to spend time with the kids. Pequod, it's the least we can do for them, Mother. They let us go all the time and work overtime.
Julius nods. Really, we wouldn't be good friends to the two of them if we didn't do this for them. And if anything, I want to be a good friend to those two.
I'm actually proud of them. Holy shit. Hand on his cheeks.
Davine, hand on her chest. As am I. She'll bend down, give Icy a kiss on the cheek. Same to Pequod, and then we'll run over to Julius and give him a kiss on the cheek. Goes back to Hunk. I am proud of all of you.
Believe us, we would rather just chill out and get high here, but shrugs and gestures towards Elizabeth and Benny. They kicked ass, took names, and succeeded in their mission. We gotta hold up our end of the bargain. Suletta nodding, her head clapping lightly.
We gotta do it. As much as sometimes we don't want to do it, we do basically run the military. So we gotta do our job sometimes, you know?
Alright then, fine. Alright, but you'll come next time we go? It's an important place to me. Icy, yes. Pequod, of course.
Of course, we'll come next time.
Alright kids, then Blaze. Ready to saddle up, Blaze, staring at Julius. Liar.
Julius pats Blaze on the shoulder. Get going, Blaze.
He'll stand up. Come over here. Hunk will pick Davine up. You got your arms full, Benjamin. I got mine. Ready to go do.
Yes, I am, my love.
Alright, kids. We'll see you first thing Monday morning. Keep an eye on the plate.
Yes, sir. No problem, sir. And Davine blows them all another kiss. All right. Love you all. Bye, Letty.
Goodbye. I'll let you know how I'll call you tonight. I'll let you know how the dinner goes.
Oh, please do.
Can't wait as Hunk carries them off through the teleporter in orbit. No, following. They hear the sound go off because they're going up to Gateway to get on a ship.
Julius waits a couple seconds. Oh, hell yeah.
I don't like lying to that woman, thank you, but I did it for you. Pequod rubs Icy on the head.
Icy, Nicole, my dearest sister of mine, that was badass.
Oh, she shivers. I don't like lying to her. Suletta, what she doesn't know won't hurt her. Besides, she's going to have a good night. I'm sure the dinner's going to be horrendous. They'll get a lot of laughs at mine and Clive's expense.
Well, probably more at Clive's expense, more so than yours, Auntie.
I suppose. Memory Ann, Carter and Ricardo are heading down to pick up Ricardo's significant other, his girlfriend, so they'll be here in due time.
Julius nods. Yeah. He looks over at Suletta. So are you gonna join us?
If this dinner goes as horribly as I think it's going to, I'll be there.
Well, if we do see you, we'll know the answer to all of our questions.
Have faith. Have faith. Nodding her head.
Julius opens his mouth and closes it. Yeah, no, you're right. It's good to be an optimist. It is very good to be an optimist. But just know we're gonna get some Jack in the Box for you. Just in case.
We're getting Jack in the Box. Wonderful. Get me 2 boxes. I haven't eaten all day since this morning. Eggs that your father cooked for me. So, yeah.
Oh, no problem. We'll get you as many boxes as you want.
Oh, here we go. He's going to be angry the children aren't here. Where them fucking kids at? Icy starts laughing.
Julius looks over at Zap. The kids just got back from the mission. They're resting right now, Zap.
I done hate Izzy. Be quiet. Oh.
Seriously, who the hell is Izzy? Why does he... Is that just a member of the guild I don't know?
Looks at Julius. Oh yeah, that's right. Fucking ignorance is bliss, dumbass motherfucker. Come sits down next to Julius. Pequod, Izzy... Apparently, Dargos' real name back in the day was Izzy Honey. Kissing Julius on the cheek.
Oh,
He covers his mouth and gives like an understanding nod. Okay, I didn't know that. I'm sorry.
Kissing him on the cheek again, and he's very concerned Izzy's going to catfish Carter.
Catfish. Wow. Okay.
Whatever put you to fucking bed at night? Staring at the picture of Dargo.
Julius looks at him. You've taken your meds today, Zap?
I'm trying. Where are those kids? Nobody answered my question. Suletta.
Well, the kids, they're all sort of just splitting up today. They deserve.
What? No. They don't. What do you mean, Julius? They need to be here practicing. It's the weekend. Mandatory practice, Julius.
Zap, they just got off the biggest mission of their military careers so far.
This the biggest mission of their military career. Right here, motherfucker! Holds the picture of Dargos up to it.
I understand that, but Zap, they deserve a little bit of rest for what they did today.
What, are they all coming home? I mean, where are they all going? I see Oz, Laz, JJ, Samantha, Colt, Soul going to Sasha's home. Carter Memrian will be home. Elizabeth, Benjamin, gone. They're going on a trip with mom and dad for the weekend. And Ricky, your water boy, he'll be here tonight, if that makes you feel better, but then he's going home at the end of the night because he has a business to run with his girlfriend in lieu of his parents. Oh, can't even have the water boy. Why you do this to me, Julius?
I'm sorry, Zap. I feel like these kids deserve their fun time, their rec time. And this is how they want to spend their rec time.
Pequod, just start drilling them hard come Monday. You can go up to Gateway, you can be around them. If they're not doing their military duties, make sure they're on the computers. Oh, fine. No, I won't get in trouble? Pequod, no. Alright, fine. You live in your ignorance, fucking Izzy, I hate her. He walks off.
Julius breathes heavily. Oh my god, I cannot wait for these tournaments to be over.
He is so distraught.
Extremely distraught. He looks at Pequod. No more of these tournaments, right?
I was trying to help him. She shrugged. I see, yeah, well, it's not working.
I think it might be making him worse, honestly.
This is the last one, ever. We do make a lot of money off the broadcast.
Well, maybe we can replace it with something else. He bites his lip.
Snooker World Championship. Pequod will grow.
Oh, that would make no money, Suletta. Nobody would even know what snooker is.
I see. Well, pretend she's flicking through the channel. Snooker World Champ. What the fuck is this? Keeps flicking the channel.
What the fuck is a snooker? Is it a sex thing? It continues to flip through the channels.
You know, I've heard rumblings that he's actually god-awful at snooker. You realize this. Pequod looks back at her shocked. The Stooges refer to me as Cool Suletta nowadays, which I quite like, actually. Apparently, all of them in the house have beaten him in snooker. Except Frederick, who apparently cheated.
You have got to be kidding me.
Perhaps the Stooges are lying for clout, I don't know. But Scar's even told me. Scar doesn't know much about video games, yes. But Scar said when Clive plays, he always selects the easy artificial intelligence difficulty modifier. I see. He's the champion of easy mode snooker.
Julius rubs the back of his neck and looks at Pequod. Oh my god, you're gonna decimate him.
And apparently he's been practicing on that easy mode AI a lot, so much so he sweats when he looks at the screen.
Oh my god, he's sweating hard on the easy AI.
Well, looks like Sasha's gonna see Clive in a bathrobe and boxer shorts.
Oh my god, we need to be there just in case she pulls a gun out.
He's gonna be most likely, depending on her disposition and mood that day, joining the illustrious club of being shot in the shoulder with Tommy.
I mean, maybe Maybe we should be there so I could, like, eyeless it or something, just in case.
Oh God, she groans, stands up. Well, I'm going back to my house. I'll see you tonight, most likely.
See you tonight, Auntie.
She walks off. Icy watches her leave. Yeah, I see why they call her Cool Stiletto.
She is a lot cooler nowadays, don't you think?
Ever since she's finally... the mom and dad thing got fixed, I think she started to take an uptick to her, now that she's just not livid at mom all the time.
That is very true, yeah. Julius sighs heavily, leans back onto the bleachers.
Do you think she's still going to be asking for an apology from mom like 20 years from now? Because mom tried to blame her and yell at her. Icy holding Hale. Yeah.
Honey, I guarantee it, and I can't even read minds.
Banksy starts laughing as Pequod shakes her head. Flashing to a beautiful house that sits right at the base of a mountain. Well, there's like maybe half a mile of forestry between the house, the mountain. In the middle of Nebraska, it's a cold, nippy, chilly night. Good night to cuddle. This group arrives, Oz awake, helping him prop up though.
Laz on the other side, helping him prop up on the other side.
I'm fine.
I know, I just want to do this for you.
This is a beautiful house.
It really is, isn't it?
Good God, and where's your fucking best friend? Isn't he usually around? He's talking about the cat.
JJ nods, looks around. No, wait, I didn't go back to the lane to grab Mr. Snuffles.
Oh wow. Sam will walk this way with JJ. You can come in.
Soul is just gobstruck, looking at everything.
This is where we mostly grew up. Orange Twist was like vacation town. And I think your mom had this place, she gestures around, built, if you will. Wow, good God. Staggering around.
Laz keeping on him just in case. Soul looking around. This place is gorgeous.
It's beautiful in the winters, actually. She'll point to this room. There's a fireplace we can light in here. It is very cozy.
JJ looks in there, nods, points into the room. You know, I think it's the perfect night to light up a fire, don't you think, honey?
Yes. Nods her head. You can carry me in, and then my wrist, now.
He picks her up, and as he's picking her up, he kisses her wrist.
Colt leading Soul in behind them. Soul does catch a glimpse of a very nice truck out there. Oz like a real fireplace, like with wood and all that type of stuff. Sam, just open the door.
JJ will open the door as Soul is like trying to get a better look of the truck out the window.
Sam, as they go in, Sam looking at Mom's truck.
Soul jumps a bit when she says that. Yeah, sorry, it's a nice truck.
Oz, I want to see this fireplace. I'm so whacked out, a fireplace impresses me. Staggers into the room, sits down. Ugh.
Laz will not sit down, but stand behind him and start to rub his shoulders for him.
Colt coming in. He's gonna take Soul and sit down right in front of the fireplace.
Soul cuddles up on top of him, hugs around his waist, and gives him a kiss on the chest. Again, subtly moving his hand towards her stomach.
He places them there as Samantha. Can you light that with some magic ability?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Raven girl wielder. I don't even know.
She laughs to herself. I'm certainly not the Raven Lord, that's for sure. A flick of the wrist and spark forms onto the fire and lights it up.
Yeah, so I'm quite confused about all this, but we got all the hostages out and everything went well, and now you're more powerful than before. That's good. I think that's good for all of us.
I think so too. Well, I wasn't necessarily scared. I felt recounting of it all, which is a really weird feeling to have when you're standing in front of a necropolis. But yeah, I just became more powerful because of my auntie.
The way she put it, it was like Memoran squandered her chance at it, Carter missed it, but it was this one's time.
She smiled.
It was my time, and I didn't miss it. Or at least I'm trying not to miss it. I'm sure it's just not a one and done type thing.
I have vague recollections. I heard Okia pounding around the ship. He came up, checked on me, said something which I couldn't even tell what he was saying. Then I saw him grabbing his hammer, running off the ship, and then he came back with some woman over his shoulder to check on me. Ran back off the ship. It was a fucking disaster.
It was,
She rubs the back of her neck, looks at Colt.
I am a little sorry that you guys had to, like, scramble super quickly because I started screaming like that.
Ah, I thought we were toast, but the results spoke for themselves. Wrist back up to JJ's mouth.
He kisses the wrist and holds his lips there for a good couple of seconds, looking her right in the eye. He lets the lips off. As long as you guys got it done, that's okay. From what you've told me so far, Sam, your plan that you guys had was sort of gone to shit at that point already anyway.
It was completely and utterly fucked. We were gonna have to fight to get them out of there. Slaves, hostages, whatever you prefer. It was fucked. As most plans tend to get in the military. Fucked. And we would have had to engage in open combat, and those warlords would have known something was off. Probably once that robot started attacking us. Yeah.
The soul nods.
Yeah. They would have known something was off, and the one thing that Sasha told us not to let happen would have happened, and they would have wiped the hard drive.
Well, that's good. Fuck them. They did, and they ended up as lunch. Good for them. Fuck them.
That's for sure. Plus, Aunt Icy's gonna be able to use them in the future, too.
And now you can summon a murder of Revens or something like that.
A murder of ravens, right. I think I might just call it, like, murder of crows, the ability, but she'll...
Oh, Christ. I'm glad I was knocked out. Look at that fucking thing. Can't laugh.
Is it weird that I think it's a little cute?
What the fuck? It is
So-
kind of disturbing looking.
So it is a little weird?
She'll make it disappear.
That's cool, I think. I mean, I wish I could do it. Would beat the hell out of getting slammed and your wrist broken.
JJ kisses her wrist again. Thank you for saving my nephew like that.
And your sister multiple times.
And my sister multiple times. I am so sorry, honey.
Elizabeth, I'm not contradicting decisions. I do think Elizabeth can handle herself, though. Sam shrugs, shakes her head.
Soul nods.
You know, like I said, I was pretty, tunneled in on everything, I guess you can say, but she was holding her own. She got messed up a couple times, but she came back swinging.
That clown planted a bomb on her ankle and she panicked. She needed to be removed from the situation. I agree. Wasn't even there, but I agree.
Okay, yeah, that one's understandable. Very understandable.
She needs to learn when to disengage.
Soul nods.
That's probably an issue that she should deal with, yeah.
She will in time. I won't be throwing her around combat forever.
Soul chuckles.
That would still be pretty funny to see, honestly. Seeing an older Elizabeth being thrown around a battlefield by you.
What are you guys gonna do once he gets through basic and joins the team? Is it gonna be like you pick 4 people to watch after and he picks 4? Sam shakes her head. I have no idea. I never really wanted this job.
JJ sighs.
That might be what we do. Honestly, Oz, it...
I was not necessarily happy under Ricky's father, because I knew I would be waiting a long time to join his squad. But the thought of eventually joining an elite squad like that, as opposed to having to play stressful babysitter, at least Ricky's father would train me, and I was learning, let's just put it that way, a lot from a fabled combatant. Not learning much here. Oz, you're learning how to keep people alive. And I never got anywhere near as injured working in the field with Ricky's father as I've done. I've had my wrist broken, my shoulder broken, my collarbone broken. He just rolls his eyes.
When she says each of those things, JJ gives each of them a kiss.
He's good. He's got his cards lined up. He's fine. She smiles at the kisses.
Soul tilts her head.
I actually could have been there the day he killed Nick Jong-un. But, I chose not to go on that mission.
Did you fight with a lot of specialized spellcasters? I know rangers have, well, most of them at least have, like, knowledge of spellcasting, but specialized spellcasters like me?
No. She shakes her head. No. I mean, the ranger spellcasters, yeah, but no. Nothing like you or your aunt. Not even close.
She smiles. Then that's something you're learning. How to
That's true.
How to fight with a spellcaster like me.
Oh, that's true. That mana amp gauntlet I have was... I got it from Ricky's father when the transfer was going through of me to the squad, so... Yes, that's true.
That is a very useful gauntlet. She chuckles to herself. And besides, you know, I'll always have your back in case you need a quick misty step out of the way. She winks at her.
That was pretty slick, nodding her head. I was saved for once, actually.
She chuckles, holds her hand. You deserve it, Sammy. You really do.
My wrist hurts.
Sorry.
No, not that hand. This one. Holding it up to JJ. It's the wrong wrist.
JJ kisses that wrist, no problem. He kisses it, gives her a wink, and holds his lips there.
I'm so fucking confused. So wait a minute. Carter got promoted. Is that what I heard? That is great.
Last nods.
Yeah, Carter got promoted, honey.
Good God, he's come such a long way from the whiny little baby that would sit in a top bunk and just mumble about Memory Ann.
Laz starts to laugh.
From all that I saw,
She looks over at Colt and Soul.
correct me if I'm wrong, I wasn't really there, but... Well, of course he was scared, but he handled the realm quite well.
Nodding his head. Everybody handled the whole fight really well, actually. Those guys were tough, but yeah. You remember he used to sit up on the Memory, and I just want to hold you. Caress your hair, then your bum. Got so fucking sick of hearing it. Could laugh.
JJ, who's kissing Sam's wrist, starts to laugh, and he puts his head down and covers his mouth.
She's laughing. He would do this in his sleep, and I slept under the fucking cock. Yeah, this is true.
Soul starts to laugh.
That sounds like my brother, yeah.
I fucking tell Ricky, why don't you just, trade me bunks? Ricky says no, and fuck this, I'll go sleep in the bathroom.
Soul laughs.
You know, when we were... I don't know how personal I want to get, but when we were really young, me and him, we shared a room. Not because we had to or anything, but we wanted to, you know? And sometimes I would be kept up by him talking in his sleep about Memory Ann, and oh my god. So don't worry, Oz, I know your pain.
I mean, I remember it. It's the one I always bring up because it's so vivid in my head, but we were sitting there, Mom dropped me off, and me and Carter were we were I think 10 or 11. Maybe we were 13. I can't remember the exact age, but Scar came up and he was like, Carter, why don't you go out and play some catch with Colt? Carter? Carter! Little bitch. And he just walked away. That's my vivid memory of Carter's fixation on memory.
All my characters start to laugh.
Little bitch.
So Laz wipes a tear away from her eye. She was laughing so hard. I am very proud of my little brother that he's grown out of his bitchish nature.
Oh, me too. We gotta buy him something to celebrate the promotion. We'll think of something.
Yeah, we can definitely get him a gift later on.
So did anybody else notice the lasers were impressive, but those bullets that horned individual were firing were RC bullets, and they stopped in front of your aunt. That shouldn't be possible. No, it's not possible.
Soul looks at Sam and then Oz. My aunt is very, 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 very powerful, to the point that, you can always ask her, and she can correct me if I'm wrong, but to the point where I think RC just doesn't work against her unless it's something that, that terrorist group that the Moog was working with was gonna do and trying to shut down all spellcasters.
I think it's snaps his fingers. This is like Lorelai said, Grandma, a long time ago. If spellcasters are at like the peak of their strength, channeling, whatever you guys do, I'm kind of ignorant to it. Not much I don't think anything can really stop them. But to get to that peak, it's a build-up.
Soul nods. Yeah, definitely. It's a build-up that, for someone like me, for example, is going to take quite a few years to get to that point, I think.
Oh fuck, I missed the show. Apparently the Headless Horseman came to the rescue.
That first vision that I had was terrifying, because I saw a little kid version of me just covered in blood.
What? He looks down. That is disturbing.
She looks up at Colt. Oh yeah, I didn't tell you about that. So when I was screaming, I was like sort of transported to this realm of sleep, I guess it was, and I saw a giant pile of skulls. I started to walk towards it. There was a crow on top of it, and like an eye almost replaced the crow because it flew off. The eye opened up, and then I heard some like wet footsteps behind me, and my little kid version of myself held my hand and told me to kill them all multiple times in my head. Her mouth wasn't moving.
Oh, that is nightmare fuel.
She nods. It certainly is. And then I was able to take control of the UIR.
Sam, you see, on our end of the spectrum, you were just grabbing your ears, hunched over, he was cradling you, Elizabeth was trying to hold you, and you were screaming atop your lungs with Memory Ann freaking out over the radio because everybody in the town was looking up at the wall where we were hiding behind.
Glass nuts. All of us, like ground team, we thought we were so screwed. But luckily we weren't. I know that you wouldn't do anything like that without a reason, Soul, but oh my god, if I wasn't scared for a good long second. Soul nods. Trust me, I was scared out of my mind too. It's not an easy thing to see when something like that occurs. She laughs and JJ chuckles. But hey, now you guys are all the better for it. He nods to himself a bit. Maybe a bit, well, you saw some things you probably should have never seen, and Acropolis and all, as he'll kiss Sam's wrist again. but you're all for the better for it, especially that one right there. And he'll nod his head over to Soul.
I was actually scared. She nods her head.
JJ thins his lips. Holy shit, that's scary then.
You can just see it on the combat footage. You'll see. She looks at JJ. Or maybe you don't want to.
I'll watch it. I'll watch it definitely. He'll pull her closer onto his lap and start to pet the top of her head and kiss it.
Yeah, it's bad if Samantha's scared.
Lass nods.
It's really bad if Samantha's scared, yeah.
Soul just clicks her tongue, holds onto Sam's hand.
Yeah, I could definitely see how something like that would be scary.
Should we, cook dinner for them since they're still working? No, I think Mom's gonna get pizza. We're gonna have a good dinner tonight, unlike some people.
JJ starts to laugh. Fucking KFC.
Why do they think Ricky's father owns it? I don't understand. They don't look anything alike. I mean, vaguely. But even the rank is wrong.
JJ will quickly make a picture of the two of them together, like a comparison of the two of them, and show them to Sam.
I know, but it's just the facial hair and the hair color, that's it.
True. But it's the stages we're talking about, honey. You think they need much more than that?
And why do they want a discount? She shrugs, looking up at JJ. Why do they need a discount? Valid question.
I don't know, because I'm pretty sure they have my mother's and Tommy's card.
And Clive's, apparently. I think that was Clive's card they left the 10 grand tip on.
JJ starts to laugh. Oh my god, yes, they did for Clive.
You know, he's probably gonna see that charge, think they got food from Tommy's, and not be as worried as he was before.
They'll be super relaxed. Then they're gonna show up with mashed potatoes and chicken. Which, that Solita hates, right?
Soul nods.
Oh, she does not like KFC at all. Way too greasy. Same with Memory Ann, actually.
Clive must be truly desperate. Rubbing her stomach with his fingers.
Oh, I think he is. Nobody asks the Stooges for help in this kind of way. Unless they're really desperate.
Well, he's got an uphill battle, the poor guy. I know what he's going through.
Laz sighs and continues to rub Oz's shoulders. She'll move her hands up and start rubbing his earlobes for him.
Do you want to learn how to drive Mom's truck?
Her
Hover car? You don't have a hover car license, do you?
Her eyes go wide and then she turns immediately meek.
No, I was... Call me stupid or immature or something, but I was always sort of scared to learn hover car.
Yeah, Carter was too, right? Something like that. And he learned. Shrugs.
JJ nods. Yeah, he didn't learn until the beginning of Headhunters. That's nothing wrong. I'll say as long as you have your license, like the actual license, you're okay. You can still get places. Just have a car, you can get places faster.
Yeah, I don't know if Carter was ever scared to. I think he was just waiting for Memory Ann. Because didn't Memory Ann teach him how to drive? What a little bitch. I mean, used to be.
Soul starts to laugh.
Yeah, exactly. It was he waited for Memory Ann to teach him.
Oh, Memory Ann, let me caress your curves. Every fucking night, wanted to shoot myself.
Laz starts to laugh and gives Oz a kiss on the cheek.
Like, good God. And when he showed up at lineup the first day, I was like, oh, wow, he looks a lot like, oh, God, that's the Colonel's son. Okay, he's going to be a hard ass now. He's just a baby.
Soul starts to laugh.
Honestly, I don't want to be mean to my brother. I love him. He was and is my best friend for all my life. I think I was more like not bitches than he was.
Oh, I would agree. You might have been a little, apprehensive about things when you got to the, whatever that place is called that we... Woodbury. That's the name, yeah. But, you were taking charge, trying to get things done. Sunflower seeds and all that.
So nods. And then she looks somewhat sad when he says that.
You know, that idea was given to me by Bash.
Well, he's dead.
Yeah, he is.
She looks at the fire, then up at Colt and shrugs.
Once again, no, I didn't even get to try to help him. I was useless. Incapacitated by xenomorph. Oh my god. I gotta step up my game. I want to compete with Ricky. Sam. Want to learn? She could tell Sam just wants to get out of the awkward situation.
Soul looks at Sam and nods. Yes, please.
Looks at JJ. You should comfort him.
JJ nods. I will.
We'll be right back. Won't be long. She'll put her hand out and walk Soul out as they head to the truck as Colt will. Yeah, we can comfort him.
Yeah, we can. JJ will sit next to Oz.
Come on, Laz. Trying to get Laz out of the room.
Laz will,
Okay. Thank you, guys.
and she'll walk with Sam and Soul.
They'll head to the truck as Oz. Oh, they're going to learn how to drive a truck. Isn't that just fabulous?
JJ nods. Well, it's an important step for Soul, I think.
Yes, wonderful. Just wonderful. You got a cigarette? Now that she's gone.
No, mate, I don't smoke.
I used to. Not anymore. Great.
JJ puts a hand onto his shoulder and rubs it. You should get some sleep, mate. It's not healthy to be up for this long and not get any sleep and not eat much of anything, really.
If you cover for me, maybe I'll go get some sleep. Tell Laz I was very sick, had to go back to the lane. And I'll leave for the weekend. Colt just looks at JJ.
Mate, we both know you're just gonna go work on something.
The jet.
JJ nods. The jet.
It has to be done. Ricky's encroaching.
JJ sighs. I don't think he is, mate. It isn't my place to really say, but I personally don't think he is.
Alright, well, if no cigarette, get me a drink. The Ranger General has to have a fine assortment of liquor in this place. Oh, yeah. Nodding his head.
They probably do, but let's just rest a bit for a while, yeah?
Oswald, stand up. I think I'll help myself then. And walk out of the room as Colt shakes his head.
JJ sighs to himself.
Just consider yourself lucky Ricky didn't come between you and Sam.
Dude, I am. I really am. He stands up, puts a hand on Colt's shoulder. And I'm sorry that he did with you and Soul.
It's okay. It was quick done and over, and she talked to him, and that was it. It was over. Water under the bridge. We didn't have to go through anything like that. Pointing to Oz, who's going for the liquor cabinet.
JJ sighs. We should probably stop him, yeah?
Nah. Shakes his head. Liquor will make him sleep.
Colt, you take a lot after your father with that mind of yours.
Colt chuckles slightly as flashing here. Scar, hand in his pocket, beer in his hand. Memory ends out here on a bathing chair in a bathing suit as the Frost Plesiosaur mother comes up to greet the guests here. Petra cleaning herself atop the house on her perch, little nest she's built. Scar nodding his head at Carter, Ricky, Ellie, then up at Petra. Yeah, so I just came here because Clive is fucking panic mode, and I can't fucking deal with it, and yeah. So, don't mind me. Nods up to Petra.
No problem, man. Good to see you.
Likewise. Did you guys do some working out today or something like that?
Carter looks at Scar. We went and invaded Port Nowhere.
Kissing Ricky on the cheek. A successful mission. Oh, nice. All right. That's good. That's you. So you worked up an appetite that's most likely not going to be filled. Emrian laughing from the chair.
So, you know who was put in charge then?
I was there when Clive made the fucking horrible decision. Yeah.
Well, you want to know what they're getting?
My guess is, well, I hope a pizza. Suletta enjoys pizza.
Oh no. No. Go like 10 steps worse.
He just looks at the three of them. Pork rinds?
3 letters.
KFC.
Because Ricky's father owns it, and they're good friends with Ricky's father. He doesn't own KF. Wait, does he?
No, my dad doesn't even eat KFC.
I thought Tommy owned KFC. I think he does. Looking up at Scar, nodding his head. Oh my god.
They think he owns it because Colonel Sanders and the Major look alike, according to them.
And a bucket can feed a family. Still sipping her smoothie. Oh my fucking god.
Pretty sure I heard him say a family of 11.
Shit!
Carter covers his mouth and starts to laugh. Oh, this is gonna be so bad.
Well, there ain't no way your appetite's getting quenched then tonight, because even if I rush over there, I've got a very thick ass thigh and leg of a goat. That's it. And it's gonna take time to. There's no way.
We got food.
Oh, good, smart. I might. I'll eat the KFC. Don't cross my eyes, none. But Suletta, on the other hand, well, I'm sure Clive's gonna get it.
Oh yeah.
Carter laughs. Oh, I'm sure he will.
Scar just sits down, starts rubbing his temple. I have nothing to say.
I mean, if it helps, we went to hell today and you didn't.
Well, yeah. No, yeah, I just, Clive is... Well, hopefully he learns his lesson not to entrust them with important, jobs. That's not production related. They're good at those, but nothing else.
True. They're very good at production. In other news, we have a plan to get Petra into the house.
That ain't happening. Clive is like anti-winged creatures. It's ever since where he lived in this old house and a bird came through and these fighting game collections from something called a PSX got destroyed. Carter, a fruit fly was in the kitchen the other day, and Clive was having like a panic attack until I came up and smashed it. They're like, you could barely see them. She laughs.
We're gonna have Fledwick sit on one of his video game collections.
You kids are bad.
Yeah. Ellie, you know more about games than I do. How much do PSX games go for?
All depends on what game he's talking about, but if it's anything from Capcom, millions, at least 9 digits, minimal. Yeah, I Street Fighter Capcom collection. That's what they are. If I'm thinking of the right ones. Oh, then yeah, like 9 digits, easy. You guy.
It's a good thing you got someone who can fix those.
Cutter nods. Yeah. Which will also make him realize that even if Petra did break something, which she won't, Icy will just fix it.
Well, I have nothing. I like Petra, extinct animal. I kind of think it's a flawed choice though with Petra. We need to get another one. You know what I mean? Another Petra. So she's not the only one. That would be smart. Petra's a girl, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Petra's a girl. We'll need to get her a guy pretty soon, man.
Just don't fucking cut your leg and bleed to death on the journey to get.
I'll make sure to steer clear of cigarettes and alcohol so that doesn't happen to me.
Fucking dumbass.
The guy. You know, if we didn't know he was trying to guilt trip Tommy, I'd think he was trying to kill himself.
Did you get promoted? He's squinting at Carter.
Oh, yeah. He points to his bars. Lieutenant.
Good God, I remember the day. There, you sit down. There's seats. Everybody can sit. I remember that your dad got, I can't remember exactly when he got lieutenant. But I know when he made captain. Because your aunt never liked being in charge. So, you know, Lorelai and all that type of stuff was like, well, I forget the exact details, but you shouldn't have two captains on the same team, but for your father and your aunt, it was like the perfect mix. So, she could handle the paperwork and stuff, which he was terrible at, and he could handle the on-the-field leadership, which she didn't like to do. So, yeah, I think it was a recommendation from her and Sasha, and that was it. And he got the promotion, you know, just willingly, or rightfully, I should say. It wasn't nepotism or something. And not yours isn't either. I'm not saying that. But you get what I mean. It was a big fucking moment.
Yeah. My dad always describes it as a huge moment for him. He always said he was a sergeant at the time. Then they skipped him over lieutenant and then just promoted him to captain.
Oh, that's right. Battlefield commission. That's what the word is. He got never in the military, Ellie. She understandingly nods her head. But yeah, he got a battlefield commission. Because it would take pressure off the spellcaster, and then you do all these spellcasting things and punching, kai fighting, and all that ridiculousness. All brain damaged, Uncle Scar sat back at the apartment.
If you want, you could go on missions with us. I'm sure you could talk him into letting you.
No, thank you. I'll stay here. Somebody's got to look after Clyde.
Carter starts to laugh. Yeah, someone does, so he doesn't have a fucking panic attack and have a stroke.
Seriously.
Well, I mean, I tried. I even offered him a ride in the golf cart. He's just pacing around the house.
On a scale of 1 to heart attack, where is he ranking right now?
Grandpa hunk the day before he had it.
Oh.
Shit.
I'm not very familiar with all the lore, but that sounds terrible. Very bad, sweetheart. He nods his head. Memory and ha ha ha.
Think like the pinnacle of stress, Ellie, and that was Grandpa Hunk.
Oh, poor guy. And now he's gonna get KFC. Does he know Suletta hates KFC? I don't know. He just knows she's very particular. Maybe he does.
If he doesn't, he sure as hell's gonna in about 2 hours, isn't he?
Well, like I said, I'll eat the goddamn KFC. And then just hang around the house for a little bit, even though you got food, and we'll have some decent lamb. Or goat, but... yeah.
Yeah, oh man. I can't wait for you to see it in person, Ellie. I mean, from the videos, he's got the most incredible collection. You're gonna get a kick out of it.
I just feel sorry for him. I never followed his YouTube up until he became a rainfall figure, but now it just seems like most people make fun of him. Most of the people propagating that actually live here. He just shakes his head.
The cyberbullying of Ambassador Clive.
It's all in good fun. They're just making fun of his lack of teeth, which he has, so it's like, it's like that doesn't do anything. And if it hurts his feelings, then he's got to toughen up a little bit.
I just think it's funny, because if you look at his old videos, it's all compliments of people saying how much they liked his content, and now it's just, you stupid, ugly, toothless.
But the compliments also mixed with, we can't understand what you're saying. So inquisitive-natured comments, but yeah.
Yeah. Didn't someone leave one recently that said something along the lines of, you have no chance with Suletta, though?
Oh, multiple. I think Sasha left one kind of like that. She makes no quarrels about it at Ranger General. Ranger General at EarthGov Defense Force.
Carter covers his mouth and starts to laugh.
Back in the day when I was brain damaged. You want to hear a funny story? Marianne comes over and sits on Carter's lap.
Of course.
Back in the day when I was brain damaged, you do these things and you don't have like a recollection of what you did. People tell me I used to stare at lewds of Lorelei, and I kind of like vaguely remember doing it. But apparently, some mornings I would just stare into the gym and watch the Ranger General work out. Till it got to the point where it made her uncomfortable, and then they had to sit me down and tell me, your father was there, points at Ricky, Julius, and Patricia, and I think Nicole was there laughing at me, and they had to tell me, I wasn't allowed to do it anymore, and I didn't believe them. I was like, you're just lying. And they showed me footage of me standing there for 2.5 hours looking in the little square window at her working out, and Davine sitting there watching television because she had done her workout already. And I tried to cover by saying, well, I was watching the TV, but they didn't believe me.
I think I've heard Mom and Dad laughing about a story like that before.
Ogling the Ranger General. She laughs at Scott.
Carter starts to laugh. Dude.
Hey man, if you got away with that, you could have gotten away with anything, let's be fair.
I was the only one in that apartment with a power loader license, so...
Yeah, make yourself indispensable. What are they gonna do? Fire you?
Yeah, but I'm sure I came close to consideration. Davine would probably remember just seeing me staring at.
I'm sure she would. Well, we'll have to ask her next time we see her.
Yeah, they went to Africa, something like that.
Yeah, something.
Yeah. Elizabeth was saying something along the lines of they're going to a village that Grandpa Hunk saved.
Oh God. He just starts sipping his beer.
Oh, okay. Hey, Mr. Zapp, how's it going?
Stares at Carter.
Carter looks at Zap. Hi, Zap.
I bet you think you all having a good time, naked memory and on you lap. Mostly naked. She looks at Zap.
I am having a good time, thank you, Zap.
And you done practices SWOTOR at all?
No, sir. We've been focused on a mission recently.
I heard. Going port nowhere, doing something important.
Yeah, fighting some big bad guys and getting the info.
Well, I've been given permission to come up on Gateway and make sure your next mission is to focus on your training. First thing Monday morning, we gonna practice. You all have the weekend off, go do your little fancy stuff, run you little flower shop. And then Monday morning, we gonna grind hard.
I'll make sure to have the ice ready, sir.
You better. 49 degrees, just the way I like it.
49 degrees, exactly 4 ice cubes, no more, no less.
He's been practicing. Good. Very good. Where's your father? Need to discuss some things with him?
Me?
Yeah.
Dad's out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere in space, remember?
Oh, no, I remember talking to him vaguely. Alright, I'll be back later. Tell me how the horrible dinner at Clive's goes. He disappears. She just shakes her head in confusion.
He's gonna look back at Ellie. I promise he's a lot more coherent when he's not off his meds.
No, he spoke to your father a couple weeks ago when he called us, remember? He was in the room with his fake injured knee. She laughed. Yes, which has now devolved into him getting set ablaze.
Oh, that's how far it's gone? Last I heard, it was him getting shot using my dad's pistol.
Oh no, it devolved into what, Carter? An AK from Ricky's father. And then Ricky's father was there and watched him get set ablaze or something to that effect.
Exactly. It went from Valor, I believe the gun's name was, to an AK, to her setting him on fire.
I was there that day. Firsthand. The knife came out the door, had like an awkward little curve to it, and hit him in the thigh. Then he let out a scream, but as he screamed, I hand over his mouth. In hindsight, I should have just let him scream and the jig would have been up. But brain damage will do that to you. And I dragged him off down to the beach, and he was mumbling about Dargos, and LD-50 had came for him. And then Hunk and, they came up in the boat, and we got into the boat, leaving blood in the water. But thankfully it was night, so they probably didn't see the blood in the water. Or maybe they did, I don't know. Don't like to think about that weekend.
Well, Ellie, we're gonna have to ask Dad why he just watched idly as Mr. Tarak was set ablaze.
Well, Miss Davine is terrifying.
Yeah, you got that right.
She certainly can be, especially when she's threatening to set you ablaze, don't you know?
Yeah. Set you ablaze. Then he got a fucking auger, which I don't even remember where the auger came from. Apparently I was a party to getting it, and he was just digging a hole in the sand.
What do you think he was gonna do? Tunnel under the house or something?
I think that was mostly likely probably his plan. We were kind of left to our own devices at times. The first night of the spying on these girls, I was left alone as they chased out into the ocean chasing after Zap. So I spent the night just kind of like looming around the property, looking in windows. It was something I enjoyed doing back then, apparently.
That's when he sunk the Coast Guard ship, right?
Yeah, he went through it and the ship sank, and I think EarthGov went on like DEFCON 3 because it was, it seemed like a missile attack or something on a ship on Earth, which shouldn't be possible back then. And now even more so, but back then, yeah.
Carter nods. Yeah. From all the stories I've ever heard about that weekend, it seems like it was an interesting time to be around.
Oh, beat up this delivery guy. What? She looks over. Henriette, I've heard the fabled tale of the poor Asian pizza delivery man.
I did not know about this part.
So, Julius and Asherion. So the whole premise of spying basically was Grandpa Hunk was very overprotective of Nicole. It's his first child, basically. It is. Maybe he didn't birth her, but that was so. And she was getting involved with Banksy, and he did not like your Uncle Banksy at the time. So anyway, he thought that the girls were going to go down to this beach house and invite Banksy so they could spend time together, because prior to that, he was using Zanzibar as a cock block. Very effective cock block, Carter. He just locks eyes with Carter.
Carter nods. Right. I mean, I think a Haven Drake like that would be a very effective cock block.
Unbeknownst to us, in the early day one of the spying, if you will, I believe Towns, Asherion, Julius, Banksy, and the Crimson Squad guys that guard the place, the other kids, were like going hunting or something like that on Rico's property, and deer hunting. Deer. Ugh. Anyway, they had decided to order a pizza for the girls, and they did. Now, where we were standing, from our POV, this pizza guy showed up, and I can't remember Hunk's reasoning or this or that, but, he was like, grab him, and we got him in the bushes, interrogated him, he was like terrified, and then we beat him up and threw him under the pier and kept his pizza. That's what we did, yeah. He survived, just roughed him up a bit. She laughs at Scott.
Carter still laughs so hard.
It was because, I guess Towns and Julius and Asherion and all these guys were like, let's order pizza for our girlfriends type of thing. Yeah.
God, why couldn't that have been recorded?
Well, I'm glad it wasn't. Let's just put it that way. Not a bright spot for me. Petra agrees.
Carter looks up. I'm sure Petra would agree if she knew the entire story about that weekend. Oh my god.
It was a cluster. What do they call it? FUBAR in the military. Fucked up beyond all recognition. Yeah.
I always heard it as Charlie Foxtrot clusterfuck.
Yes, oh no, yeah. Clusterfuck, Charlie Foxtrot. Yeah, it was that.
I think Dad called it Murphy's Law or some shit.
Appearing here, walking by, coming up to check on everybody. Oh, look who it is, the weed head. Hotheads. Pequod laughs at Scar.
And Julius lets out a laugh.
What can we say? We like to relax.
Yes, we do. Pulling a blunt out of her pocket, and Scar just shakes his head.
Hey, there are worse ways to relax. I'm not gonna say anything.
So, are you ready for your dinner? Looking at Carter and Memory Ann.
Carter looks at his mother, opens his mouth and just starts to laugh, closes it. I'm ready as I'll ever be, Mom.
The Stooges are getting KFC. Reading Memory Ann's mind. Yes, Auntie, they are. Oh, Clive is fucked, dude.
Julia starts to laugh. Oh, no.
We'll make sure to record it for you, sir, ma'ams.
I feel so bad for Clive.
Oh, man, he trusted the Stooges to get food.
I mean, that might have been his first mistake. Apparently, they get a good discount from my dad's restaurant chain, ma'am.
Oh, they think Ash owns it. You're gonna have a talk with them, Julie.
I'm gonna have to tell him that Tommy owns it and not Ash.
They probably won't listen.
No, of course, I don't think they will. I really don't, but I still need to have at least an attempt of a talk with them.
Well, we're gonna go get Oh, good.
There's also gonna be another fun thing we'll try to get on camera for you. They left a $10,000 tip at Tommy's using Clive's card.
Isn't that redundant?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, Tommy's like the richest, one of the richest people in the universe.
Well, we're gonna go get Jack in the Box boxes before we settle down for the night. Settle in. Does anybody want one? Scar, give me 3.
Carter puts his hand up. We got food for ourselves when we were up at Tommy's. We knew this was gonna happen.
Okay. She'll come up. Get off of Carter for 1 second, please. Memory Ann will stand up and she'll give Carter one more hug. Very proud of her, Lieutenant.
Carter hugs her back. I love you, Mom.
I love you too, sweetheart. Have fun at Clive's.
I'll do my best.
Munchy meal.
Julius rubs his hands together. We should get like 3 for Suletta.
Yeah, she's gonna need it. Easy fuck, make it 4, dude. That woman hasn't eaten all day,
I mean, yeah, we might as well just make it 5. The weed is gonna do some stuff.
They walk off. Scar just watching them. Mom and Dad are away, the potheads will play.
Julia's nodding as he watches them walk off. I can't say I blame him.
I mean, yeah, I can't imagine dealing with our dumbasses. That is not super stressful, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, they deserve it, yeah, I agree.
100%. If they don't deserve this, I don't know what they do deserve.
You know what I don't deserve? He finishes his beer. Having to throw on that leg of goat in the thigh, but I'm gonna get to it. He stands up.
Carter pats Scar on the arm. You're a good man, you know that?
Just trying to help my boy.
Hey, man,
I feel you. I really do.
it's a good friend then. Clive's lucky to have you.
He'll sigh. I'll see you guys at the disaster dinner.
See you there, boss.
Scar will head off to prep the disaster dinner. Nay! Looking up at Elizabeth. Benny, he missed you.
I can tell he's been talking to me pretty constantly.
Yes, Blaze nodding his head.
Well, not that I can understand him or anything, but he's certainly been saying something.
Suletta, JJ can understand Mr. Snuffles. Suletta said he's too stupid to have a spell where he could understand comprehension of the English language. He laughed.
Oh my, well. I certainly have a stupid frog on my side, don't I?
I remember the days where this creature was to be a gift for Carter. Looking at it!
Elizabeth nods, petting the top of Norbit's head.
Well, now he's mine, isn't he?
Yep, one day he can live in your own abode with you, madam.
One day, yeah.
Not anytime soon.
Elizabeth looks down at Norbit and continues to pet him.
Nay. just shaking his head at Benny as if maybe he understands, but he doesn't.
Davine looking at Hunk with a certain look in her eye.
Hunk, his hand's actually on his forehead and he's scratching it, looking around.
Oh, is everything okay?
Deja vu.
She'll hold his free hand and squeeze it a couple times.
Deja vu, you ever have the deja vu moments? Like with Hale, when I saw Hale. Like, Jesus Christ.
Oh, yes, of course, darling. I've had quite a few deja vu moments.
Quite a long time ago, 40 plus years ago. Yeah. I was what, 19 when I came here?
Davine whistles to herself and nods, looking around.
Well, it has been quite a while then, hasn't it?
Yeah. Was that supposed to be me? He steps forward.
She'll follow after him and squint.
Well, it is a soldier wearing a balaclava.
He doesn't have the gas mask thing on. Hungar didn't have a gas mask I had. He pulls out of his pocket this.
Elizabeth looks at it.
Is that the original one?
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Wow. She looks at Benny. Yeah, You remember Integra?
Mhm.
She was the first one to give my dad a balaclava.
That's really old.
It really,
And significant to him.
it really is.
She looks at her dad.
He actually just starts walking forward. Everybody in the town's busy going about their normal day-to-day activities, so they're not afraid of new faces showing up.
Davine following after him.
Was there any specific house that you remember that you would want to go into?
The buildings are bigger, but they're all in the same place. But they're just bigger, grandiose. And there's way more people now than I remember.
Well,
She looks at him.
it's because of you. You saved the village, right? They were only allowed to prosper because you saved them, darling.
Which is really cool, coming up looking at the statue. It's kind of crude, but cool. Yeah, I guess. They even got my gun right. He points up. If that's supposed to be an FAL, then yeah, they got my gun right.
Davine chuckles.
Well, you certainly made an impression on them, didn't you?
He'll gesture with the balaclava in his hand and slowly put it on his head.
She'll nod to him.
I have no problem with this.
As long as it's just to make sure people know who you are. She chuckles to herself.
And slowly, people start gathering around, pointing mostly at the new group of people. Now it seems like they mind new people. This lady coming over, squinting at Hunk. Except the kids, they all go running around, playing, having a good time. But the older people come around.
Elizabeth tugs on Hunk's sleeve a bit.
You should go say something to them. They
Oh.
probably recognize your voice, not necessarily your face.
Agent 42 coming up to Hunk. Hunk, oh shit.
Davine's eyebrows go up and
42? This lady coming out here with her hoe. The tool, not a hoe.
Yes, darling. This is Agent 42.
Hunk will take the mask off quickly. Long time no see. Nazar! Hunk, eyes go wide for a second. You were a fucking kid. He nods his head and he shakes his hand. This dude was like this tall, dear. Like Nicole level height back in the apartment era.
Oh my!
She'll walk up next to Hunk.
Hi, I'm his wife. It's nice to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you, madam. He bows to Davy.
Oh, please, I'm not royalty, darling.
Well, she is a Rainfall. Oh my god. He looks at him all shocked. We've seen you in movies. Pointing at Hunk. Yeah. But we didn't know you were...
Davy nods. She holds Hunk's hand. He used to wear the balaclava a lot, yes, and I'm sure you all know him. With the balaclava on, he has since gained a newfound confidence, if you will, not wearing it, and, well, I quite enjoy him. And I direct a lot of the movies that he's in, so he chooses not to wear them in those movies.
Miss Davine Rainfall, that's the name.
Exactly, Miss Davine Rainfall.
Some of the older folks still around here. They were, our parents. This guy squinting over. All the older people definitely remember Agent 42. Hunk, yeah. 42 was my, designation. Integra gave it to me.
Davine smiles at him. I think 42 is a cool number.
Agent 42.
Elizabeth nods and she'll start patting Hunk on the back. It's a cool nickname, Dad. It really is.
It's, she was not good with naming things. She was 42 years old at the time, so she named me Agent 42. This guy chuckles and smiles as more people start to gather around.
Davine smiles at Hunk. We wanted to visit this place. More specifically, I wanted to visit this place because, well, I wanted to see the village and how it turned out after my husband told me the story of it.
My father told me he promised to come back one day. Glad to see he finally did. Hunk chuckles at been a busy 40 years.
Davine chuckles. It has been quite a busy 40 years, darling. We apologize we haven't been able to come sooner.
It was the warehouse. Points this way, right over there. But it's been torn down now. That's where he led them into a trap that fateful night. Nods his head, Hunk. Yeah, because I ran out of ammo.
Davine chuckles, looks at Hunk. Oh, I don't mind a bit of guerrilla warfare. And she leans towards him. It's quite cute, actually.
It was the only option left if I wanted to get those guys dead.
And
There's a lot more people here now, though, than I remember.
she looks. Is it? She looks around, I should say. Is it because of my darling husband that this place was allowed to grow and prosper?
Mm-hmm. Nodding his head.
She smiles at Hunk. See, my love?
Back then, most of us were considering moving on to greener pastures. With the drug gang lived, he points up to a mountain face, Mount Kilimanjaro. They lived in caves up there, so this town, easy exploitation access. And most of the youth got into drugs. Because of them, a lot of overdoses.
Elizabeth pouts her lips a bit. That's just terrible. I'm sorry to hear that.
Then one day, that guy points up here showed up. Hunk with a malfunctioning stealth generator too. Yeah. That was so... I broke it on my way here, but I didn't want to call Integra and tell her I accidentally broke it, so I just decided to perform the mission without it. Please.
Davine lets out a laugh. Well, you still succeeded, didn't you?
Yes, I did. Arm around Davy.
She smiles at him. I'm very proud of you for all of this, my love.
You can come back any time, as Hunk's locked eyes with. You have a bigger family than this. Hunk, oh my god. I don't know if this place will be able to accommodate the whole Rainfall family, but The other kids I'd like to come here one day.
Yes, we have 3 others who they're very busy people working in the military, but they said they would love to come here with us one day.
Blaze coming up behind Elizabeth. They're getting high, whispering to her, then snickering slightly.
Elizabeth looks behind herself. Really?
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Elizabeth nods. Well, I'm not gonna say a word unless you do.
Mm-mm. Shaking his head lightly at Hunk. Let them enjoy their moment together.
Elizabeth smiles. They deserve it. They gotta deal with us pretty much constantly. She lets out a chuckle.
It's like seeing movie stars in the town. Only the biggest star. Pointing up to the statue. Like, that's a... Makes me feel awkward, but it's nice.
It's a very nice statue. Who made it out of all of you? Do you mind if I ask?
My mother, my father, and the town council that formed after the events that transpired.
Oh, well, it is absolutely gorgeous. I can see why you want it in your town square.
I was just doing my job. He looks up at the statue again.
Davine looks at Hunk. Sometimes it's just us doing our job that creates the littlest of things into the biggest of things. We were just doing our job when we defeated Epsilon, right?
He nods his head, and that is well said by... It's the Academy Award-winning director.
Yes, I have won a couple of Oscars, let's say.
Let us have... Would you indulge us if we cook dinner for you?
Oh no, darling, please, I insist. We would be honored if you cooked dinner for us.
Hunk, the food here was great. It was your mom. This guy nods his head. They had this, like, cornmeal, basically bread supplement. It was great. And what was the other thing? It was like fresh caught pork. He's just nodding his head. Greens, some type of salad, nodding his head.
Davine licks her lips. Oh, I've only eaten a couple of eggs today. Do you mind if we have that? That sounds delicious.
Well, no pork today, but lamb. Hunk, I prefer lamb, actually.
I love lamb, darling. I absolutely adore it.
It's catch and cook around here still, Agent 42. Hunk nods his head. Alright, I helped catch a few meals back in the day, I remember. I was here for a while.
Elizabeth is currently looking up at her father with just completely starstruck eyes.
Hey, pretty cool.
My dad is really cool, isn't he?
Now, we don't have too many private dining booths, but we do have a lovely place the family could... Back here, follow me.
Davy nods. Lead the way, please.
They'll come back here, under some beautiful trees.
Davine, holding Hunk's hand, will lead him along, and as they're walking, she's looking at him. Again, I'm very proud of you for all this. This is so cool.
Yeah, I do. Is this what it feels like to feel cool?
I think so, my love.
Benny's about to follow, and then he looks back at Blaze, who's taking pictures of people around the statue. What are you doing? Blaze, to guilt trip Julius, Patricia, and Nicole.
Elizabeth nods. Pats Blaze on the shoulder.
This is the first time he's been back in 40-some-odd plus years. This moment will never happen again. They will be effectively guilt-tripped. He laughs.
Oh, I'm sure they will, Uncle. She smiles at him. Hey, you are very good at guilt tripping, I gotta say.
I have my moments. I've been around the tracks for a very guiding them out of the crowd long time.
I would say so. You're bound to pick up a thing or two, being around them for that long.
I'll go get you dinner. Nice little table here under the chairs. Sit down, relax. You won't get mobbed by people. People are quite respectful around here.
Davine gives him a little bow. Thank you so much.
He'll walk off, disappearing into one of the houses as Hunk sits his ass down and pats for Davy.
Davine takes her seat.
Blaze is holding Norbit at this point. Nay.
Davine looks at Hunk, gives him a couple eyebrow pumps. Do you want some sugar?
Yes, I think I deserve some for being cool.
Davine gives that man some of the best sugar he's ever tasted.
Benny watching with a big smile. This is a cool place.
It really is.
Reminds me of Carter and Memory Ann's house, kind of.
She lays her head onto Benny's chest.
Like it's almost away from the rest of civilization, yeah?
Yeah, he nods his head.
It's certainly calmer around here, and I quite enjoy that.
And no outlaw country.
Oh, and no outlaw country. That is always a win in my book.
You know what's a win in my book?
What's that?
Not getting KFC for Suletta. I just got a text from Krellin. Apparently, he texted me the selfie of them standing in front of what they believe is Colonel Asherion Sanders.
Oh, no.
What? Pulling away from Davian slightly.
Oh, no. You're kidding, right?
Clive? Put them in charge of dinner? Is that what I'm getting here? I think so.
Oh no, oh my god. Davine rubs her temples.
That's not good.
That dude is fucked. And he laughed.
Well, I don't think Soletta had much hopes for this dinner anyway. So,
The snooker party. Coney stew, dear. We gotta help this guy.
yes, I'll make up some coney stew. All of the kids should make something as well. Memory Ann, Soul, Lazuli, all of the kids.
They would be the guests coming to the party, so they should bring something up. Excellent idea, madam.
Yes, make it like a potluck, I believe they're called.
I think that's Clive's only hope at this point. If KF... One bucket? Well, one bucket can feed a family. That's what they said, right? Yes, he's showing him the text.
Elizabeth nods, reading over the text.
At least tell me they got sides.
Doesn't say. He shrugs at Elizabeth.
Oh, no.
I would imagine Ash's son has a rather large appetite, as does Carter. I don't think one bucket would even feed the two of them, let alone accounting for Scar. Oh my god!
Oh my god. You would need like 5 buckets to feed those 3 alone.
Shit. Well, we're on vacation. It's out of our hands.
It is out of our hands. Sadly, hopefully someone manages to record it all though.
Tell you what, like I said, Coney stew. We will have Clive's back, because I think the snooker party is next week or something.
Oh yes, the snooker party is next week where he's going to get positively destroyed.
This poor guy!
David starts to laugh.
We'll have his back though. I'll make up the coney stew. Maybe some seafood soup if we really need to. We'll have his back, no problem.
You know, it might be, it's Africa. It's not as, it's not a metropolis. There are big cities, as you know, but there was a small dock city we can go to after this. A port. And they had a nice, I don't know if it's still there, but they had a really nice, ice cream store. Well, shack and bakery. But they made really good shit there, and the ice cream was good there.
Oh, darling, if you want to go there, I would love to see it.
After dinner, yeah, we can go, but after murdering people with warehouse supplies, I may have gotten myself an ice cream cone to celebrate.
You deserved it, darling. Who doesn't after doing that?
This lady coming out with some food, Hunk, see, there's the cornmeal supplement for bread thing. It's really good. That's like a carrot and cabbage salad. Benny's eyes are wide as this lady sets it down with some water.
Davine like smacks her lips a couple times. It looks delicious.
Even bring a plate for Blaze. Blaze up. Thank you. Taking it, she walks away. Hunk, they've never seen an exo frame here, Blaze. He just looks at the plate. We'll eat it, trust me, Blaze.
Yeah, don't worry. If anything, we can maybe ask for like a to-go's thing or something like that.
Hunk starts eating.
Davine will start eating hers.
Eat it while it's like he said, it's catch and cook. They catch their meals every night.
Davine nods. I can tell if this is the freshest meat I've ever had.
You know, we should grab some rabbits. Coney for the Coney stew here. This weekend. Set up a few snares, get some. Might be a fun time.
Oh yes, if we're allowed to do so, I would love to.
I think they'll let us do whatever we want.
Elizabeth nods. I really think so. Dad's a huge celebrity to him.
Hunk, eat the cornmeal. Puts it up to Davine's mouth.
She'll eat it.
Good.
Oh my god, this is so delicious.
Has Oz gotten any better? Putting food in his mouth, looking at Benny and Elizabeth. Benny. That's all he does.
Elizabeth opens her mouth, closes it.
I think it might be possible that he's gotten a bit worse.
Yeah. He smacked his head off some console on the ship, and yeah. I wish I had paid more attention in English classes now. Because it's my fault. I didn't explain properly, and yeah.
Davine takes another bite of food, and Elizabeth holds Benny's hand.
It's okay, Benny. I don't really think it's any one person's fault.
She shrugs.
It might be partially Laz's fault that she didn't make him feel like, not how did he use to put it? Not a peasant among royalty.
Hopefully you're right. Eating the food. This is good.
I think I'm right.
And she winks at him. Isn't that all that matters, really?
Yes. Blaze, you cannot control the actions of others.
That is also very true. You can't control the actions of others, so...
She shrugs.
Sometimes shit happens that isn't very fun to deal with.
She sighs and takes a bite of her food.
But yeah, this is really good.
Blaze, yes. Just looking at his plate. Fabulous.
Elizabeth leans over to Blaze.
Do you think Norbert might want to eat some?
I believe he only eats greens. I'll feed him the greens.
Oh, well, I'm sure he'll love them. The greens are delicious.
So, real talk. Looking at Hunk and Davine as Hunk feeds her more of the cornmeal. What was the worst drama? Because I'm kind of sick of the drama. What was the worst? The Cancun incident? Or Pequod and Julius? Hunk, Cancun, because that was my fault, our fault. Collectively as the parent, the heads of the family. Julius was just kind of like, fuck, why didn't I stop this sooner or something? Have a talk with him when he was younger.
We didn't have control over Julius and Pequod. We had control over Cancun.
Because, I kind of like her house at Cancun and wouldn't mind going back. I think Cancun has moved into the realm of, positive for the rainfalls. I don't mind going there, as long as we're all going together.
Yes, as long as it's all of us together and we're, hanging out at Nicole's house there, I really don't have a problem with Cancun.
But going on our own, no, I hate that place, Benjamin. He nods his head and eats.
Yes, no, without the family there, I will never be setting another foot on that place.
Carter and Memrian, or Soul and Colt? That's tougher, I mean.
Carter and Marianne, darling, outlaw country.
Yeah. Let's take Outlaw Country out the equation, though, Mom. Punk out of the equation, Benjamin. But yeah. Out of the equation, Mom.
Davine opens her mouth, closes it.
Once again, Carter was just like Julius. It was like, why didn't I just walk up to him and say, listen, Carter, just call her? And if he said no, pick up his wrist computer and force the call. Soul and Colt, I was just like very angry at her. But I never showed it, but I was livid.
It's not something that we could have given advice on, I don't think, when it came to Colt and Soul.
Carter, we could have directly, and even if, you know what? Even if he had said no, punch Carter, knock him out, drag him to the headhunters because his father runs the place, put him in front of Memory and walk away.
That would have worked as well.
We could have intervened easily in that one. When all that drama was happening and we found out I was just, my head wanted to explode. I'm pretty sure smoke was coming out of my ears when Mom had a talk with her.
I wouldn't doubt it for a second, darling. I wasn't angry. I was very, very, very disappointed in her. So, yes, Soul and Colt, Benjamin.
Where do you rank Laz's? Hunk, wiping some sauce off Davine's mouth. Just depressing.
I don't really think I can rank Laz's, darling. It's on the list. It has to be. It's trauma, but I don't know where to. It's just all very, like my husband said, depressing. It's a depressing situation.
Quite depressing, madam. Shaky his head.
Davine shrugs.
Trust me, I really wish I didn't have to even think about that.
Well, thankfully we don't. We don't have to deal with any of them for the weekend. Just wanted to see what you thought was the worst.
Davine chuckles. Oh, it's no problem, darling, and we don't even have to think about any drama for the entire weekend. Just think of it that way.
Just sugar.
Elizabeth nods and gives him sugar.
Sugar. Would go good with this life.
Oh, most definitely.
She gives him some sugar.
They will take their sugar. As flashing here. They're up in the truck as Oz is getting a shine on, drinking. Colt, actually, he's next to him. Colt's behind the bar, just watching Oz drink.
JJ watching Oz drink, nodding to himself. You having a good time, bud?
Taking a big drink. He's got like a normal sized glass, just drinking whiskey.
Okay. He pats him on the back. You sure you don't want to drink any water?
Not a drop. I'd rather be at the lane working.
Okay, I understand. JJ looks over at Colt and gives him like a subtle grimace of his face.
This is the only way I'm going to get through this weekend. Because all the time I should be putting into the jet is being squandered here.
Alright, fair enough, mate. I understand. Doesn't mean that, the group of us can't have a good time, though.
Do you think I'd get a transfer if I could just request a transfer? Colt, settle down.
I think that would absolutely break Laslie's heart if you wanted to get a transfer away from her.
Competing with Ricky is becoming too much. You know the crazy thing is, I heard Bash and Okia mumbling all the time. God rest Bash's fucking soul. Like, oh, we gotta keep him off their sixes and all this stuff. Even they fail. Colt. That just does that.
JJ claps his hands together. Yes, they did, mate. Yes, they did.
More women should be like Samantha. Just straight kick to the balls, beat the fuck out of him, put him in his place, he comes back, do it again, comes back a third time, just kill him. Does that again!
I am very lucky with Samantha, yes. I do like a woman who puts her foot down at times.
Where are the girls? Coming in with pizza. Meow. Sasha, we went down to the lane to pick up Jace and Monkey Boy as per request, and he followed us into the car.
Oh, that's fine. What's up, Snuffles?
Meow. Meow, 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 meow. What the fuck is he doing? Gesturing to Oz.
JJ thinking in his head, he's drinking. We're letting him drink so he can eventually pass out and fall asleep.
Meow. Putting himself behind the bar next to Colt. Sasha sitting down. Jace is here. Jace Valorious. She.
JJ quickly looks over at Oz. Rainfall, but rainfall.
I'll drink to it. He takes a drink. Where are the girls? Towns looking around.
JJ looks at Colt with the look in his eyes of, do we tell them or will your mom get pissed?
Colt looks at his mother as out here in the hover car. Soul's in the driver's seat, the hover truck. Laz is in the back and Sam is watching her. They've gotten off the ground and they're hovering. Sam, okay. This is the fourth time you've gotten off the ground and sat down. You have to engage the thrusters to go horizontally, 360. Just push the button. If you do that, the car is going to stay like this. It's just when you turn the wheel and move it up and down, the thrusters will do what the wheel says. And the gas pedal becomes the thruster pedal. How is this difficult? You literally destroyed a man by melting his face today.
What? I can't just let loose with my magic here. It's hard to focus, I guess. I don't know.
I mean, push the button.
Laz puts a hand onto Soul's shoulder.
Push the button, honey. I believe in you.
And she nods. She'll push the button.
What happened?
The car will start to rise. She engaged the thrusters, and both of them see Soul start to grip the wheel tighter and tighter as she starts to breathe.
I don't think I can do this. I'm sorry.
And she, without disengaging the thrusters to, make the wheels pop back out normally, they've kept on rising this entire time. She just sets the car down without even thinking, and a lot like Carter, makes the car crash right onto its undercarriage.
The wheel's not out to protect the crash. All the girls bounce up and down violently as the car starts making noises. Soul sees one of the thrusters shoot off into the side of the house, sticks into the brick wall.
Oh, fuck.
She'll quickly turn the thrusters off and the car.
How is this an issue for you? I learned to do this when I was 14.
I'm not you, Sam.
It's literally just driving a car, but the wheel now goes up and down.
It's not that simple.
She looks back at Laz.
Laz puts her hands up.
Do you know how much this truck was worth? Was being the opportune word.
Yes, I understand. And now, what the fuck are we gonna do?
This was a gift from your mother. The first one off the production line after she bought Chevy.
Soul just puts her head onto the wheel of the car.
Oh my god!
Well, if we just leave it like this, it's not like Mom can read mine.
That is true, but,
She bites her lip.
when she finds the car like this, what the hell are we gonna do?
Somebody came and tried to burglarize it. Who couldn't drive a fucking hover car, which 85% of people in the universe can, thank you.
Well, this was my first time, okay?
She gets out of the car, my wrist hurts.
Soul looks back forward through the windshield.
God damn it!
And Laz watches as Sam is walking away. She turns to Soul.
One time when I was learning how to drive a hover car, I slammed into the wall of our house. Of Mom and Dad's house.
Soul looks at her surprised.
Yeah, Mom was teaching me even, the best pilot in EarthGov, or at least in my opinion. It's nothing to be ashamed of, really. You messed up?
Except when it's not your fucking car!
Well, listen, I'm trying to make my little sister feel better, Samantha.
Yeah? Well, this will make you feel better. Mom's in there.
Soul turns completely pale white.
And I think the rainfall girl she favors can lead the way.
Laz's back hits the seat.
Okay.
She'll open the car door, step out, and open the door for Soul, who slowly gets out of the car and looks like she's on a death march.
Just tell her Ricky did it.
Then she would ask why were we letting Ricky drive the car.
He did it on his own. We tried to stop him. Now I sound like the stooge.
Well, then she questions Ricky about it, and I'll just take responsibility for it.
She'll stand behind Laz.
Soul will stand in front of Laz. Laz nods towards her.
It's a pretty brave decision of you, Soul. Pretty brave.
Soul nods. She keeps walking.
Remember what Benny said about why do we always, go for lies right off the bat? Why not just tell the truth?
Worked well with Mother Good Scar, whatever its name is.
Mother Goodash, yeah.
She will enter the room first.
She sees Monkey Boy here. Jace is here. Oz heavily drinking. The cat just shaking his head slowly at Oz.
She gives Monkey Boy a couple pets. Laz will enter second, hug onto Monkey Boy and give him a kiss on the head, and then go over to Jason and do the same. Soul will walk over, stand next to Sasha, and look up at her.
What were you guys doing?
I wanted to learn how to drive a hover car.
You don't already know how?
She shakes her head.
No, I was... Unlike Carter, I was always really scared to learn.
Oh, well, we'll teach you.
The thing is... I just tried it out, Mom, and... I accidentally crashed your truck.
She was lifting the lid on the pizza box for Soul with a big smile, and now she's just frozen. With the same smile, Towns sits back.
Laz sort of leans back.
I'm so sorry, Mom.
It's fine. It's fine. Is it in flight shape? Can I get it up to Gateway? Sam, no. One of the thrusters is stuck in the house, back wall. Just have to have Nicole come down here Monday. It's fine. Eat your pizza.
Soul looks down at the pizza and nods.
Yes, Mom.
She looks at her.
You deserve it for your successful mission. Oz, I'll drink to that too. Oh my god. She looks over at Oz. Oz ending up being her saving grace here.
Laz looking at Oz. She looks at JJ and Cole, and JJ looks over at her and mouths, "For a good night's rest." And Laz nods and will continue to kiss Jace's head as she rubs Oz's back.
I want to go rubs her temples. I want to go look at my truck. Then I want to talk to JJ about something. Here, I'll get out of the way for Samantha. She'll walk out really quickly. She took it well, sitting it down on JJ's lap.
Well, yeah, I would say so. I was only scared for my life a little bit. He looks at Towns. On a scale of 1 to 10, how bad was that?
My fucking truck!
Please tell me she didn't say that she wants to talk to me about something, right?
She did. Yeah, it's not what you think. It's fine. She's just gonna offer you an easy out from the Pequod ultimatum, but I know you're not gonna take it. She doesn't listen.
JJ shakes his head. Oh no, I'm not gonna take that easy out.
Meow, 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 meow. You damn better take it, motherfucker. She immediately looks over at the cat.
I'm not gonna take it, Snuffles. If she wants me to prove myself, if she wants me to earn it, I will earn it, because that's the right thing to do.
And he's still just drinking as he takes another big swig. How long has this been going on? Couple hours now.
JJ rubs his temples. Yeah, couple hours. He looks at Towns. He said this is the only way he's going to be able to get through this weekend.
It's not so bad here. Colt, it's not that.
No, he pulls him in very close.
I mean, there ain't no drama here like there is a fucking Rainfall Lane. Yeah. Nodding her head.
He's building a jet for her.
I know, we helped him source some of the parts. The poor sucker's in debt.
To try and one-up Ricky.
Would you pour me a drink, lad?
Yes, Dad, I will. She'll, the best she can, pour Towns a drink and then hand it to him.
Next time, just kick him in the balls like Samantha.
Yes, sir, I will.
She'll come back in the room and sit down next to Samantha.
JJ opens his mouth, closes it. You know, I don't think I ever asked this, but do you mind if I call you Mom, Ranger General?
No, I prefer it that way.
Ah, of course, so. What do you want to talk to me about, Mom?
Well, as you can see, minus the thruster engine jammed into my wall and my ruined truck, this is a beautiful home, wouldn't you agree? Quite spacious.
Absolutely smashing, Ma'am.
If you would like, you can disappear to basic training here for 6 months, and Towns can forge paperwork. And that way, you and Samantha could still be together. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Yes, we agree. She just looks at the cat.
JJ puts his hands together, looks at her. I don't think I can do that, Mom, no.
I figured you would say no, but I wanted to make the offer before you left.
I understand, thank you. Besides, knowing Pequod and Julius and Icy, they'd probably show up at basic just to, surprise inspection or something like that. Just to make sure I was really there, yes?
I wouldn't put it past Pequod. Yeah. Julius, maybe. Icy, nah. Maybe, actually, the more I think about it.
Well, Icy can just read my mind to see if I'm there or not.
She can also teach mending spells. Gently patting Soul's hand, which you will be learning.
Yes, ma'am, I'll learn it and I will fix that truck up right away, Mom. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. It was a nice gift from your mother. It was the pride and joy of this house.
I will fix it right away, Mom. I promise you that. I promise you.
She'll fix it. Don't worry.
Soul looks over at us.
Thank you, Oz.
You have my complete faith and confidence. As he falls headfirst onto the bar, reopening the wound. Colt, Jesus Christ.
Motherfucker. As JJ will lift the head up and take out his little first aid kit and start working on the wound for Oz.
He just drinks, watching. Just eat pizza. Try to ignore it.
Yes, Mom, just eat pizza. As Soul will start to eat her pizza.
And be happy you succeeded in your mission today. First thing Monday morning, we're gonna go through that hard drive. And you'll be kept up to date on anything we find.
Yes, Mom, we really appreciate it. She smiles at her. Thanks for letting us stay. I know that might sound weird, but thanks for letting us stay in the military.
You don't have to thank me. It was your decision, and a brave decision. We all thought you would maybe take the out, but no.
Well, it was our decision, well, granted. But we all know how worried you guys are about us every time we go out. It's not difficult to notice.
Definitely a position none of us ever thought we would be in all those years ago.
She smiles at Sasha and puts a hand onto hers. I just want you to know that I appreciate you letting us stay, because you could have just made the decision for us. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate how good a leader you are of all of us.
Oh, she smiles. You're really good at buttering people up, just like your mother. Winks at her.
She smiles. I am not buttering you up, I'm just telling you the truth.
Life finds a way to get complicated, even when you live a good life like we all have. 20 years ago, I never would have thought I would have had kids that were going to be in the military, and then be in charge partially of my friends' children, and yeah.
It really does find a way to always continuously get complicated, doesn't it?
Taking a drink. Wouldn't mind some grandkids. I mean, we got Jace, he's great, but more the merrier. Just not now with him like that.
Les shakes her head. No, sir, not right now. And Soul nods towards Towns. We'll make sure to keep on it, Dad, don't worry.
Honestly, kind of surprised you guys haven't had one yet. Yeah, that is surprising given extracurricular activity time. You have a lot more than most squads.
Soul chuckles to herself and shrugs. I'm sort of surprised myself, honestly. But who knows? Maybe sometime in the future.
Did you enjoy yourself today?
Oh, with the whole destroying everyone and melting that guy's face off?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course I did. It was,
You know, your aunt told us she was in the bathroom for like an hour and a half.
What?
She laughed.
JJ starts to laugh and he nods. Yeah, she said I was going to the bathroom. And she was in there for an hour and a half. None of us believed it. Julius and Pequod were pretty sure she was just getting high as he finishes up the bandage on Oz's head. And
Pretty sure she just stowed away on your ship with that invis spell.
Soul nods. I wouldn't doubt it. But the fact that she got all those ravens there beforehand was really freaky.
Yeah. Snap your fingers in front of them. They were just staring at the people there.
Yeah. But it is really cool that I could do that now. She summons one of the crows to her.
Oh dear God. She looks at it.
I think it's really cute. Does no one else think it's cute? She'll make it disappear.
It's interesting. Your aunt can do so many things people like me and Julius and Pequod have no comprehension of. It's not surprising.
Soul nods. I would like to learn a lot more from her. I know I'll never be as powerful as her, just given the fact that I'm not an Anovian. But I would like to learn more from her.
And you will. She had Master Yen. He was a turtle, and then Lorelei. You have her. And it's important that you do learn from her because you are, if you mirror the squads, you're her. You even use her guns.
Soul smiles and nods. I think I was a okay toolbox wizard this fight. I mean, I didn't cast many toolbox spells, but the ones that I did mattered.
Neither did your aunt back in the day. Back in the day, she was mostly healing. That's what she did. She pumped out heals and pumped up Julius. And, other people, but definitely Julius.
Soul chuckles. Those two did always work well together, right?
And then when Davine came around, she pumped up Davine too. So I remember one time I can't remember if she teleported. I was looking through a sniper's scope. I know that. She teleported Ash Ricky's father out of danger or cast haste on him. One of the two, and he actually got teared up. Because, the Malcolm guy basically never cast anything on him. Actually, he did cast things on him, but they were to his detriment.
Oh, the poor mage.
He was so thrilled. Sam, it was, she teleported him away from BB Corpse troopers, or a crying wolf, if I remember the story correctly.
Soul covers her mouth and starts to laugh. Sorry, that's just pretty funny. I feel bad for the major, don't get me wrong, but that is just pretty funny.
I know she cast haste on him a couple times, and there was the one time she cast haste on him. I think he was taken aback, like, wow, a hasted gunslinger is actually useful. Who would have thought?
JJ started to laugh. Yeah, who would have thought a hasted sniper is very useful, huh?
I made good use of it today, though that fat fuck didn't want to go down.
Oh, you're talking about the one with, the laser gun?
The cannon, yeah.
Ugh, that guy. We shot him just so many times. I even hit him with a couple of thunder shots, and he was still going strong. They were a couple of tough motherfuckers, I'll give him that.
It's the natural progression of things. The harder the mission, the harder the opponent.
Soul nods. I definitely get that, yeah. But, hey, I think up until what happened, we had it sort of well covered.
Yeah, we had it mostly under control. It was just a protracted engagement we weren't quite prepared for.
Soul nods. We should probably prepare for those kinds of things in the future, yeah?
She nods her head, holds her wrist up to JJ.
JJ takes it gently and gives it a kiss.
I'll be kissing that wrist all weekend. Tasha shakes her head.
I don't mind for 1 second. He smiles at Sam and gives it another kiss and then winks at her.
She looks up at JJ and purses her, or puts her lips out for a kiss.
He leans forward and gives her a very nice kiss.
We were getting in the car, and that cat all we heard was meow, 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 as if I can understand him, and then he just into the car. I think that cat is very attached to you, JJ.
JJ turns to Mr. Snuffles. Oh, I think you got no idea, Mom. He
Kind of gave me the vibe, because when I turned around, he was just looking up at me. Reminded me of when Scar would watch me when I was in the gym in the mornings.
He would do that a lot.
Every morning. Ask your mother. Your mother and I were always the first in the gym. Some mornings I would beat your mom in there, but on average your mother had me beat. And I think once things really got ramped up with your father, she always had me beat. But by the time I would get there, she was done. Especially if they were working out together and he went to go do, because he was full-time military duties he had to attend to. When he went to go do his duties, she would be in there watching television, and I would work out, and we would talk and stuff like that. But we'd be sitting there talking in between workouts. She would even spot for me and help me, taught me quite a few things. And the biggest recollection I have is we were sitting there and I was working on my legs, and she was holding my back against the machine, my shoulders against the machine, and she really overloaded the legs to really give me a leg day I'd never forget. And she stopped and said, "Oh, darling, look at the door. Your biggest fan is here." Scar was just staring at
She starts to laugh.
And I said, "Well, he's staring at you, right?" And she, "Darling something, I don't think so." And she walked behind the a big machine. We had a water machine in there. You could get ice and water and flavors. And he didn't move. He just stayed there staring at me. Town's like,
Oh my god.
ask your mother about it sometime.
I will. I guess that's the kind of thing brain damage will do to a man.
Between that and then Integra, God rest her soul, groping me every night. There's a reason we moved out of that apartment.
That's fair enough. I probably would have moved out as well, ma'am.
And coincidentally, once I moved out of the apartment and just started working out down in the Ranger gym again, because Towns had a small little apartment on Gateway, like a bungalow basically, Scar was never at the gym door ever again. And your mother can confirm that.
Soul clicks her tongue. Well, Mom, I think it's pretty obvious that he liked what he saw.
Oh, yes he did. Yes he did. Me and Suletta were, I'm not sure, probably are his favorite.
Soul starts to laugh. I wouldn't doubt that for a second that you're still his favorite, Mom.
I got a thing for women with nice legs. What can I say, monkey boy? What did he say?
JJ, he looks over to Laz, and Laz looks up. I'm not really sure, but I think he said something along the lines of, I wouldn't blame him?
Good monkey boy, patting him on the head.
Monkey Boy accepts the pats and then starts to do the same to Towns, like he's returning the pats to him.
Towns shaking his head. Sasha leans back in her chair. Monday morning we'll get the car fixed.
Soul nods. Yes, ma'am, and Monday morning I'll learn a mending cantrip.
Good. And then we can buy another car and we'll teach you how to fly it, a hover car. Here, but not in my truck.
Preferably a cheaper one, ma'am, just in case something happens like that again.
Most definitely. Pour me a drink, please, lass.
Yes, Mom. She'll pour Sasha a drink.
As Sasha will accept the drink, wanting a drink after seeing her truck destroyed. Clive, I'm not sure Clive's current state. The dinner time is closing in. Scar's got something up, but Clive knows it ain't gonna be ready in time.
Clive's still nervous, but he was checking his credit statements and saw a $10,000 charge to Tommy's restaurant, so he hasn't even been checking his credit card. They're buying stuff at Tommy's, mate. They're buying stuff at Tommy's.
Scar, looking at the vestibule here as they come through. Yeah, buying stuff at Tom's.
Oh, Stacy's hot. What the fuck?
KFC. See? Points to the bucket. Frederick has to turn the bucket in his hand. One bucket, feed family. And good friend Ash on bucket. We even get discount.
We got a huge discount. You guys bought one singular bucket of KFC chicken. Scar, tell me if I'm wrong, and please do tell me if I'm wrong. Suletta hates KFC chicken.
Despises it more than any fast food chain, and she hates most of them. But this one, she hates the most. So does Memory Ann.
Clive leans onto the counter. I think I'm dead, mate. I think I'm dead in the water.
In over your head. One bucket!
Fludwick gets taken aback. But my face a family?
Don't need to be glutton about it. Gestures towards Scar.
You're not a family, are you?
Ash, ensure on bucket. Every bucket say, check every bucket at restaurant. Ash assurance.
And
Ash
you-
from Kentucky.
Ash is famously from Kentucky, Quelwyn.
And Colonel.
He is a colonel. Fludwick does a little salute while
Ash
holding
doesn't even wear glasses! Or bow ties!
That's what you think.
Maybe do in spare time. Have wife, maybe she like dignified look.
Clive has sat down onto one of the stools, and he just has his face in his hands. I'm screwed, mate. Absolutely screwed.
I mean, I got that like a goat. It's gonna take at least 3.5 more hours to get through it. It was frozen. It was the only thing I had left. Ever since the Davine Hunt drama, we've been having a lot of cookouts ever since it ended, I'm saying.
I know, mate. I don't think you must wait 3.5 hours for food, though.
That's fine. We got time. We go put this on table. Put bucket right here, Fuddick.
Yes, so you'll put the bucket on the table.
We do good today.
We did great. We saved today. He gives each of them a high five.
Heroes coming back in here.
Absolute heroes. Wouldn't have been able to do it without us.
Look, Carter, Memrian, Ricky, and Ellie are at Carter Memrian's house, Clive. Maybe they're gonna hang out for a while and come a little later. That will give us time to go get something else, is what I'm trying to say here.
Get something else like what, mate?
I will go up to Tommy's, get a bunch of food, and bring it down here.
Yeah, that'll work. That'll definitely work.
Oh, Clive! A knock on the door!
Just keep on coming, mate.
I go answer door.
No, I'll go answer it. It's okay, Krellin.
Prepare yourselves, looking back at the group.
We are as prepared as we'll ever be, Mom.
This
Yes,
should be
ma'am.
fascinating. Crossing her arm.
Clive opens the door. Charlotte.
She smiles, and then the smile fades quickly. Clive, she's sniffing the air.
Yeah, Charlotte.
Nice to see you. Are you gonna let us in?
Of course. Lead the way. Here, enter.
I've got Ash's, Asherion Valorius' son here. I believe you've met, but...
It's nice to see you again, Ricky.
Nice to see you again too, Mr. Clive.
My daughter, Lacking Petra, and Carter, my son-in-law, and... Ricky's significant other, Ellie. She runs the flower shop.
It's really difficult to own a business. I understand what kind of stresses it can take on to you.
It's a pleasure to meet you. Would you mind if we peruse your collection after dinner?
Of course not. Go right ahead.
She's sniffing the air. Carter sees the KFC bucket!
Carter's staring right at it, trying to not let a smile cross his lips.
Excuse me, dear. Getting past Ellie. Ah! Only the finest dinner. Is that KFC?
Yes, that's just an appetizer that the Stooges thought we might enjoy.
Appetizer of Kentucky fried dog shit.
Yes, well, the Stooges, I asked them to get an appetizer of some kind, and, well, the Stooges, they got KFC, you know how it is.
I absolutely despise KFC.
Yes, Yes,
I hate the smell of it. I'm fighting back, gagging. Is that breast missing a piece? We take bite. Frederick take bite. Then
I
me. Then Samuel.
I had to make sure that it wasn't poisoned. We trust Ash, just not the people that work there.
Maybe working for enemies.
Maybe working for the artisans.
Oh, this is terrible. Under her breath as Suletta move Clive.
Yes, yes. He moves out of the way.
She'll reach into her pocket, grab a glove, put it on, reach in. Yes, they all took a bite. Even the ancient robot that has no mouth.
And then they put it back in the bucket.
Nobody will be eating this. She puts the breast down in the bucket.
Yeah, I eat a lot, but I'm not touching that, ma'am, even if you hadn't said that.
Dispose of the bucket, please, dear son-in-law.
Of course, Mother, of course. He'll pick the bucket up and I'll take it outside so we don't have to smell it anymore.
Do you have any air fresheners or something in... Ugh, this is disgusting.
Yes, of course, of course. He'll, run over to a little supply closet they have and run back to her and hand her an air freshener.
I like to imagine everybody in here except Clive, who's running, sees Carter literally like football punt the bucket.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, he just throws it up in the air and you see that thing start to fly, and as it happens, they see him break down in laughter.
Marianne clapping, nodding her head.
Hell of a shot. Maybe he should try out for a football team.
Execute Plan B. Looks at Fred.
Is it time for the collectible?
Holds it out.
Oh, okay. Fudwick cracks his neck. Should I do it in the living room or the dining room?
Right there on couch as Clive's going to get the air freshener.
Okay, let's do this thing, Quillen.
Okay, Ricardo, I suppose you can sit here, and then Ellie can sit there, and we will eat nothing.
Thank you very much.
Just sit down at the head of the table. What a wonderful dinner. Marianne sits down next to her mother.
I'm sure they got something nice cooking, right?
Don't you guys have food from Tommy's coming?
Yes, we do.
I got a leg. I got the leg of goat on. Just give us an hour and, well, more like 4 hours, Suletta. She crosses her arms in frustration as Clive's coming back.
I really am so sorry about this, Shilada. I really
That's
am.
okay. I suppose we can just lick the table.
As she's saying that, Fudwick walks over. That's a really funny, cool Sueda, and he sits down right on top of the Capcom fighting collection.
What the fuck was that? Did anybody hear that crunch coming into the room?
Uh-oh! Fudwick
Oh no! Coming into
Fudwick stands up slightly and moves the Capcom fighting collection out so Clive can see it. I accidentally sat on this. Looks like anyone can break something that's precious to you.
Whoopsie!
And not just a flying animal. Clive looking down at it. I suppose that's true.
To think Petra can't sit down and destroy things.
No. Most of the time, she just is perched on my wife's shoulder. Very cute, don't you think, honey?
The cutest, actually.
Oh, yeah. Looks just so content sitting there.
It's still stuck to Frederick's spine.
You could say, adorable when describing the little thing. Huh, Ellie?
Right, yeah. And a rare creature, too. Only one of its kind. Paws in his jean pocket.
Must be pretty lonely for her when her mom and dad aren't around her, huh?
Especially during her developmental years. She should be around her parents.
Oh, especially a parent-like memory and a connection between two mana creatures. Very important.
Just tapping her index finger on the table.
Clive, nodding along to what everyone's saying, he leans against the little doorpost here, I guess you could call it. Hey guys, why don't next time y'all bring Petra along, yeah? Stuck a party, yeah?
I think that's the least you can do, considering the fact we are going to have to lick the table for sustenance.
Clive slowly looks over at Scar. Sure, there's nothing we can do, mate.
I'll be right back. He goes into the kitchen.
Carter.
Wow. Sitting down next to...
I'll be right back. Let me check on, something in the kitchen. They'll also run into the kitchen, and Carter starts to laugh. Oh my god, guys, that was so perfect. Thank you.
Frederick sitting next to Suletta. So this dinner's fucking horrible. Big surprise.
Everyone got the turn to drive the knife into Clive.
Well, KFC ain't that bad. She shrugs, but if your guests don't like it, we swear we not know you hate it. Looks at Suletta. She just shakes her head.
Yeah, that part's on us. We didn't know. We were just trying to think of the most economic choice.
Not completely on us. Clive turned into madman. Force us to do this.
He told us if you don't do this, we're kicking you out of the house.
Mother and father be homeless.
And Scorn brother Jasper and neglected sister Noah.
Oh no.
Oh my.
Getting kicked out like that would neglect her even worse.
Yes, it would. Just tapping her finger on the table. Scar. Okay. I've got some, the sour cream dip for potato chips. We got that. Half of a bowl. And I cut up some tomatoes and carrots. That's what I was doing when they walked in with the KFC. That's all we got.
Clive leans on the counter. Mate, we eat too much like bachelors. We gotta start cooking for ourselves. You know what I'm saying?
There's a lot of questions up in the air right now, Clive. People are going to come over here. If you're going to be in a relationship with her, that means Davian and Hunk are going to be over here more. In turn, all of those kids who all despise the existence of Mother Goodash. We got bigger problems on our hand than worrying about what we got in the fucking fridge.
You know what? We just gotta hide Mother Goodash away. It's worked this long, hasn't it?
One of these days is gonna blow up in our face, just like that KFC bucket blew up in our face.
I know that. You think I don't know that?
Son of a bitch! As the spit falls over, one of the screws must have been loose. Scar running out. Everybody in the dining room can see the meat hit the grass and the ground.
Did one of the people at Port Nowhere put a curse on us today or something? Because I'm starting to feel like someone did.
Very smart of you guys to order food. Kissing Ricky's hand, memory and sighs, shakes her head.
Maybe being in the realm of sleep put some kind of curse on us. He's trying his best not to laugh.
Maybe could bring out appetizers, least could do as good host.
Just as he says that, Clive is coming out with the veggies that Scar cut up along with the dip.
Good. You've found something. So this dip. Do you double dip into this dip? Have you double dipped into this dip, or is this a fresh can?
This one is a fresh can, ma'am.
Are you sure about it? That? Because the portion looks as if it's a half size.
He just sets the veggies down and then we'll go back into the kitchen.
I am not eating that.
No, neither am I. He looks over at Saletta. Do you want some of our food from Tommy's, Mom?
No, I have other arrangements. Jack in the Box meal's waiting for me.
Good choice. Nice way to spend the night.
Yes, I'll hang out with the parents.
Gotcha. Probably gonna need it after this.
She nods her head. What's Clive coming back with this time? There's not much. Can of tuna.
Clive is looking at the can of tuna. So sad. Just a sad look on his face. Alright. He'll go up, open the can of tuna, and like pour the water out that's in most cans of tuna.
Yeah, that's fucking great. The goddamn screw on the spit came loose. The whole meat went all over the grass, and now you're busting out the fucking cat food like it's 1942. Everybody can hear this.
It's not cat food, mate. It's just a can of tuna. I'm trying to figure it out.
We got it in case Mr. Snuffles came over here.
I'm trying to figure it out, mate. There's not much around here, and I just shouldn't have trusted the Stooges with this.
Could we at least get some water? Is there any beverages besides beer in this abode?
Clive will look at his fridge.
A bunch of Strongbow, bottles of water, and one can of Pepsi that Krellin wanted to try. Who wants soup and grilled cheese? No.
Nah, man. It's a little too salty for my taste.
And we don't have club sandwiches ingredients on hand because we buy them from Mr. Wiseau's because that's Nora's favorite place. And beef stew we buy from Tommy's too. Just take the loss on the chin and get in there and spend time with her.
Yep, I'm at least gonna bring some waters. I'll get some of the waters, enough for everyone, and walk in there.
Clive, I didn't wash that glass yet. Oh, fuck.
He took the bottles of waters in there.
Oh, the bottles, yeah. But Clive also brings out glass.
I like to think that he hears it and looks at this glass, looks at Carter, walks over to him, puts it down, and just says to him, "Do me a favor, mate." Looks at the glass, looks up at him. "Only 'cause you're allowing Petra to come next time." And he'll take the glass and drink out of it. Swallow it, and as he does, Clive starts to give the rest of the people the water that he got for them.
You can pour mine into my glass for me.
Of course, ma'am.
I don't drink out of bottles. A scar is coming in!
Of course, ma'am. Clive will pour her glass of water.
She starts inspecting the glass.
Clive looking down at his feet.
Just give me a bottle.
He'll hand her one of the bottles.
She'll sip lightly out of the Aquafina bottle. Sit, Clive. Frederick's made space for you next to a Sherion's son.
Of course. He'll sit next to Sletta.
Gar will just lean up against the cabinet here. Samuel at the head of the table, nodding his head.
Ricky's gonna lightly pat Clive on the shoulder and just lean in. Maybe just order a pizza or two next time, man.
I do quite enjoy pizza, especially Chicago style. Marianne, as do I.
Same.
Clive scratches his chin. Next time I'm ordering us a pizza then. A couple of pizzas, I should say, not enough to feed everyone.
Ding! On Clive's wrist computer. Comment. Wow, you suck so hard. Fail at simpleton.
He also got a comment from an account called No Tooth Gaming. That says, "Can't even impress the girl that you're trying to date. Are you sure you're ready for that kind of thing?"
A comment from Not Samuel 512. Didn't even wash the dishes. What a lazy loser.
You know what, all these ones, these are completely fair. I'll give you these ones.
So tell us something. Did you spend your day just panicking and freaking out? Because this is what it appears to be.
I did. I really wanted to impress you, and in the end, I messed it up even more than I could have imagined.
Well, I do like Aquafina.
That is good, isn't it? I happen to like Aquafina too, ma'am.
For the snooker party, I think everybody should bring a dish. Memory Ann. She nods her head. Where the guests will bring the food since it's not in your capability right now. Scar just grow.
Carter, with his lips pursed. Yeah, well, it'll be a potluck type event. Which, hey, I love potlucks, so that's gonna be awesome.
I'll get pizza. If you like Chicago pizza, we have a good one in Palo Alto. I'll get it and bring it. How lovely. She smiles at Clive.
Clive nods at her. That sounds amazing, doesn't it?
Yes. Now settle down, Clive. The failure is imminent. The failure is here. Just sink into it.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna take this one on the chin and do better next time.
You're gonna get it, man. Just remember, don't stress yourself out like that. Just chill. If you want to make someone like you, just be yourself. I mean, when I try hard, I kind of irritate Ellie.
That's true. She nods her head. And can't your aunt, looking at Carter, just fix that game or something with magic? Yes, she can.
Oh, easily. I didn't even think about that.
What the hell was that game even doing here? It's supposed to be above the television. He just looks at Frederick.
Frederick looks at Scar and shrugs. Maybe it was forgotten when it was, cleaning up time.
Staring at Frederick, then looks away.
Carter, covering his mouth, is starting to chuckle. Leans over to Memorian. At least we can get a good laugh out of tonight.
Oh, I'm enjoying myself.
It is so awkward and yet so funny.
I would ask you to tell us about your day, Clive, but I think we all know what happened. So I will allow the children to tell you about their day, because mine was very uninteresting. And I haven't eaten since breakfast. 2 eggs, scrambled hunk made for Davine and I.
I mean, we had a hell of a day, man. We did the invasion of Port Nowhere, and then Miss Icy took us on a trip to what was it called, Necropolis, and we watched people get eaten.
Yeah. She took us to it's called the Realm of Sleep, I believe. That's the place where most people go when it's time to be tortured in the afterlife, basically. We got to see that. She ate 3 of the warlords we were fighting against. Soul dispatched of the last one. And then we finished up the mission. We saved all 5 of the slaves that we were aiming out to save, which is actually very great. Soul took her next steps on ascending to becoming a very strong spellcaster, and I got promoted to lieutenant.
Yes, pinching his cheek.
And we got a good look at how tough some of the customers we're going to be fighting going forward are.
And at the flower shop. How was business today? Upholding Asherion and Ceres' high standards for their business. She nods her head. Quite a busy day, ma'am. It's almost like being productive is useful. She shrugs at Clive.
I believe it is, ma'am, and I will most definitely take that into account the next time we have a dinner like this, yes?
It's almost like you could learn a lot from these 4 children.
I believe I can. He nods at each of the kids.
I mean, you don't even have eggs here? Scar. We shop like once a month. We just put in the order with Mama Lan and it gets delivered to the academy, then we bring it. Whatever. He just sits down and lights up a cigarette.
No, we don't currently have any eggs in the fridge, ma'am.
Ricky's gonna look over at Ellie. I think that's the first time someone's ever told me that they could learn something from me.
And then you're doing something right, squeezing his hand.
Guess so. It's a weird
And from
feeling.
somebody pretty esteemed, too.
It's a weird feeling, but a damn good one.
Wow. Cool, Suletta, complimenting people.
That's very cool of you, Kusueda.
Now we just sit here with nothing to eat. She sighs slightly.
In a super awkward conversation.
When go to KFC, Suletta, little girl behind cash register asks what we want. We tell her good friends of Ash give us bucket. Then what happened? 45 minutes later of asking finally give us one. Remember, I think that she just got irritated and gave them a bucket.
I think so.
Guys, I'm gonna let you in on some secret. My dad doesn't own KFC, just so you know.
He does. Secret ownership. Doesn't want you to know, cause when he pass away, leave to you as big gift.
Big surprise present.
Good father.
The best father?
He is a good father. I think you guys should, look up the filings for who owns that later today, though.
I wish he owned KFC. That would be awesome. I could be like the GM of all the KFCs in Palo Alto.
I mean, you do a damn good job at it. And think of the
I don't really like KFC though. Nor do I. She looks at her and smiles.
I really kind of don't either. I mean,
The chicken's just too greasy. I like fried chicken. I really do. Well, since we have nothing to do, we might as well have good discussions. Your grandmother made good fried chicken. It was not greasy. She used high quality chicken, too, unlike KFC.
I remember. She made very good fried chicken. And when she packed it up for someone to take home with them, she packed it smarter than KFC so the crust wasn't soggy and wet when you got home.
Kind of remember Integra chicken, nods his head, but gone shortly after, but was kind of good. Don't like chicken though, so not big fan.
Footwork nods. That was before I really started to eat. Because, I thought it was a little weird and I wasn't fully aware that people thought it was weird that I would just sit around and not eat. So that was before that time, but it always worked pretty good.
She made good fried chicken. It was more home style, southern style, if you will, in a white gravy sauce. It was excellent, Clive. Scar, yeah, it was actually really good. Integra's chicken? Yeah. But then again, KFC don't cross my eyes not.
She'd also make, like, the best mashed potatoes with it you'll ever have.
If all goes to plan, I think during the snooker party, you'll get some coney stew. Hopefully, my sister will come make some.
Happily, ma'am. Happily. I quite look forward to the snooker party.
Going to beat Patricia. To impress me, Clive.
Oh, yes. Yes, I'm going to beat her to impress you, Shuleta.
This table's quite impressive. It's high quality. Did you pick... Oh, well, it was just here for you. That's right. Wow. Clapping.
Flitwick starts to clap as well. Yes, most of the furniture here was chosen by... He nods towards Scar when he was first building the house.
You understand this house is, in essence, a ticking time bomb. With Mother Goodash here.
Yes, I do, ma'am. Yes, I do. It's a ticking time bomb that is slowly but surely ticking down. And at this point, I'm not sure there's much we can do about that.
No, I don't think so. Rubbing his shoulder lightly.
Yeah, with something like that, just wait for it to go off and watch the fireworks.
Fireworks? Good idea. We have parade.
Oh yeah, yeah. So we should get like a wad of fireworks when the Mother Godash parade float comes around.
And spaghetti.
And spaghetti.
Throw it at Julius.
Throw it at Julius and then hit him with a confetti cannon.
I'm sorry, you're having a parade. She turns around and looks at them as Suletta says that.
Oh yeah, since you knew about Mother Godash, I forgot that you didn't know. We're having a parade to talk about all of our accomplishments in helping out the Windfall family.
Oh! Are you going to buy some floats? Already under construction.
Yep, it's all already under construction, and we're going to appear on the top of every one of the floats, riding on it as the balloon is up above us. It's gonna be a really fun time.
Can I come? Of course! Patting her on the head! We'll let you know when time comes. Much work beforehand.
It's gonna be a while, but I'm pretty sure we're going to be holding it in Woodbury.
Of course, Pequod let us do.
Yeah, Pequod would let us do anything.
So, wait a minute, hold on, Ricardo. We're going to have a parade to celebrate all your accomplishments, and you're going to have multiple floats. But there's only 3 of you. So what do you plan to do? Go around on each float one at a time? Yes! Nodding at her! So smart!
That's just the smartest thing to do, I think.
She just looks at Clive confused.
Clive nods. Yeah, they've been planning this for about, what you say, Scar, for about like 6 months at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, and before you ask, the reason Pequod isn't wise to this yet is because they're using Tom's card since they helped kill Hazel and Eric. Tom gave them his card. Yes, nodding his head.
Wait. So you guys have the Primarch's card and Tommy Wiseau's card?
And Clive nods his head.
So
Yeah, don't forget Clive's card.
So you guys already basically had infinite money because of your royalties, but now you really have it.
Collect all cards.
Gotta catch 'em all, obviously.
Going to display them in-house, part of our private collection. Narnia card closet. Only with teeth.
Only people who have teeth can enter into the Narnia card closet.
That means Clive not allowed.
Yeah,
But he has teeth.
yeah, but he didn't, so he doesn't count anymore.
She laughed.
Clive starts to give a good-natured chuckle when they start to say that.
Fun dinner, just 'cause no food. Let her chuckling at their comment.
Hey, could be worse, ma'am. At least we get the mental image of those 3 with thousands of pounds of explosives.
True, nodding her head. Well, I look forward to this parade. Maybe Clive can accompany me.
Oh, I would love to accompany you to the parade, ma'am.
Not for a long time. Have to wait.
Yeah, we still have to build all the floats, and then, if any new things that we helped out with come up, we'll have to help out with that, and then build the floats for it. It's all a very complicated series of events that might take a while to do.
What type of weapons you use in battle? Looking at Ricky.
Well, right now, these, and he's going to ignite a Keyblade for him to look at. But, he'll let it dissipate. Right now, I'm actually working on a couple with, Okir. I'm learning how to use that LAR that we found, and then I've got the Vigoran flails and the windmill shuriken that I'm training with right now.
Nodding his head. Want smart disc?
What's a smart disc?
Starchild weaponry. Throw come back to you.
Yeah, I'd love something like that, sir.
Have one. Very dangerous. Have to teach you. Don't like giving technology. Hidden away in bunker. But have to do something for me.
What do you need?
Your father's credit card for collection. She starts laughing.
You know, I can probably get you that before he even gets home.
He can just have the card declined.
Yeah, you know what? I think at home Dad left his for us, didn't he, Ellie?
Yes. Well, it's actually at the shop. It was in case of emergencies. She looks at Krellin, for collection. Bring for snooker party, then give you disc.
No problem, and you know what? I'll just make a copy of it. Here, he'll take his out of his wallet and hand it over.
Nice. Taking it. Look, what do I...
Oh my god, this is so cool. Our collection just continues to grow.
They're taking after you, Clive. She puts her arm around him, trying to comfort him.
Oh, it looks like they are. Just wanting to collect just like me.
Carter, pull your seat out. Memory Ann stands.
Carter will pull his seat up.
She'll sit on his lap. Celebrate your promotion.
Thank you, Mew Mew. He smiles at her and he gives her a kiss on the neck.
She lightly kisses him back on the chin as quickly. Flashing here. Hunk Davine, moving a little bit ahead of Elizabeth. I like to imagine Hunk's walking with his hands down one of Davine's jean pockets.
Oh, she fully accepts that. She's doing the same to him.
Blaze surveying the area. He's gonna walk over here. Just inspecting the area, looking around, taking it. He is technically on bodyguard duty. As Davine and Hunk, well, that's a shame. The ice cream store used to be in that shack. It's gone now, but it was more like a cart. Cart. He just looks at Davy.
Davine squints her eyes and starts to look around. Do you hear that, darling?
Oh, Nick. What the fuck is that? He starts looking around.
Davine will walk up to this little railing right here and lean forward. Oh my god, it's a poor man crying.
Oh shit. Look at that guy in that white robe, all tattered.
Oh god. I can just...
He probably worked here, dear. This place has fallen on hard times.
It really has. She looks at him. He probably just wants to get on that boat to get a better life or something like that.
Reaches into his pocket. We got the money.
Davy nods. This is the least we can do for him.
Let's go try to calm him down. Stay behind me, though.
Of course, darling, of course.
You might be better at doing the talking, though, as Hunk will walk up and... Sir? No. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh.
Sir, is everything okay?
That voice reminds me of a good friend I once knew. His name was Jacoby.
Oh, I'm sure he was a very nice gentleman. Did he work with you?
Oh no, we go way back to our youth actually. He looks up at her, wipes some tears from his eyes, blows his nose into his robe. Hunk, Jesus.
Oh, of course, I understand. Well, what are you doing here on this pier, if you don't mind my asking?
Oh, I fell on hard times, madam. I really did. I got a good job offer in Antarctica. South Pole, I should say. Working for some company there, doing research. I need to get aboard that vessel, but they rejected me because I don't have the money. That vessel will take me to my plane across the way there. I have enough money for the plane ride, but not the boat ride, and I can't swim. I never learned as a child. I'm deathly afraid of water.
Oh, of course. Do you want us to give you some credits just so you can get a ride on the boat and possibly even a ride to where you need to go?
I couldn't ask such a thing. I would greatly, as Hunk pulls out a wad of cred chits. He's counting through them. 248. How much are they hiking up that boat price? Oh, it's just 100. I don't need it all. I insist. Hands it to him. He looks shocked. Are you sure? He looks around.
Yes, of course. Anything we can do to help you out.
Oh my god. He stands up. Oh my goodness, thank you. Cups his hands together, shakes them slowly. You don't know what this means to me. This opportunity at this job is all I have left.
Of course, darling. It really is no issue.
I've fallen on such hard times. I've had to cannibalize my own horse. Watched my good friend be murdered in front of my eyes by Mortis. Mortis? Mortis, yes. Evil man, spawn of an evil being. Right. Standing in front of Davy.
Of course. She puts both hands onto Hunk's shoulders and squeezes them tight.
God bless you, Princess Diana and Prince Harold. God bless you. God bless you. Goes on to the boat. Sound of a boat horn as Hecker pulls up his wrist computer and I think he's taking a picture of us, dear. He waves to him.
Oh, I think so. She also.
Wait, did that guy call me Harold?
Did he call me Diana? Princess Diana?
Apparently I'm a prince.
Isn't that the name of ancient British royalty?
Yes, she died tragically in a car accident, Diana, and we didn't even give him our names, that's the thing. He looks back at Davey.
How did he know my name started with D and your name with... Well, your nickname started with H?
What kind of fucking idiot names their son Mortis?
I don't know. Mortis in Latin, I believe, means death.
Hey, I'm Mortis. Nice to meet you. You want to go out?
Oh my god, no, please.
He lightly kisses Davine on the lips and throws his hand up at the boat with that Hecker disappeared under deck as it takes off. Sets it.
Well, honey, at least we can rest easy tonight knowing we did a good deed, yes?
Yeah. He'll pick her up, no ice cream, but tomorrow morning we set some snares for that coney stew. Next week.
Wonderful idea, my love.
Blaze, just watching the boat go off. Benny and Elizabeth up here the whole time. Benny has a shocked look on his face.
Elizabeth's mouth is wide open.
That's him. He said Mortis.
No.
He's starting to stutter.
That was Tess and Hecker, yeah?
Marianne said that the local authorities would deal with it. She was wrong.
How the hell did he get to Africa from California?
Oh my god. Looking as the boat takes off, we lied to that woman's face, dude.
We lied to the face of the Ranger General?
We're complicit in this.
Oh god. We are so screwed.
We're not saying anything. Just give me a kiss, give me sugar, and we're gonna pretend like we never saw anything. Look, he's none the wiser, Blaze. Arms behind his back, just slowly tailing Hunk and Davy.
Yeah, we didn't see anything. What did we see? Nothing. We didn't see a boat. She gives
Just
him a
your
kiss.
beautiful face on my face.
Exactly. Just us locking eyes as we suck each other's faces.
Sugar.
Sugar. She gives him some sugar.
As Hecker will make his way to his job opportunity. As far out in the Zeta Reticuli system, another clandestine facility that's clean sweep. This time, nobody defending the place. Kaz has called Ash and Saris to what looks to be the basement of the facility.
Everything alright, Kaz?
Found something. Turns around looking at Ash.
What did you find? If you're calling us here, it's got to be something good.
Saris starts walking down the stairs as Kaz will hit a button. And rising from the ground is this huge stasis tank as she falls backwards onto the stairs.
He is going to instinctively get in front of her with his arm out.
Came down here, looked around. Against my better judgment, started pushing buttons on the computer. And that motherfucker came up out of the ground. In that same stasis that we saw the little ones in. Yeah. Yeah, no thanks.
Yeah, you could see he's very nervous. He recognizes what that is, right?
Yeah, only it looks even bigger than the old one. Way more armor, its head crest is longer, and its head in general, where you can suppose a brain cavity is even bigger.
I think that's what the one we fought was turning into, dear.
She stands up, looks at it. I can't get a good size on it, and that's stasis tech. Yeah, I think you're right.
It's definitely bigger. It's in stasis. Was there anything else on the computers?
Wiped. But I imagine something this big, if they were leaving in a hurry, ain't no way you're getting this thing out of here fast.
Well, you're not. But this is more horrifying than finding 1,000 of the small ones, because it means they've gained enough mastery over them to put one of those in a stasis tank.
That's not comforting at all. Looking at it.
No, it's not, because that raises the question. He's gonna audibly gulp. If they have this in a tank, what else do they have?
It's some type of, I don't know, guardian being or something. It's a king.
Okay.
Oh. King, huh? Looking up at it, steps back.
They seem to have a caste system, and, well, that thing is the highest that I have ever personally come across.
King. Looking up at it, tilting his head slowly. Pawns, rooks, knights, king, queen.
Queen is something that apparently the kids heard about.
They all get this big? Kings? Saris, that's bigger than the one we saw. But yeah.
Bigger than either of the ones we saw, yeah. We saw a genetically changed version that Max Tech made many years ago. And then we fought another one that was in the process, I believe, of becoming that.
And it almost wiped the floor with us. If we didn't have a wizard. Yeah.
And that's the squad that took out Epsilon. Struggled against one of those and its minions.
It survived multiple hits from some prototype Max Tech APC. All-terrain, fire sale, something. I can't remember what they were called. I remember yeah. Had a Mac cannon or a mini Mac cannon on it.
It also survived hits from Julius and shrugged off shots from your plasma rifle.
About the only thing that really scared it was the wizard and her firewall. God bless her.
May the gods smile upon her forever. Yeah. And again, this thing is bigger. He's gonna put his hand up to the radio. Everyone, we're pulling out. Back to the ship, triple time.
All confirmation calls coming over the radio to Ash from all the different squad leaders. Saris, they have the capability to put this like this. Keep him in here. You think a creature like this would willingly allow this? You think they're working with these things? He looks at Saris. These things don't look like they do the whole friend get up like you guys like to do.
I don't think they do, but they're smart. Very smart, and at least some of them seem to have, they have a hive mind, and it seems that the higher castes, dominate the others. At least that's what we gathered from the fate of the original Alpha 9.
Well, I would like one weekend where we didn't ruin Sasha's weekend, but I think we fail again.
Look on the bright side this time. Nobody died.
That is true. Kaz and, sooner or later we're bound to bump into their planet, that they're on base, whatever.
Then we'll be ready. There's just one more question to ask. Whose turn is it to crack the planet?
Mine. Staring at it.
Then yours it is. And oh boy, is it going to be satisfying to watch that thing vanish into dust.
And she's grabbing at Ash's arm to get out of the fucking room as Kaz slowly backs up with his rifle across his chest.
You head out first. I'll cover the rear just in case.
She nods and starts walking out. He watches her and backs out.
He's gonna shoulder his weapon, make sure everything's ready, and he will slowly back out behind them.
The sound of a bong being lit as Pequod opens her Jack in the Box.
Julius has his head on Pequod's lap, and he's just been going for the past 5 minutes.
You really think our daughter's more well put together than you are? I see. Not repeating myself. And yeah.
Julius lets out a chuckle. That's fair enough. I guess. I mean, everyone's entitled to their own opinion. Something. As he takes a huge bite out of his little burger in his box.
Thomas 2.0 tonight.
Julius looks up at her. Yeah? Thomas 2.0?
Well, I'm pretty sure we conceived him in that pool.
Well, I think we can give it another shot. I don't know how that works with the whole biology thing of it, but we could give it a shot.
It doesn't.
Julie shrugs. You never know till you try. Isn't that like the whole science thing of it?
Door opening. Letting out a sigh. Thank God. Takes Banksy's Jack in the Box.
So did the dinner go as bad as we all expected it to?
Oh my fucking God. Give me a hit, Nicole. She'll hand the bong over and move this direction.
Shit, I think it went worse than we all thought it was gonna.
Well, she'll take a long hit off the bong as Pequod sitting on Julius's lap, jaw starts to drop at the hit.
Pequod can see Julius start to count, like mouthing the numbers.
She picks up the soft drink that comes with it and takes the lid off and just starts chugging it. Pequod, that bad? She hates soda.
Holy shit. You ever seen that? You ever seen Soletta drink a Pepsi that fast?
Wipes some soda off of her sides of her mouth. So, Clive, in all his handing the bong to Banksy, infinite wisdom, putting a fry in her mouth, decided to put the Stooges in charge of food. They went to Gateway, left a $10,000 tip at Mr. Wiseau's restaurant for Mr. Wiseau. Pequod starts chuckling but stops herself. Then they went down to Ring 2 because their good friend Asherion Valorius owns KFC. Macy starts laughing.
Pequod could see Julius's face like start to turn red. He's trying not to laugh so much.
Because Asherion is such a good friend to them, he has such a good employee there that had to put up with them for 45 minutes asking for a free bucket of chicken. And so I suppose this young girl finally got frustrated, handed them a bucket of chicken. They left and brought it back as if that would be enough. Because it feeds a family. Asherion guarantees. The bucket says so. Icy hasn't stopped laughing.
That breaks Julius and he just starts laughing.
To stop herself from falling in the water, she's squeezing onto Julius's shirt.
He's holding her as tightly as he can. I'm so sorry you had to go through all of that.
And then, it gets worse. And then, to make sure an autist Zane didn't poison the chicken, they each had to take a bite out of the breast. The first breast in the bucket. And then they put that breast back in the bucket.
An autist Zane?
Well, you can never be too sure. There are important people at Rainfall Lake.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
After that, it gets even better. Clive refused Petra entrance to the home because winged creature, bad experience with a black bird. So, Carter, Memory Ann, devised a plan to have Frederick crush one of Clive's most prized collectibles, which will need you to mend, Nicole. She nods her head. Frederick sat on Clive's collectibles as I believe the one of the screws in Scar's spit came loose, and the leg of goat thigh fell to the ground, into the grass, rolling in Clive's yard. Then Clive tried to pass off the KFC as appetizers, which did not go over well. Then he tried to give us sour cream chip dip that clearly they had been eating out of because there was crumbs of other chips still in it that he tried to claim was a fresh can. And all we had to eat was 4 slices of tomato, 6 cucumbers poorly cut with the skin left on. Oh, and 2 pieces of a carrot that Scar was cutting. And water. Oh, and then Clive tried to give us dirty cups to put the water in.
Julius picks up one of his boxes and puts it down in front of Soletta. You need that more than me, dude.
Yes, dude. I do. I'm going to eat at least 2 of them. Your son, Memrian, Asherion's son, they were the smart ones. They stopped at Mr. Wiseau's for smoothies to celebrate their successful mission. They ordered food. So they got to eat. Don't worry, they're fed. Ricardo and his girlfriend have left to go home for the weekend. They're fine. Everything's fine. They had a wonderful time. I sat there and tried to comfort Clive.
Well, Auntie, all I gotta say is you are a very good person.
You are a saint, woman, looking over it.
Because god damn, I don't know if I could have come through all that.
They're a good friend of Sherry.
He owns KFC.
He kind of looks like Colonel Sanders, but not really.
I mean, didn't we used to call him Colonel Sanders?
Yeah, that's true. She looks over at Icy. Me, Krellin, good friends with Ash. Give me bucket.
Oh, that poor minimum wage worker.
Why did they leave a $10,000 tip at Tommy's? Why did Clive give them his credit card? I'll tell you why. Because he panicked all morning instead of taking action and just developing a plan and then attacking at that plan. And then the Stooges offered to help, and they were trying. Sincerely, but they failed miserably. Didn't they have grilled cheese and soup? Banksy speaks up, Suletta. Oh yes, that's about the only thing they have at that house, and I will not eat grilled cheese, and I will not eat overly salted chicken noodle soup. They feed Nora and Jasper from Mr. Wiseau's every day.
Right. You know, I can't help but to wonder where all of that food goes, because they're feeding it to Raggedy Ann dolls.
How did Samuel even take a bite of the chicken? Suletta, I assume he just picked off a large portion of the skin and meat. What happened to the bucket of chicken? She's really spaced out and high. My excellent son-in-law punted it into the woods.
That's my boy. That is my boy.
Pequod starts laughing.
You know, my first thought when I heard Samuel took a bite of it was he, cut it with, a little laser knife or something in the shape of, cartoon bite marks where it's just a bunch of triangles.
What a fucked up dinner. And then we have to go to the snooker party. Suletta, I think everybody should just bring food. I don't think Clive should be left to his own devices when it comes to hosting a dinner or a party.
I could definitely cook something up for the snooker party, Auntie.
I miss my sister and my brother.
He looks at her and nods. Hey, that's fair. You guys have been around each other a lot for the past 20 years, yeah.
He dials Davine, but angles the camera away from all the kids.
Davine answers, Letty! Hi, how are you?
Hunk in the background. How'd the dinner go? Suletta, they see her eating a Jack-in-the-Box. I'll give you the short and sweet of it. It went terribly. The Stooges got KFC. Because their good friend Asherion Valorius owns it. Hunk starts laughing.
Davine looks at her. Oh, Suletta, I'm so sorry.
How did Clive take it? Horribly.
Was he panicking all day?
Yes, nodding her head. Yes, indeed, he was. And
Uh,
Scar's spit failed him at a crucial moment, so we ate nothing. Now I'm eating Jack in the Box, looking after the children.
Wonderful, darling, wonderful. Well, I'm glad you're at least getting something to eat today.
Yes. You'll cook coney stew for the snooker party, I hope. Hunk, we were just talking about that a few hours ago.
Yes, we're going to catch the rabbits here, so it's more fresh.
Excellent. I'd like to come next time you go. Have a good night.
You too, I
Your
love you.
good friend, Sherry on Valoria. He can't fight back laughter anymore.
I love you so much, Suletta, and we'll see you very soon.
She'll smile at Davy and close the call. Their good friend.
Good friend of Sharon Valarius?
Give me bucket, woman.
Julia starts laughing even harder. Oh,
A waste of a fucking night. I knew this dinner was going to be horrendous.
well, it's not all that bad. You get to get high and eat some Jack in the Box with your favorite nieces and nephews.
Mm-hmm. And then we get naked.
Naked in the pool. Get freaky, too.
Might as well start now.
Yeah, might as well start now.
Quad will push Julius into the water and jump in.
Julius wraps her up and starts to make out with her.
Suletta's gonna take the second biggest bong rip of rips, and we'll cut there.